Intuitionism. The term intuitionism, according to von Skelting 254, refers to very different methodological doctrines. Our brief discussion certainly does not claim to adequately analyze the great philosophical systems which, in one way or another, are at the basis of these doctrines. Rather, we will be concerned with just one fundamental methodological point: whether these doctrines succeed in establishing the possibility of valid scientific knowledge of the phenomena of human action, apart from a reference to general concepts. This is what Weber disputes 255. Generally speaking, it can be said that intuitionist theories, in their main tendency, represent the methodological rationalization of the collectivist current of German historical thought. 256. This, it will be recalled, concerned the understanding of cultural Gestalten in their particular and unrepeatable individuality. Furthermore, in the socio-cultural field, it was linked to the theory of Verstehen. The essence of these cultural totalities has been found in some kind of meaningful system, of which concrete facts constitute an expression or manifestation. The assertion of this principle as an absolute methodological truth implied two main propositions which are not inseparably linked on the logical plane. One is that generalization in the realm of human affairs can only mean grasping these cultural totalities in all their uniqueness and individuality. The other, that this grasping takes the form of an immediate intuition. 257, an immediate understanding of meaning without the intervention of concepts in any form. Weber criticizes the latter, more radical conception. His position towards the other is more complex. In this regard, Weber develops several arguments. Three of these are important for our discussion. First, he argues that intuitionists confuse two distinct things: 1. The processes by which valid knowledge is obtained, and 2. The logical basis of its validity. 258. He admits that our knowledge of important historical relationships does not occur exclusively, or even predominantly, through a process of logical deduction from known facts, and that intuition plays an important part. However, and in the first place, this fact is not limited to the knowledge of human action or of the phenomena to which the Verstehen method is applicable, it is valid in general. Secondly, the psychological, rather than subjective, origin of knowledge is logically something very different from the foundations of its validity. The latter must be made explicit only if it is necessary to demonstrate the truth of a proposition. 259, which always implies general concepts. Furthermore, intuitionists confuse raw data of experience with knowledge. 260. This point brings us back to the previous discussion of objectivism. In this particular context, what matters is that the everything that is captured and expressed is never the simple reproduction of an experience, immediately given. It involves the selection and arrangement of the elements of this experience. 261. And in turn, selection and systematization involve relating experience to concepts, including those general concepts that serve as a basis for establishing which elements of immediate experience are important to the whole. This holds true for the social sciences as well as for the natural ones. It is interesting to observe that there is a type of phenomenon that can be grasped with an immediacy of the kind that intuitionists talk about, that of the rationality of action. This is because the conceptual element is already explicitly contained in the object of intuition itself. 262. Weber admits that in current statements about human affairs the conceptual element often remains implicit, and that the statements themselves take on a form that suggests immediate intuition. 263. This, says Weber, is due to the fact that common knowledge in this field is so broad, and above all it includes so many of the aspects that interest the social scholar, that making them explicit would be superfluous, are omitted for economy reasons. But this does not imply that they are logically irrelevant to the validity of the statements. The fundamental point is that immediate experience is widespread and not amenable to precise formulation. And such precision can only be achieved through concepts. Weber here suggests a principle in terms of which selection and systematization can and indeed is effected, the principle of relationship to value, Wertbeziehung. 264. Finally, Weber returns to his conception of Verstehen. We will recall the statement that experience endowed with a significant content has a special character of immediate certainty, evidence. It is something that is not present in the sensory experience of natural occurrences. Obviously, the intuitionist theories insist on this fact, but Weber reproaches them with another error. The immediate certainty of the perception of a meaning is only one of the elements that can prove the validity of knowledge, and one cannot rely on this alone. It must be verified by referring to a system of rationally coherent concepts. 265. Without this verification, an immediately certain intuition can give rise to an infinite series of intuitive judgments, increasingly distant from reality. Yet this situation is no different from that existing in the physical sciences. Even then, immediate sensory impressions cannot be accepted without a theoretical, conceptual critique. If we immerse a stick in a pool of stagnant water, there is no doubt that the observer sees that the stick bends at the surface of the water. The sensory impression of him is that there is a bent stick. If he claims that the stick is not really bent, but that it is an optical illusion, it does not mean that he does not really see what he describes, but that the description is modified with reference to a general system of theoretical knowledge. 266. The same thing for the Verstehen. Our immediate intuitions of meaning may be real and, as such, exact. But their interpretation cannot disregard a rationally coherent system of theoretical concepts. Only insofar as they stand up to such a test can intuitions constitute knowledge, and without it, there is the possibility of countless unchecked and unverifiable claims. Weber's position in this regard is of an ethical nature. According to him, the intuitionistic position made scientific judgment irresponsible. But Weber does not totally reject the positions he criticizes. On the one hand, it is a fact that the social sciences are interested in human action and its motivations from the subjective point of view, and, on the other hand, there is a specific quality of immediacy in the interpretation of the subjective. 267. Weber's methodological work essentially concerns the elaboration of the consequences of these facts, and their relationship with systematic theoretical thinking. Before proceeding further, it is good to underline the importance of Weber's critical position for the methodological problems that have been the object of our study up to now. It can be said that Weber's critique essentially addressed the methodology of radical empiricism. 268. It is due to the particular characteristics of his intellectual milieu that he attacked two of the two forms of this position and not the third. As we have already noted. 269, empiricism on positivistic grounds has generally implied the reification of particular theoretical systems, such as that of classical physics and classical economics, as Whitehead puts it, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Kant's dualism and its consequences prevented this form of empiricism from playing an important role in the social sciences in Germany, since they mainly belonged to the idealistic tradition. Thus Weber's immediate interest turned to the two possible forms of radical empiricism on this basis, the particularistic and the collectivistic historismus. In his criticism of him he generally left aside the natural sciences and the model of natural science. His criticism had an important result. It represented a notable progress in overcoming the gap that the idealistic methodology had created between natural and social sciences in a logical context. Weber came to the conclusion that both must involve systems of general theoretical concepts, since without these no logical verification is possible. In neither case, however, can this system of concepts be conceived as a literal representation of the total concrete reality of immediate experience. So his critical position actually reacted on the methodology of natural sciences. It is interesting to observe at this point a precise convergence on a common logical meeting point with the methodological movement of positivist derivation, which we have explicitly seen above all in the work of Pareto. Pareto, it will be recalled, proposed a general methodological scheme common to all explanatory, natural, and social empirical science. But to make the methodology of natural science applicable to social phenomena it was necessary to free it from some of the positivistic empirical implications of the previous methodologies. Weber arrived at the same result from the other side, and saw the same implications for the natural sciences. Indeed, The radical methodological split between the natural sciences and the social sciences in the idealistic tradition was essentially the result of an empiricist attitude towards both fields. We must not forget that intuitionist theories, however vague and metaphysical they may appear to those with positivist tendencies, are strictly empiricist theories. 270. And it cannot be denied that they arrive at the perception of significant wholes. 271. Given this empiricism on both sides, the fundamental reason for the rift becomes apparent. There are substantial differences between the concrete phenomena implicated in the behavior of stars and humans. The attempt to adapt the latter to a positivistic formula has failed. Instead, Weber succeeded in separating the differences in the order of facts from the logical considerations of scientific theory. While on the first level there are substantial differences, on the logical level the positions are essentially the same. The fact that German methodological thought has been dominated by Kantian idealistic dualism, and Anglo-Saxon thought by positivistic monism, has historically not been without positive consequences. Some fundamental elements of the theory of action have emerged from the positivist tradition only at the price of a painstaking process. But in the idealistic tradition these elements were the center of attention at the beginning. Weber's task was not to claim its legitimacy, but to clarify its methodological status and relationship with the logical structure of scientific theory. 272. Verstehen, value, and the means-end scheme are the fundamental characteristic elements of human action that emerge from Weber's critical analysis. However, he did not reach a completely satisfactory position. The main difficulties that he found himself facing are two: natural sciences and social sciences. The first important problem is that of the criteria set by Weber for the selection, from the total mass of raw experience, of those elements which are significant for the concepts of the social sciences, since such selection is the necessary logical prerequisite of knowledge as opposed to immediate experience. The starting point is represented by Weber's affirmation, according to which these criteria must be sought in the scholar's subjective orientation of interest. In interpreting what are in turn the determinants of this orientation of interest in the two groups of sciences, Weber's position is not entirely clear and coherent, and at this point therefore the first serious methodological difficulty of his position arises. He argues that our interest in natural phenomena, insofar as it is a scientific interest 273, is aimed at their aspects of abstract generality and not of concrete individuality. Thus, the aim of the natural sciences is the formulation of a system of universally applicable general laws. For the natural sciences, general concepts are an end in themselves. But it is not the same for the social sciences. Our interest in human beings and their cultural productions is not in their abstract generality but in their individual uniqueness. For us, they are not cases of general laws. 274. A man doesn't love woman, but a certain woman. He doesn't love paintings in general but certain paintings in particular. Since in the social field the interest is aimed at the aspect of the concrete individuality, general concepts cannot stand in the same relationship with this interest. Their formulation and verification cannot be an end in itself, but only a means for the clarification and interpretation of particular, unique, and individual phenomena. This is the formula that Weber proposes to explain the fundamental methodological distinction between the two groups of sciences. Can the exam be taken even further? According to Weber, the common basis of human interest in natural phenomena is the possibility of their control, which can be carried out through aspects that can be formulated in terms of general abstract concepts. In the application of science to technology, the forces of nature are placed at the service of human ends. Hence, interest in them is general, and it is a uniform interest which can have, at all times and in all places, a common end. Regardless of this interest in their control, natural phenomena are, as a scientific object, indifferent to human values. This is precisely the element of difference between natural and social phenomena. Human beings, their actions, and their cultural productions represent concrete manifestations of values, towards which we must, to some extent, assume an attitude of value. Consequently, our interest in them is directly determined by their relevance to values which the scholar himself shares or which are important to him as they agree or conflict with his own values. This value relation, Wordbeziehung 275, constitutes the selective principle capable of organizing 276 the empirical material of the social sciences. Also in this case it is important to observe that the concrete individuality on which we focus our interest is not that provided by immediate experience. There is no reason to deny that our experience of natural phenomena is individual, but it is a matter of a selected and reconstructed individuality. Among the elements of the experience, some are chosen, i.e. those that are relevant from the point of view of value. This process determines a constructed and concrete phenomenon, what Weber calls historical individuality. Therefore, unlike what occurs in the natural sciences, the relevant elements for the orientation of interest are not common to all of humanity. It is one of Weber's fundamental theorems that value systems are diverse, and that there are a plurality of possible systems. To the extent that the selection of the material is determined by its relevance for such systems, the concrete material itself will give rise not to a historical individuality but to as many as there are, in this sense, the points of view from which to study it. General concepts are, in turn, constructed in the process of analyzing historical individuality and comparing it with others. It follows that the process will not result in a uniform system of general concepts, but in as many systems as there are points of view of value, or others significant for knowledge. There can be no universally valid system of general theory in the social sciences 277. This is one of the main ways by which Weber arrives at the conception of the fictitious nature of social science concepts, which is so important for his doctrine of the ideal type 278. However, before discussing the latter, it is necessary to clarify some issues related to it. In the first place, the principle of the relation to values, linked to that of the relativity of value systems, introduces an element of relativism into the social sciences which acutely poses the problem of their alleged objectivity. Does he not reduce their structures of so-called knowledge to mere manifestations of feeling? First, Weber makes a careful distinction between the determination of scientific interest on the basis of the relation to values, and thus of the immediate objects of scientific study, historical individualities, and the exercise of value judgments. The objective validity of science cannot be attributed to evaluations, Wertungen, and this must, in order to satisfy a methodological ideal, be free from value judgments. Although an element of value plays into the selection of the material of science, once this material is given, it is possible to arrive at objectively valid conclusions about the causes and consequences of given phenomena, regardless of value judgments, and, consequently, in a demanding way for anyone who pursues the goal of truth, without consideration of the subjective values to which he adheres. This is possible in the first place because, although in describing a concrete phenomenon what becomes the subject of scientific analysis is not the full totality of the experimental fact but a choice of its elements, the facts included in the historical individual as it is constructed are facts actual and verifiable. Whether or not a factual statement is true is a clearly distinguishable issue from that of its relation to values. The relativity of the Wordbeziehung does not touch the first problem, but only the second. Furthermore, once a phenomenon is descriptively given, its causal relations with its antecedents or consequences can be established only through the application, explicit or implicit, of a formal verification scheme which is independent of any system of values, with the exception of the value of scientific truth 279. This formal scheme is fundamental to all empirical science, and scientific judgments aimed at establishing causal relationships are valid only insofar as they conform to it. We may observe, incidentally, that this scheme implies the use of general concepts which transcend historical individuality 280. In this way, despite the relativism introduced with the concept of Wordbeziehung, Weber argues that it is possible to keep value judgments logically distinct from those that aspire to objective scientific validity, and that the latter can be formulated avoiding the subjectivity inherent in all value judgments. So far Weber's position is acceptable. However, it is not possible to adhere to his conception of the relationship, on a methodological level, between the natural sciences and the social sciences. We have pointed out that his critique of objectivist and intuitionist methodologies constitutes a great contribution to overcoming the rift between the two groups of disciplines created by Kantian dualism. Two main criticisms can be leveled at this methodological position. The first is that, following in the footsteps of Rickert in formulating this distinction, Weber stopped at an intermediate and therefore unstable point 281. He should have arrived at the conclusion that on a purely logical level there is no difference, the differences are all found on a substantial level. The first cause of difficulty seems to have to be seen in Weber's attempt to draw too rigid a distinction between the subjective orientation of the scholar's interest in each of the two groups of sciences. There is no reason to doubt the importance of control as a motivation for the study of natural phenomena, but whether it is actually exclusive or predominant in the field of natural sciences, and whether it really does not matter in the socio-cultural field, as Weber argues, can be debated. In fact, it is surprising that Weber took this position, because one of the main theses of all of his work is that of the importance of scientifically verifiable knowledge of human affairs, as a guide to rational action. Moreover, precisely in this regard, he insists on the need for general theoretical knowledge. To the extent that this is the context in which the social sciences are framed, it seems that on the cognitive level the ultimate goal of research must be the construction of one or more systems of valid general theory, equally applicable to any concrete situation that may occur. Indeed, with reference to both nature and action and culture, two main types of non-scientific motivations of cognitive interest can be differentiated. One is the instrumental interest. This manifests itself whenever the problem arises of using the elements of the action situation as means, or of adapting the action to them as conditions. But, undoubtedly, in rational action the social environment is at least as present as the natural one. This is especially true in the field that Weber dealt extensively with, that of political action. The other type of non-scientific motivation of cognitive interest is what one might call a disinterested value attitude. This does not concern the use of things, but it is a problem of defining the attitude one has towards them. Here the element of concrete individuality becomes paramount and the principle of relation to values formulated by Weber is applicable. There is no doubt that this element is quantitatively much more important in the social situation, but this is not a sufficient reason to make it the basis of a radical methodological distinction between the two groups of sciences. There is no reason to radically exclude such an interest from the natural sciences. To the extent that the relation to values comes to form the basis of an element of relativism in the theoretical systems of science, it is quite possible that this relativism plays a greater part in the natural sciences than Weber thought. A thorough and comparative study of the interpretations of nature in different civilizations, having very different value systems, would certainly reveal the existence of this relativity to a very considerable extent. 282. Furthermore, there is no reason to believe that a valuable interest as opposed to a controlling interest is always and necessarily an interest aimed at concrete individuality. Indeed, Weber himself, in The Protestant Ethics and the Spirit of Capitalism, mentions the existence of religious motivations in the development of the natural sciences in the age of Puritanism, an opinion which was validated by subsequent studies. 283. This desire to know God through his works was directed at the element of order in the physical world and, thus, at those aspects of him which could be formulated in general and abstract terms. One might indeed suspect that Weber's distinction, in the rigid form in which he expounds it, is itself a manifestation of a particular value attitude of its author. It has been regarded as a protest against the bureaucratic tendency which makes beings human cogs in a machine in which their place is defined by impersonal capabilities and functions rather than by their particular personality. Furthermore, it is probable that Weber exaggerated the unitary character of natural science due to the persistent influences in his thinking of Kantian empiricism, which prevented him from seeing the elements of relativism. Another element was not taken into sufficient consideration by Weber. It is the fact that, Whatever the motivations of the initial interest, there is an intrinsic tendency in all sciences for theoretical structures to become logically closed systems. Hence, to the extent that there is an instrumental interest in the social field, the general conceptual products of this interest will tend to become integrated into the same systems with those resulting from value elements. Once this has occurred, there will be, as has been highlighted in this study, a secondary basis of interest in concrete phenomena, which derives from the structure of the theoretical system itself. The interest will be aimed at those aspects of concrete phenomena which are important for the theoretical system. It seems, indeed, that throughout his work Weber has not placed sufficient emphasis on the fact that scientific knowledge implies not only a selection from the data of immediate experience, but that what is experienced is in itself determined, in part, by the scientific knowledge available and, above all, by the general conceptual schemes that are developed at that time. Observation always takes place in terms of a conceptual scheme. For all these considerations, therefore, there seems to be no basis for a radical distinction in principle between the natural sciences and the social sciences, in terms of individuality and generality. There may be differences of degree, but they are not sufficient to justify such a distinction. The principle of relation to values helps to explain the element of relativism present in scientific methodology, but it is applicable to both groups of sciences and not to just one of them. For the classification of the sciences, the methodological arguments developed by Weber seem to indicate a radical division into two groups, with a prevailing orientation of interest, on the one hand, for the concrete individuality of an individual or a class of historical individualities and, on the another, for a system of abstract and general principles and laws. But this distinction does not coincide with that between the natural and socio-cultural sciences. 284. There are examples of both types in each industry. The first group can be defined as that of the historical sciences, which focus their attention on particular concrete phenomena and try to know their causes and consequences. In this they resort to the conceptual aid of any other field. Examples of this are, among the natural sciences, geology and meteorology; in the social field, history, above all, but also anthropology as it has been conceived in general. The other group, that of the analytical sciences, is mainly interested in the construction of systems of general theory verifiable in terms of concrete phenomena and applicable to a wide range of such phenomena. For these, the individual phenomenon is a chance. Among the natural sciences, theoretical physics is the prototype, but chemistry and general biology can also be included. Among the social sciences, theoretical economics is at a more advanced stage of development, but it is hoped that theoretical sociology and some others will reach the same level. 285. These two types of sciences meet in the phase of application to concrete phenomena. Historical science will necessarily draw theoretical help from various analytical sciences, for example, geology from physics, chemistry and, to explain the origin of organic deposits, such as coal, from biology. Similarly, history should have recourse to biology, psychology, economics, sociology, and other sciences. On the other hand, the theoretical system developed by an analytical science will normally be applicable to a number of different classes of concrete phenomena, for example physics to celestial bodies and the behavior of terrestrial objects, the economy to human actions on the market and, more marginally, to action in the church and in the state. A distinction can be made between the natural and social sciences at both levels. The last group, considered in the historical dimension, is limited to the concrete phenomena of human life in social groups; considered in the analytical dimension, to those conceptual elements which are applicable only to these concrete phenomena. But the fundamental distinction between the historical and analytical fields must not be identified with that between the natural sciences and the social sciences. Indeed, it is in no way possible to identify this distinction with a classification of concrete phenomena, since the analytical sciences necessarily cut all such classifications diagonally. From this point of view, it can be said that making this identification means committing the fundamental error of the positions that have been defined here as empiricist. The result inevitably leads to a dilemma. On the one hand, the class of concrete phenomena of interest can be treated by the method of an analytical science. The result is therefore reification, the error of improper reference to the concrete, with all its consequences. Or, on the other hand, the same class of phenomena can be treated by the method of historical science alone, in which case the result is, theoretically, irrationalism, the absolute denial of the validity of a general conceptualization. On empiricist grounds there is no alternative to this dilemma. Weber managed to get out of it, even if he didn't draw all the conclusions. 286. Before concluding this part of the discussion, we should note that Weber made a methodological synthesis of the elements that are fundamental for science and those that are fundamental for action, establishing a close solidarity between these two sectors. The traditional methodology of science tended to consider science itself in complete abstraction from action. Consequently, positions of scientific skepticism emerged whenever their close interdependence on a de facto level was highlighted. Weber succeeded in introducing a necessary element of relativism into his methodology, thus avoiding having to resort to an empiricist absolutism which would have placed him in a vulnerable position. At the same time he claimed recognition of the character of objectivity in the social field as well. Above all, he established the logical independence of the criteria of objectivity, of the verification scheme, from the relativistic elements. Among the main elements which give science a relative character, there appear to be elements which are of essential importance for the analysis of action, the elements of value. Scientific inquiry, then, is a system of action to be analyzed in the same terms as any other, rather than as a class of action of a different kind. At the same time, not only is it possible to place the development of science in the context of action without destroying the character of objectivity, but verifiable knowledge is also seen, with great clarity, as an indispensable element of the action itself. Indeed, the norm of intrinsic rationality in relation to the means-end relationship is meaningless if there is no valid knowledge to guide the action. Thus action and knowledge are elements of the same fundamental complex. A knowledge of action and its elements is indispensable for founding the methodology of science and, conversely, scientific knowledge itself constitutes an indispensable element for the analysis of action. This point is fundamental for the analytical system that has been developed in the course of this study. It is good to further clarify what the element of relativism introduced by Weber means for the objectivity of scientific knowledge. In the first place, it means that scientific interest, in a given context of action, does not address the totality of knowable facts, even with regard to the concrete phenomena studied, but specific elements of these. Consequently, even the total body of knowledge is not a complete reflection of humanly knowable reality. But to balance this relativism, once the orientation of interest is given and the relevant historical elements are reconstructed and correctly described, the system of propositions is, to the extent that it corresponds to the requirements of the logical verification scheme, verifiable and objective. Thus, even if the values and with them the orientation of scientific interest change, to the extent that it has produced valid knowledge, the previous investigation remains valid, as a permanently valid precipitate of the process. 287. And however different the conceptual schemes in terms of which such knowledge has been formulated are from one another, they must, if valid, be translatable in terms of each other or of a larger scheme. This point is indispensable if we want to avoid totally relativistic consequences. Furthermore, it is one of Weber's fundamental theorems that while a plurality of ultimate value systems is possible, their number is limited. It follows that, according to the principles of Weber himself, there is a limited number of possible reconstructions of historical individualities from the same concrete objects of experience, on the one hand, and of systems of theoretical concepts on the other. It also follows from this that, in principle, there is a finite totality of humanly possible scientific knowledge. Even this totality would not be a complete reflection of conceivable objective reality. 288, but would be, like all objective knowledge, and as Weber often repeats, in a functional relationship with it. That is, the development of scientific knowledge must be considered as a process of asymptotic approximation to a limit. The concrete impossibility of effective realization, at any given moment and in any foreseeable future moment, does not exclude the validity of the principle. Thus, Weber's principle of relation to values, while introducing an element of relativity into scientific methodology, an element necessary in relation to all empiricist positions, does not imply the skepticism which is the inevitable consequence of any truly radical relativism. 289. The ideal type and generalized analytic theory. However, some aspects of the relationship between scientific concepts and reality remain problematic. They can be further explored in relation to Weber's theory of the ideal type. Von Skelting, in one of his early works 290, demonstrated that Weber's treatment of this topic is not entirely acceptable as he included some different types of concepts in the same denomination. This fact is not of secondary importance. It is important to distinguish some of these possible types of concepts, to relate them to each other and to explain some points which are not satisfactory in Weber's treatment. 291. The best way to arrive at Weber's formulation of the concept of the ideal type is to place oneself in the polemical situation in which he was placed. It will turn out that, as in the case of other categories that have been discussed. 292, this type is negatively defined, as opposed to other concepts, and is therefore a residual category. It is therefore understandable that there is a certain lack of homogeneity. The most important elements for our treatment are the following. 1. Weber insists that scientific concepts do not exhaust concrete reality but imply a selection and are therefore, in this sense, unreal. 2. In his logical distinction between the natural and social sciences, Weber emphasized this fact in reference to the concepts of the social sciences. If the end of social analysis is always exclusively the interpretation of concrete and individual historical phenomena, concepts can only be means. The intrinsic relativity of the principle of relation to values prevents them from being considered as definitive concepts even within the logically possible limits of science. 293. 3. Weber's polemical position was directed against methodological theories derived from idealistic philosophy, primarily, intuitionist theories. At the same time he made Verstehen a fundamental methodological postulate of the social sciences. This implied that it dealt with the subjective aspect of action, especially ideas, norms, and concepts of value. In this polemical situation, the most immediate danger was that his position was confused with an idealistic position which identified these two elements of value with the totality of scientifically knowable concrete reality, or considered the latter as an emanation of these ideas. This led him to insist on the unreality of the concepts in terms of which these elements were formulated. 294. Weber's position is valid in this polemical context, but in another context such formulations might lead to erroneous impressions about his position. 4. Finally, we have already made a more general point. In his polemic, especially against the objectivist position, Weber pointed out, rightly, the fact that scientific concepts, particularly in the social sciences, do not reflect the totality of immediate experience, which is infinitely varied and complex. In this situation he was led to minimize the other aspect of the situation, namely that the concrete observation of the empirical fact, especially the scientific observation, takes place in terms of a conceptual scheme. Immediate experience in Weber's sense is not a concrete reality but a methodological abstraction. Again the unreality of concepts is underlined. The combination of these four elements could not fail to lead Weber to conceive the logical nature and function of concepts in the social sciences as fictitious and to keep him away from any kind of realism that might have been confused with any or all of the empiricist positions against which he fought. Consequently, in addition to containing elements that have a subjective reference, the only positive characterization of the ideal type provided by Weber. 295 is that it is a construction of elements abstracted from the concrete, put together to form a unitary conceptual model. This implies a unilateral accentuation, Steigerung, of some aspects of concrete reality which are not found in reality, that is, ideal types must not be considered concretely existing, with the exception of a few very particular cases, such as for example purely rational action. It is a utopia. 296. On the other hand, Weber explicitly states what the ideal type is not. 1. It is not a hypothesis. 297, in the sense that it is a proposition concerning concrete reality, concretely verifiable, and in this sense to be accepted as real, if verified. In opposition to the sense of concreteness, it is abstract. 2. It is not a description of reality, if by this we mean a concretely existing thing or process, to which it corresponds. In this sense too it is abstract. 3. It is not an average. 298, Gattungsbegriff, in the sense that the average man can be said to weigh 150 pounds. This average man is not an ideal type. 4. Finally, it is not a formulation of the concrete characteristics common to a class of concrete things, for example in the sense that having a beard is a characteristic of men as opposed to women. This is a Gattungsbegriff in another sense. Von Skelting 299 was the first to point out that in the term ideal type Weber included two distinctly heterogeneous categories of generalizing and individualizing concepts. In a later work 300, von Skelting elaborated a fundamental distinction between two subcategories. On the one hand we have the concrete historical individualities, which constitute the object of causal analysis, as for example, between the phenomena treated in the two previous chapters, the modern bourgeois and rational capitalism, the Indian caste system, the Chinese property bureaucracy. In this regard, it can be said that the element of abstract unreality is essentially a consequence of the selectivity of scientific interest. It is precisely the enunciation in schematic form of the aspects of the concrete situation that are of interest for explanatory purposes. To be susceptible of causal analysis, historical individuality must be simplified to the utmost, reduced to the essentials, neglecting what is less important. Thus, in the case of Indian caste the complex details of the hierarchical aspect of the caste structure are neglected and only the hierarchical relationship with the Brahmins is considered. But even so simplified and one-sided, in the sense of the relation to values, this concept is always definitively individual. There is only one caste system. The construction of such historical individualities has the function of preparing and organizing the concrete material for causal analysis. If it is not descriptive in the sense of exactly reproducing reality, it is nevertheless descriptive in the sense that its application to concrete reality does not constitute an explanation, but only states what needs to be explained. The explanation involves general concepts. The second category of individual concepts is very similar in its logical function, but different in content. The former contained at least elements of real phenomena, things and events in time, elements of social facts. This contains another order of objects, ideas, such as Calvinist theology, the Brahminical philosophy of karma and transmigration. These are undoubtedly relevant to the real process of action, but they cannot be identified with it. Indeed, the problem of this relationship is precisely the central point of Weber's sociological work. But neither are they the actual concrete contents of the minds of all Calvinists and all Brahmins, not to mention all caste members who do not explicitly reject Brahminical authority. On the contrary, they represent the development, in the clearest and most coherent form, of the general tendencies of religious thought in the environments in which they are widespread. Here, the ideal type can actually and concretely exist, in the sense that the system of ideas is explicit in some document, for example, Calvin's Institutio Religionis Christiani 301. However, this is not necessary, and above all it is certain that, for example, the mass influence of Calvinist theology cannot be restricted to those individuals who have fully understood the logical structure of the theological system in Calvin's enunciation. Such concepts are in a sense, at least in their sociological application, unreal. At this point in the discussion it is the other ideal type, the generalizing concept, that becomes important. We can say, quoting von Skelting 302, that the causal explanation of an individual event requires an answer to the question of what would have happened in certain hypothetical, and therefore unreal, but nevertheless possible circumstances. 303. A general ideal type is such a construction of a hypothetical course of events, with two other characteristics: 1. Abstract generality, and 2. Ideal typical accentuation of empirical reality. Without the first of these two elements, the concept could only be applicable to a given historical situation. 304. Without the second, it could simply be a common characteristic or a statistical average. It is neither one nor the other, but an ideal construction of a typical course of action, or a form of relationship applicable to the analysis of an indefinite plurality of concrete cases, which expresses, in a pure and logical form coherent, some elements relevant to the interpretation of different concrete situations. Since these are the general concepts necessarily involved in the logic of empirical testing, their methodological status is of vital importance. Weber himself used general concepts from economic theory as examples. Since this example has already been used in the present study 305, and since it clearly contains all the elements of the problem, except one, it will be used as the basis of the discussion. The main point 306 is that neither Weber nor von Skelting seem to consider the methodological status of these concepts of economic theory as a fundamental problem. 307. This example is drawn from the social sciences and involves the Verstehen, which Weber considers essential to the ideal type. His relation to the concepts of the natural sciences is of no interest here. On this basis, the concepts of economic theory all involve a normative element, what is generally defined as the postulate of economic rationality. It is generally accepted 308 that the action can be explained on the basis of economic principles only insofar as it actually corresponds to the requirements of this norm. The deviations must be due to factors other than economic ones. The problem arises at this point: the concepts of economic theory can be considered statements of a type of action wholly in conformity with the norm, a type of hypothetical concrete action 309, and not of concretely observed action. That there is no full compliance with this norm 310, that such compliance is unattainable and in this sense unreal, does not constitute a problem, it is a borderline case, like in physics the concept of a frictionless machine, which would not imply the transformation of mechanical energy into heat. On the other hand, these concepts can enunciate some analytical elements in a generalized system of action 311. If the analysis is limited to the first type of concept, if it is applied to situations that do not represent ideal experimental conditions for the theory, one finds oneself faced with the alternative: either an illegitimate reification of a specific theoretical system, or a theory that considers the function of concepts in science to be fictitious, indistinguishable, in reality, from the empiricist irrationalism of the objectivist and intuitionist positions. More specifically, in the case of Robbins, analyzed in the article cited above, we arrive at reification 312. Weber, since most of his general ideal types have this character, faces the same problem, but, thanks to his refined methodological apparatus, his wider empirical knowledge and his greater powers of intuition, his position turns out to be more complex. He is not a naive monist like Robbins. But his pluralism tends, by hypostatizing the ideal types, to break the organic unity of both the concrete historical individualities and the historical processes. In its phase of reification it gives rise to a mosaic theory of culture and society, both of which he conceives as made up of isolated atoms 313. This element and Weber's use of the norm of rationality are at the origin of the accusation of rigid rationalism that has often been leveled against him. This is the main methodological difficulty of Weber's position. More than any other factual error, it underlies all the problems emerging in his empirical theory. The difference between the two types of concepts and, above all, the consequences of their use, have already been indicated. There is no doubt that the model of free enterprise, as used by Marshall, with all his subsidiary concepts, corresponds to the Weberian postulate of economic rationality. Free enterprise is, according to Marshall, a hypothetical state in which men realize this norm. But it is clear that in this hypothetical state of Marshall's there is more than one analytic element 314, two elements are important here: utility and activities 315, but neither of these is even hypothetically conceivable as a concrete type of action. Our analysis has shown that the economic concept of utility makes sense only in terms of a given system of ultimate ends on the one hand, and elements of a given situation on the other. We can speak of a hypothetical action as determined by the maximization of advantages, only to the extent that the values of the other elements are given independently of considerations of utility, that is, the utility element must be considered independent of the others. The same can be said of the element of activities 316. It is clear that it is analytically separable from that of utility, as can appear from any comparison with a concrete situation different from the one conceived by Marshall. For example, the case treated by Weber 317 in Analysis of Traditionalism, in which an increase in the wage rate causes a decrease in labor, so that the total wage remains the same, is but another example of utility maximization. In other words, the concept of utility maximization has no meaning in itself. It cannot be reified without logically distinct elements coming into play, such as the nature of ultimate needs. 318 But the fact that in a plurality of different hypothetical cases, ideal types, for example the traditionalism of Weber and Marshall's free initiative, the same fundamental element of rational utility maximization is implied, and that it is logically indispensable to the see once a concept, demonstrates that this element of utility is an independent variable with respect to traditionalism and activities. The two elements are not reducible to each other in the sense that utility maximization logically implies maximization of traditionalism, in Weber's sense, or of activities, in Marshall's sense. This emerges clearly if Marshall's thought is compared with that of Pareto. Essentially the same items that Marshall treats as utility items appear in Pareto's generalized system, at least as part of interests. But it is clear that Pareto treats interests as variables independently of the residues and feelings they manifest. For example, these interests can operate both in a system characterized by the prevalence of persistence residuals and in another in which combination residuals are particularly strong, but the concrete result will be very different in the two cases. Marshall suppresses this independence of variation by linking the maximization of economic rationality to a particular class of residuals, those present in assets. This involves an implicit theorem which, as the works of the other three scholars, Pareto, Weber, and Durkheim have shown, do not correspond to the facts. But this, or another equally dogmatic theorem, is the inevitable logical result of the implicit methodological conception according to which all analytical concepts of a theoretical system must correspond to units of concrete systems, of which independent existence is conceivable. What we have isolated from the structure of action systems as the economic element cannot be considered a unit of this kind. It is a form of relation of units in systems that exceed a minimum level of complexity, for which they exhibit some emergent properties. The previous example showed that it varies independently of other elements of the same system, i.e. the elements of value. Robin's solution is to take the element of value completely out of the concrete system, by asserting that it is adequately illustrative of a concrete type of action, ends become random. Thus the interdependence of economic and value elements cannot be taken into consideration. Marshall connects economic rationality to a particular value of the set of values. Weber tends to make a third mistake, the mosaic atomism. Neither of these positions is satisfactory. That Weber did not arrive explicitly at the distinction of this type of concepts should not be surprising, if one considers that the position from which he started was of an empiricist type and that his main objective was to claim the logical necessity of the use of general concepts in the explanatory science. It is therefore not strange, above all in consideration of his polemic with idealistic methodologies, that he stopped, in his explicit formulations, at the type of general concept that most closely resembles the descriptive one on an empirical level, i.e. the type of action or hypothetically concrete relationship. The logic of empirical proof. The logic of the situation in Weber's thought can best be explored by following his analysis of the conditions of objective proof of empirical propositions, in which he developed the categories of objective possibility and adequate explanation. First of all, it must be remembered that Weber's discussion of proof and causal imputation directly concerned the problem of how one can demonstrate the resistance of a causal relationship between some elements of a given historical fact and certain pre-existing empirical facts. He was led to analyze the function of general concepts precisely by developing the logic of this problem. Von Skelting presents a summary of the different logical phases of the causal imputation process 319. It presupposes the construction and descriptive verification of a historical individuality, the situation to be explained. Therefore the indispensable phases 320 are the following: 1. Analysis of this complex phenomenon, or process, in order to break it down into elements such that each of them can be inserted into a general law, Regel de Geschichtens. 2. Prior knowledge of such general laws. 3. Hypothetical elimination or modification of one or more factors of the process, regarding which the problem of causal relevance for the result arises. 4. Hypothetical construction of what would be in this case, after elimination or modification, the presumed course of events, application of the category of objective possibility. 5. Comparison of the hypothetical conception of a possible development, what would have been possible if certain things had occurred differently, with the real course of events. 6. Based on this comparison, draw causal conclusions. The general principle is that, to the extent that the two courses of events, the real and the possible, differ, the difference can be causally attributed to the eliminated or modified factors. If, on the other hand, this hypothesized modification does not make any difference, it is justified to conclude that the factors in question are not causally important. This schema 321 contains all the essential elements of the problem. The main questions concern the interpretation of the following points: what is a factor, in the sense of an element of the problem that can be considered eliminated or modified for the purposes of hypothetical construction? What are the general laws in which it must be included, generelle Erfahrungsregeln or generelle Regeln de Geschichtens? And finally, what is the character of the general reciprocal relations of these two elements of scientific knowledge which seem to be equally indispensable? The first point to clarify is that in this scheme a factor is an entity involving statements of concrete facts. The problem of causality concerns the consequences, for the development of events, of the existence of these facts at the time and place in which they occurred, in the total complex of circumstances. Thus, in the examples that von Skelting draws from Weber, the factors are: a. The fact that the Persian advance was halted for a time at Marathon; b. The fact that the young mother quarreled with the cook 322; c. The fact that in Western Europe, at a given moment, the complex of attitudes that Weber defined as the ethics of ascetic Protestantism was common to a large number of people 323. These are the factors whose causal importance must be demonstrated. In any case they refer to specific situations or concrete events. But each of these is, in turn, part of a historical individuality. It would be absurd to attribute the absence of traditionalism and religious clerical spirit in Greek culture to the outcome of the Battle of Marathon, if the social situation of Greece at that time had been the one existing in Egypt, or to attribute the development of capitalism to the ethical Protestant if the social situation of Western Europe had been that of India of the same period. Both the factors to which causal importance must be attributed, or denied, and the situation in which they occur are concrete phenomena. The phenomena in which causal analysis is concerned constitute a real process. The problem is to establish what part the existence of a given factor in an earlier phase played in determining the concrete situation of a certain later period. This problem can have meaning only if the factor is considered to operate in terms of a given concrete situation. Furthermore, the only way to arrive at a judgment on the causal relevance of a factor is to ask what would have happened if the factor in question had not been present or had been changed, for example if the Persians had not been stopped at Marathon. It is clear that this is the same logic as in an experimental situation. Where practical difficulties prevent us from concretely reproducing the initial situation and modifying the individual factors, and verifying what would have happened, we must resort to a thought experiment, the construction of an objectively possible course of events. But this historical fact, including the factor we are dealing with, is an organic unity and can only be observed as such, lacking the possibility of experimentation. Consequently, whatever the term of comparison, this must be 324 a construction. To the extent that the whole was, in any sense, determined, the process had to be what it was. The construction of what would have happened in different circumstances therefore implies knowing how certain elements of the situation would have developed, and this in turn implies, as stated in the diagram, both the analysis of the phenomenon in its elements, and the possibility of predict development trends for each element, with greater or lesser accuracy. General laws appear as necessary to operate this forecast of trends. But what are the other elements on the basis of which the historical fact in question must be analyzed? In the example of Marathon 325, some features of the social structure and situation existing at that time in Greece, on the one hand, and the interests of the Persians and their possible policy, on the other. Thus, for example, in the religious situation of Greece, in addition to the cult of the family, there were at that time two main structural elements: 1. The civic cults, the exercise of which was assimilated to other public offices, a situation absolutely incompatible with the dominance of a hereditary priestly class; 2. A professional element, particularly evident in oracles such as Delphi, but still outside the structure of the polis. The central problem can be formulated in these terms: would the first element have continued to develop in secular forms, or would this tendency have been modified or eliminated following a shift in the balance of religious power in favor of the other element? Weber argues, with Eduard Meyer, that a Persian victory would most likely have determined the latter outcome. The reasons given are: 1. It would have destroyed the political autonomy of the polis and with it all the organization to which the state religion was linked; 2. A professional religious body would have been very useful to a Persian regime as an instrument of enslavement, and the conquerors would therefore have tried by all means to develop a priestly class. This happened in Palestine. The question cannot be developed further on the historical level. The problem concerns what is meant by general elements and laws necessary for the scheme of logical proof. From Weber's treatment we can deduce only one thing: they are general concepts or categories. If a factor operating in a given historical fact, and the elements prior to it, are considered modified or eliminated, only the specific facts can change. The elements to which reference is made must in a certain sense be general categories, forms of which the facts in question constitute the particular content. The modification must be a modification of content within the same form. The problem therefore consists in determining what is the universal in the terminology of logic, of which the specific facts in question represent a particular. This is where the dichotomy alluded to above becomes important. In the relation of a universal to the particular facts of a concrete situation, there can be two kinds of general categories. Weber does not make the distinction and does not specify which of the two he means, nor what relations exist between one and the other. To better clarify the implications of his position, we must go beyond his own analysis. A type of universal stands in a logical relation to the particulars of a class 326 of objects, just as the concept of man stands in relation to the individual human being. Man is, in a certain sense, an abstraction. Empirically there is no man, but only particular individuals and aggregates of individuals. But the concept of man includes a certain number of criteria, such that any concrete entity, in relation to which all these can be identified, can be placed in the class man together with all other concrete entities which present, within limits of variability, the same characteristics. As Weber's analysis has shown, there are several ways in which general concepts of this kind can be related to the totality of concrete entities included within the scope of the class. The class can be expressed as an average, with a certain range of variability, so that the details which remain within the bounds of that variability can be considered to belong to the class. Thus, man can be defined by referring to a characteristic such as height or average weight. Or class may be defined by reference to characteristics common to particulars, as when man is defined by a certain type of brain structure, upright carriage, opposable thumb, and the like, but not by hair or skin color, skin, cephalic index, etc. Finally, it can be defined as an ideal type. Undoubtedly, the elements that play a fundamental role in Weber's scheme of proof, such as the universals into which the particular facts of the modifiable factor fall, are class concepts in this sense. The formulation represented by the ideal type appears preferable essentially for two reasons. Firstly, their scientific function is linked to the interpretation of the normative orientation of the action. To this end, it is appropriate to examine the case in which the provision in question is considered to have been fully implemented. As Weber repeatedly points out, it is much easier to determine the role of the other factors in terms of the deviations of the concrete case from the condition of realization of the norm. Second, the concrete historical individualities to which these concepts are to be applied are organic phenomena. To isolate its parts, or units, a process of abstraction is necessary. Given that in any case such a process of abstraction is required, since the concept of class cannot adequately describe concrete phenomena, the concept of ideal type appears more adequate than the other two types indicated. Weber himself repeatedly indicates, as the main criterion for the correct formulation of an ideal type, that the combination of elements used to characterize it should be such that they, taken together, are significant. The meaning of this is clear, that is, they must adequately describe, in terms of a frame of reference, a potentially concrete entity, an objectively possible entity in the sense used by Weber. Not in the sense that it should be possible to demonstrate that a concrete entity corresponding to the type really exists, but in the sense that all the essential properties of a concrete entity are included. 327. Thus, in mechanics, it would make no sense to describe a body having a mass and a velocity if it were not located in space. Similarly, a system of action having means and ends, but without rules regulating the means-end relationship, makes no sense. The ideal type relevant in this context is, therefore, a hypothetically concrete entity, a state of affairs or a process, or a unity of these, and it is ideal only in the sense that it represents a construction with fictitious simplifications and exaggerations of certain elements. The examples Weber frequently uses are craftsmanship, bureaucracy, feudalism, church, sect. It is clear that this kind of ideal type is not necessarily an analytic element, in the sense in which the term has been used in this study. An element is also universal or a combination of universals, of which the descriptive facts of a concrete entity or state of affairs may be the particulars. But there is no need for it to be a universal class. It may be what one might call a predicible universal. It may refer to general properties or qualities of concrete phenomena, the values of which are descriptive facts of the phenomena. So in mechanics, mass is an element in this sense. However, its concrete counterpart is not a unit of a mechanical system, but the mass of a particular body. Both the concept of class and the predicible universal are abstractions. And they are so, in part, because they are universal and not particular. But it is clear that the abstraction is of a different type in the two concepts. The particular corresponding to one is a concrete entity, George Washington was a man. The particular corresponding to the other cannot be a concrete entity, but the concrete property or quality of such an entity. The sun has a given mass, it is not a given mass. The two coincide only when the second includes the universals of all the facts necessary for an adequate description of a unit. A concrete entity is always capable of description in terms of a certain number of predicates about it, which ones are, and how many, will be determined by the frame of reference in terms of which it is described. There is always, for a frame of reference, a set of general properties, the values of which, taken together, constitute an adequate description of a concrete unit or entity. Thus, in classical mechanics, in order to describe a particle or a body exhaustively, it is necessary to indicate its mass, speed, position in space and direction of movement. The omission of one or more of these data renders the description indeterminate. These considerations make it possible to indicate some general relations between the universal ideal type and the universal analytic element. The first is truly universal and is therefore applicable to an indefinite plurality of particular cases. It cannot, therefore, include in its formulation a set of specific values of the elements relevant to the description of the particulars of the class. It contains no hard facts. Instead, it contains a determined set of ratios, possibly with certain limits of variability, of these element values. Only to the extent that these relationships persist can it be said that the type exists or that it is relevant to the analysis of the concrete situation. This can be better emphasized by returning to the previous discussion. Economic rationality can be regarded as a general property of action systems of this type. It is a property of the type of action that Weber described as traditionalism. This type implies, as an essential element, the maximization of economic rationality. But the maximization of economic rationality alone is not sufficient to provide an adequate description of the type of action Weber had in mind. It is an economically rational action in relation to a traditionally fixed standard of living, that is, not relative to any given end but relative to a system of ends in which traditional stability is the highest value. The combination of these two specific properties is what defines the type. But if this condition is given, a great variety is possible, in concrete cases, as far as other aspects are concerned, such as in the concrete content of the ends and in the particular characteristics of the situations. The example of the Silesian mowers is one of many possible examples of this type of action. The type is equally applicable to American miners, whose consumption habits and whose situations, as regards the means of securing a fixed income, are very different. This is what we meant above by saying that in the ideal type the elements are related to each other in a particular combination. Traditionalism 328 exists only to the extent that maximizing economic rationality also achieves maximum stability in the standard of living. The ratios between the values of the analytical elements, important for the formulation of the type, are always the same, regardless of their particular values and those of other elements. Analysis based on the ideal type provides no means of eliminating the rigidity of these fixed relationships. 329. If the relations in question always existed in concrete reality, which is not always the case, we would have no objection. That this may not happen emerges clearly from the comparison with the Marshall-Lien example discussed above, of needs adapted to activities. In this case, the property of economic rationality is maximized, but its maximization is not linked to the fixity of the level of needs. On the contrary, it is related to a progressive increase in the standard of living. Thus Marshall's model of free enterprise is characterized by another type of action, in which the maximization of economic rationality is combined with that of activities, of which the progressive raising of the scale of needs represents one aspect. There is no difference in the element of economic rationality present in the two types of action. The differences concern the way in which this element is connected to the others, in this example to the set of ultimate values. This fact has a fundamental methodological importance. The formulation of concepts, including Weber's ideal types, is an indispensable stage in the process of science, but in general scientific analysis cannot be stopped at this point. An atomism of types would result, each concept of type being a unit of analysis in itself. But in reality these units are systematically linked to each other. This is true because they are formulated in terms of combinations of relationships between the values of a more limited number of properties, and each property is attributable to a number of different types. Above all, the values of the general elements of interest are not always related in the particular way that any single concept of type implies, they vary independently over a very large range. This has been demonstrated for a specific case. The maximization of economic rationality is not rigidly linked to the stability of needs, but can coexist in various ways even with a certain flexibility of the needs themselves. Using only the concept of type in analysis means not grasping these possibilities of independent variation. Furthermore, such a use of the concept of type represents a violation of the fundamental methodological canon of scientific economics, since this would imply a distinct general concept for each possible combination of relationships between the values of the relevant elements, whereas in terms of an analysis of elements it is possible to derive all these types from a much more limited number of elementary concepts. Indeed, it is impossible to develop a systematic classification of ideal types without at the same time developing, at least implicitly, a more general theoretical system, and this is because the relationships between the types included in the classification can only be indicated using the categories which comprise a generalized system of this kind. Thus, because the maximization of economic rationality is common to both, traditionalism and private enterprise belong, in certain respects, to the same class. But this more generalized theoretical arrangement implies, as we have seen, two different types of conceptualization. What this study is mainly interested in is a generalized system of structural categories, applicable to any system of social action. The other is a system of variables. Even Weberian ideal types can sometimes be treated as variable elements, since they are universals. The same is true for the structural categories that we have dealt with in this study. However, the elements are not necessarily identifiable with either one or the other. This is true for example for the category of Pareto residuals. An ideal type, in Weber's sense of the term, is always a generalized unit of a social system. But it is generally of a more specific and concrete character than any category of our generalized structural system. For example, a rational elementary act would be more easily treated by Weber as an ideal type than as an elementary act as such. But the elementary act in this sense can be an ideal type. Not the same, however, for certain other structural categories. These describe forms of relationship of units and their elements in complex systems of action, and they cannot even be conceived of as existing independently of the structural elements. They constitute what may be termed structural aspects of concrete systems, and the properties of the systems dependent on them are emergent properties. They have in common with the element that is a predicable universal, in the absence of an adequate description of a unit, the fact that they cannot be conceived as corresponding to a class of objectively possible entities. The economic sector of the means-end chain represents a structural aspect of this type. Before concluding this part of the discussion, we can observe that the use of ideal types instead of more general analytic concepts, with the rigidity in the combinations of the relationships between the values of the latter that this entails, is a serious source of error in terms of empirical interpretation. We can mention two examples. Marshall's assertion that the rise of economic rationality was an intrinsic tendency of human action was correct. But he failed to see that this trend would not necessarily lead to a system based on private initiative. It was by no means incompatible with, for example, the Indian caste system. This system may certainly differ from the free enterprise system in the extent of the sector to which economic calculation is applied, but not necessarily in the extent to which the typical individual realizes the norm of economic rationality insofar as it is applicable. 330. Marshall linked the value of economic rationality to the whole complex of other elements which he defines as the progressive development of character. This is the rationale for his linear evolutionism, culminating in the system of free enterprise, and to this must be attributed his certainty of the latter's inevitability. This results in a very serious error on the empirical level. A somewhat different situation occurred in another economics school, of which the position of Robbins is an example. 331. In this case the aim is to build an abstract science of economics. But the mere refusal to discuss it does not solve the problem of the relationships between the elements of economic theory and the other elements of a system of action. To ignore this problem is to assume that they are random in relation to the economic elements. With reference to ultimate ends, this consequence leads Robbins to the utilitarian position. Since the problem of order in the Hobbesian sense was not addressed, the assumption of a natural identity of interests is also taken for granted. Hence the liberal limit that we also find in Robbins' other works. 332. In summary, the factor that the verification scheme requires to be eliminated or modified is always made up of concrete facts relating to concrete historical individualities. The concrete historical individuality is considered to be analyzable in its single concrete elements, in such a way that it is possible that the value of one of these can be changed independently of the others. But for the resistance of a causal relationship to be proved through this process, it must be possible to classify these facts according to general concepts. And here the difficulty arises: these general elements, in fact, are not all of the same nature. There are three possible types. Weber's ideal type is a hypothetically concrete unit or part of the historical individuality in question, the general characteristics of which belong to an indefinite plurality of other concrete historical individualities. It is an abstraction because it is a logical universal, not a particular. It is also abstract because it is an ideal type, not an average or set of common traits. The other types of concept are on a more generalized analytical level. It is not at all necessary that they are units. The corresponding particulars can describe a distinct concrete entity, but they can also limit themselves to predicate a single property of one or more such entities, or designate a structural aspect of a system. Such concepts are also abstract in the sense that they are universal, but not in the same sense as the ideal type. All concrete phenomena, including the particulars corresponding to ideal types, are capable of description only in terms of a specific combination of the values of the analytical elements. The ideal type, being a universal, does not imply a combination of specific values, but instead implies a fixed set of ratios between the values of the analytic elements. However, these elements are often independently variable outside the bounds allowed by the definition of types. Consequently, limiting general conceptualization to ideal types introduces an element of rigidity that can lead to a methodological atomism. To the extent that these types are reified, the result is either a mosaic theory of history, or a rigid evolutionary scheme. 333. On these grounds, the only way to reject these conclusions is to insist on the fictitious character of type concepts. 334. The meaning of the general laws by which the factors are subsumed may differ in different cases. Elements of the ideal type can be held to have, under given circumstances, typical modes of behavior as a unit. In this case, those laws are generalizations about these ways of behavior. They are empirical generalizations in the sense adopted in the previous discussion. 335, qualified only by the element of fictitious abstraction proper to the concept of ideal type. They are not general statements of what actually happens, but of what would happen if actual facts fully conform to the ideal type. Thus, in the example cited by Weber, Gresham's law is a generalization on the concrete behavior of men in relation to two monetary elements of different value. 336. In this case, the real course of events generally corresponds to a considerable extent to the law, which proves the empirical importance of economic rationality, the law being formulated on the assumption of its maximization. An analytical law, on the other hand, expresses a uniform relationship between the values of two or more analytical elements. It is therefore probable that it could also be valid beyond the scope of any single ideal type. 337. Furthermore, the generalization concerning the behavior of units of the ideal type, which has been discussed above, cannot be obtained by applying individual analytical laws, but only by applying some of them combined together. The main exception to this statement is the case of ideal experimental conditions. These are present when a given change in concrete phenomena can be attributed to a change in the value of the element, or of the small number of elements explicitly under examination. This holds true only when the values of all other concretely relevant elements can be treated as constant throughout the process being studied, or when their values remain within a limited variation. Thus the law of gravity applies in every case when air resistance or friction is constant at zero. The fundamental distinctions that we have tried to clarify here have nothing to do with that between the natural sciences and the social sciences. They belong to the logic of empirical science in general, a field in which, as we have already stated, there are no differences between the two groups of sciences. Weber's failure to clarify these distinctions and their consequences for the general theory and its empirical application seems to be largely attributable to the rigidity of the line he wished to draw between the two groups. Generalized theory, in this sense, was formerly developed mainly in the natural sciences, and its tendency to keep it absolutely separate prevented Weber from making full use of the methodological achievements of that field. In this respect, Pareto assumed a clearly more advanced position. For these fundamental logical aspects there is no difference between the physical sciences and the social sciences. They differ, as it seems relevant in the present study, in only three aspects, none of which belongs to logic, but all are substantial. 1. The elements, both structural and variable, differ from each other in their specific character, and consequently the laws are different. To speak of an act having mass is as absurd as to speak of a star as a rational entity. Indeed, a theoretical system, in the analytical sense, can be defined as an entity when it involves a body of related elements such that the latter, with their relationships, cannot be expressed in terms of another set, and refers to a concrete system of the corresponding generalized structure. 2. They differ in the character of the empirical material they deal with. The subjective point of view is valid as a basis for verification for the social sciences but not for the physical sciences. 3. They differ in the degree of organicism of the concrete historical individualities they deal with. 338. However, this too is more a question of adequacy in relation to a concrete goal of knowledge than of intrinsic difference. 339. An act or set of acts, concrete or hypothetically concrete, can include all the elements of the action. 340. This is the reason why the analytical sciences come to interfere with the historical sciences, as we noted above. However, we must also highlight another point. Any kind of concrete act can involve all the elements of the action, but in a specific combination of relations of their values. Precisely to the extent that the values of these elements can vary independently of each other, and apart from this, there is no other reason to distinguish them as elements. This independent variation is made impossible by the particular combination fixed in the guide. To eliminate the rigidity typical of the ideal type, it is necessary on the one hand to understand that in every concrete act different elements of the action are involved, and on the other to recognize that they can vary independently of each other. In this context the variation has a particular meaning. We do not have a complete scientific theory until all the possible concrete types of a class of historical phenomena, or concretely conceivable parts of the type 341, can be considered as exemplifying different combinations, according to laws, of the same analytical and structural elements. Independent variation here means that the value of one element can change, while the values of the others do not change in the same way or to the same extent. 342. The only way therefore to develop a generalized theory is the comparative study of different actions and action complexes, which differ in their observable properties. Through a long and laborious process of comparison, taking cases similar in some respects, different in others, it is possible to formulate the variable elements. In the case of activities as opposed to traditionalism, it is clear that the rational allocation of means to ends is a common property of the two cases, while the specificity of ends is not. Once such an element is formulated, it is possible to construct the concrete results of its various possible combinations with other elements. Adequacy of explanation. With this reference to the construction process, the discussion returns to Weber's discussion of the adequate explanation, and to the consequences that derive from it for the relationship between empirical generalization and analytic law. The theses can be advanced. 1. To what extent it is necessary, in order to obtain an adequate explanation, to move from empirical generalization to analytic law, depends on the particular empirical problem, and 2. If this is necessary, the empirical abstraction of the types Weber's ideals is a necessary phase. 343. To arrive at a definition of the elements, both analytical and structural, of a generalized system. Returning to an example cited above. 344, a housewife boils a potato for 15 minutes and then serves it to her husband. The husband objects that she is tough and adds she hasn't boiled enough. This is a perfectly fine causal statement. The interest in the potato is limited to whether it is hard or not. It is generally known that it takes about 45 minutes to cook a potato well. The fact is that for this purpose it is not necessary to know the explanation of the complex chemical changes that take place in a potato during the boiling process, or the laws that regulate them. A single law is sufficient to make the explanation valid and adequate. It can be verified. Similarly, in the field of action, an individual asking for information may be told that the fastest way to get to Boston South Station from Harvard Square in Cambridge is to take the subway. All elements of this statement can be tested in terms of generally known laws, pertaining to everyday, for Bostonians, experience. Indeed, without such general laws any rational action would be inconceivable. They are undoubtedly comparable to scientific laws. On the contrary, they are scientific laws fully adequate to the purposes for which they are used. From these common sense arguments there is a gradual shift to conceptions at the other end of the scale, such as the second law of thermodynamics. The passage depends 1. On the growing complexity of the data that must be taken into account in expressing a judgment of adequate explanation, 2. On the extent to which the hypothetical constructions, necessary to formulate such a judgment, transcend common sense and become judgments of probabilities, involving eminently technical formulations, and the rigorous deduction of the logical consequences of given facts. In making concrete judgments of probability, one soon reaches the point where the elements of a problem are so numerous that concrete certainty is impossible. As the complexity of the problems increases, it becomes necessary to have adequate conceptual aids. First of all, the number of possible elements is so great, and the problem of their relevance so complex, that it is necessary to deliberately reconstruct a historical individuality which becomes the thing to be explained. Secondly, in describing it we must be able to refer its parts to type concepts applicable beyond the particular case. Thus, for example, in describing modern capitalism, Weber uses the concept of bureaucracy. Finally, in our judgments of objective possibility, we must try to formulate the typical lines of development of these elements. All three of these models of ideal typical construction are important in Weber's work and absolutely adequate and necessary. But this cannot be enough, otherwise we would come to consider all the explanatory concepts fictitious since, not being true on an empirical level, they explain nothing. Against this attitude of skepticism, which does not correspond to objective reality, the reaction is the hypostatization of these concepts and the mosaic theory of concrete society results. This is due to the rigidity of the ties which unite the elements of the action in the ideal types in fixed combinations. History then becomes a process of reshuffling ideal types, valid as a unit. It follows that instead of being a useful fiction, the ideal type has existence, as a concrete and constant unit, in the course of a long process. The only way to overcome this rigidity, without falling into positions of skepticism, is to have recourse to the generalized theory, which demolishes the particular combinations of elements in ideal types but, seeing in them a manifestation of common elements in constant forms of reciprocal relationships, brings knowledge onto a more flexible and, at the same time, more realistic basis. We have already noted that Weber did not just develop a theory of the ideal type. The attempt to elaborate a systematic classification of ideal types represents the main theoretical contribution of his work, and indirectly, this forced him to refer to a generalized analytical theory. Weber's sociological theory is neither one nor the other, but a combination of both of these methodological positions. The reasons for this combination should be clear. General concepts were a residual category for Weber, since his polemical position was oriented towards those who absolutely denied any value to the concepts themselves. There are three main categories of possible general concepts: concrete hypothetical types, generalized structural categories and variable elements. 345. The former can be action or relationship types. Given Weber's historismus, his sense of the individuality of cultural phenomena. 346, it is easy to understand that he concentrated on relationships. In fact, the most important body of systematic theory in his work consists of a classification of the different possible types of social relations. It is probably the most systematic and the most complete available in the sociological literature, an indispensable tool for concrete research. But the main value of this study lies in the generalized exposition of action systems which, to a large extent implicitly, is developed alongside classification and which forms its essential logical basis. In the present discussion of the logical nature of the general theory we have faced some difficult problems. We don't claim to have cleared them all up, nor do we propose in this study to try to go into them further. In the course of our work we have proceeded cautiously, gradually moving from well-known and clearly formulatable islands of theoretical knowledge, primarily, the conception of science in its relation to the rationality of action, into unknown spheres. We have adhered to two principles: do not refuse to address, under the pretext that they are metaphysical, unsolved methodological problems, should their solution appear important, and never go further than necessary. It seems to us that we can conclude that the scheme of the structural elements of action, which constituted the main object of this study, has logical significance only if it is conceived, at least in a certain respect, as the structure of a generalized system of theory. We have also explored the problem of the methodological status of the general theory, in order to be able to clarify its relationship with empirical causal explanation and with the other types of theoretical concepts relevant in this same context. It is not necessary to proceed further for now. Before moving on to the Weberian scheme of the structure of action systems, it will also be appropriate to make some observations on some specific points, in order to prevent any misunderstandings and to indicate some directions of analysis. First, let us take up the problem of causal attribution. It will be recalled that among the prerequisites of this scheme were cited, 1. The analysis of a historical individuality into elements, each of which could be studied on the basis of a general law, and 2. The knowledge of such laws. On the basis of the foregoing analysis it must be recognized that concepts and laws correspond in reality to different things, which must be kept distinct. On the one hand, there are types that constitute standard units, such as bureaucracy, clergy, etc. On the other hand, there are generalized theoretical categories, such as the rationality of action. Similarly, laws can be empirical generalizations, which are judgments about the probable behavior, under certain circumstances, of these concrete types, or analytic laws, which are statements about the general forms of interrelation of the values of the analytic elements, independently of the particular values of this last. It is possible to arrive at adequate judgments of causal imputation only in terms of concrete types and empirical generalizations. The problem is whether our empirical knowledge of the behavior of unit types is, in relevant circumstances, as occurs in most judgments, adequate for the scientific interest in question. This not only with regard to everyday life, but also in many cases in which there is causal attribution relating to historically relevant phenomena. As cases become more complex, it is necessary to resort to an ever more subtle and explicit formulation of these types, as ideal types, and to the explicit construction of the lines of their development. Finally, when this is not enough, there is a need for more generalized concepts and laws. However, this does not mean that we do without the other type of concept. These are often indispensable in order to clearly and precisely formulate the points of articulation between the generalized theoretical system and concrete reality. Analytic theory, in turn, serves as a check for the formulation of general empirical concepts of type. And these analytically correct empirical concepts are in turn used for the concrete operation of causal attribution. We must also mention the function of another important Weberian methodological concept, that of possibility, which is intimately connected to the problem of adequacy in causal imputation. When it is necessary to formulate a very complex judgment of causal attribution, as in the case of the relationship between the Protestant ethic and modern capitalism, the historical phenomenon under study must be analyzed and divided into a large number of typical units 347. Each of these must be subjected to judgments of possibility as to its line of development under the relevant circumstances. These judgments are based on a reconstruction of the phenomenon. Consequently, the predicability of a hypothetical and objectively possible concrete state is subject to error in the case of the reconstruction of each element, and even more so in the case of reconstruction of the totality of the elements. 348. It is therefore excluded that we can arrive at an objective empirical certainty. The judgment can only be a judgment of possibility. In this sense, Weber speaks of adequacy when the great majority of the causally relevant type units, which could have influenced a given historical phenomenon, wait in confirmation of the particular thesis. When this occurs, discordant cases can in this sense be considered accidental. 349, and be neglected. Thus, for modern capitalism, positive relations between the Protestant ethic and the spirit of capitalism and negative relations between the latter and other religious ethics were established. The reconstruction of the influence of the Protestant ethic corresponded to the observed facts. At this point the application of the category of objective possibility intervenes. Weber makes use, in this case, above all of analogies. 350. The elimination of the Protestant ethics factor is accomplished by analyzing situations in which it did not occur. 351. This implies a judgment on the possibility that the other material factors were not much less favorable to the specific historical fact, modern capitalism of the Western type, in analogous cases, particularly in China and India, than they were in the West. Weber's conclusion that the possibilities in this sense were not appreciably smaller confirms his attribution of an important positive function to the Protestant ethic. Possibility here means only our inability to achieve absolutely precise empirical knowledge. The accidental course of a factor must not be confused with possibility in the sense of the mathematical theory of probability. 352. It refers only to the concrete problem in question. Weber takes up this concept of possibility. 353 in the definition of the concepts of types of him. Thus in economics and society he defines most of these as a social relationship to the extent that there is a possibility that a certain abstractly established norm of behavior or relationship is adhered to. This is a consequence of the particular kind of abstraction involved in the concept of the ideal type. For on the one hand it is descriptive in the sense that it expresses a concrete hypothetical unit or part, on the other hand it is abstract or unreal in the sense that this unity does not really exist in its theoretical integrity. The gap between the type and the facts is bridged by recourse to the concept of possibility. This confirms that such concepts always lack precision from an empirical point of view, and this prevents Weber from falling into reification. On the other hand, it must also be observed that analytic concepts, in their theoretical formulation, do not require this qualification, they are not fictitious in the same sense. At this point we need to add a few words about the application of the above analysis to Weber's work on capitalism. Having failed to explicitly recognize the function of a generalized theoretical system, this work has a certain atomism. Where this is most evident is in the rigidity of the distinction between rational bourgeois capitalism on the one hand and the capitalism of adventurers on the other, as two concrete standard units. Weber's distinction is undoubtedly a correct intuition and, above all in comparison with the absolute reification of this last element accomplished by the majority of Anglo-American critics. 354, it is of great use for the interpretation and understanding of the problems to be places himself. However, in practice, the relationship between the two types is closer than Weber's conceptual scheme acknowledges. This relationship could be better explained if the distinction were made, rather than according to concrete types of capitalism, in terms of the relative values of different elements of action in specific concrete capitalist activities. Thus in the capitalism of adventurers the element of zweckrationalität has a very high value compared to that of disinterested moral obligation. 355, while, in principle, the opposite occurs in rational bourgeois capitalism. The essential point is that modern capitalism constitutes one socio-economic system and not two. We cannot delve further into the problem here. However, we can insist that this critique does not touch the main empirical thesis of Weber's theory, the function in the modern economic order of the ascetic sense of a moral obligation towards an impersonal task. Essentially the same considerations justify to some extent the methodological criticism made by Sorokin of Weber's general sociology of religion. The essence of this criticism is that the economic ethics of a religion is a concrete phenomenon, in the ideal typical formulation 356. In its genesis, the religious factor represents only one of many possible factors. There will also be, for example, economic influences. Consequently, the effects of economic ethics on concrete economic life are not exclusively the product of religion. From this Sorokin concludes, Weber's analysis indeed does not even show that he is concerned with isolating the religious factor in the complex of Wirtschaftsethik factors and correspondingly with measuring the amount of its part in the production of the Wirtschaftsethik effects in the field of economic phenomena. After Weber's investigation, we are no more erudite about the degree of efficiency of the religious factor than we were before it saw the light. The substance of the methodological argument is exact, as Weber himself acknowledges. However, this does not justify the conclusions. In the first place, Weber's scientific contribution, based on concrete type units, is extremely important. 358. Suffice it to say that Weber has brought the discussion of the problem of what kind of influence religion presumably has on concrete economic life a long way. This point is especially clarified by the doctrine of religious interests and their relation to ideas. This point is preliminary to any kind of general theory of the influence of a religious factor. Secondly, in the only case in which he dealt with it specifically, the case of the influence of Protestantism on capitalism, Weber arrived at a judgment of historical imputation of a high degree of adequacy, which no criticism managed to infirm. It is not a question of a precise quantitative judgment, formulated in terms of percentages. A judgment of this kind would be absurd. However, it tells us a lot about the weight of this factor and that, if it were missing, history would have developed in a radically different way. In formulating his criticism, Sorokin bases himself on a criterion that is inapplicable to Weber's work. In principle it is impossible, except in borderline cases, to explain a concrete phenomenon in terms of the empirical laws governing any concrete type unit, for example the Protestant ethic. It is impossible, with Weber's method, to define the quantitative importance of the Protestant ethic. Weber tackled this problem by introducing judgments of adequacy, of imputation in terms of possibilities. No other method is possible on this level. On an analytical level, however, some of these drawbacks could be overcome and a more precise judgment could be reached. It would be a question of analyzing Weber's hypothetically concrete, religious and economic, factors in terms of their elements and then applying the results of this analysis. We cannot proceed further on this point here. In the next chapter we will make some suggestions. It is interesting to note why Weber did not bring analytic concepts, and their function, to a level of methodological awareness. The main explanation is that he had to reclaim the function of general concepts against the radical attack of the empiricists, and that he engaged this problem to the point that such concepts remained, in his treatment, an inadequately analyzed residual category. To this must be added his erroneous contrast of the function of general concepts in the natural sciences and in the social sciences, which led him to attribute greater importance, as regards the latter, to those concepts which are fictitious constructions. This in turn is to be connected to the importance attributed in his approach to scientific knowledge as a means of practical action, from which he achieved a certain prevention of pushing the process of abstraction too far. 359. But his failure to consciously develop a generalized theoretical system was not entirely due to his unwillingness to go to extremes of abstraction of any practical significance. On the contrary, in relation to his conception of the role of individuality in the social sciences, it is a decidedly erroneous conception of certain aspects of the problem of abstraction. Weber argued, and here we quote von Skelting, that the generalizing knowledge of historical cultural reality cannot go indefinitely in search of ever more general concepts and laws, since this knowledge does not allow, except to a very limited extent, the de-individualization and atomization of the concretely qualitative reality it implies. 360. That is, the concern for individuality implied in Wertbesichung and the generality of laws are logically incompatible if the generalization is taken too far. This error depends on the failure to distinguish between different levels of generalization, It arises from always considering general concepts as type concepts. 361. It is true that the broader they are, that is, the more individual cases they can encompass, the more abstract and empty they become. 362. Consequently, pushing generalization indefinitely in this direction would lead to ever more abstract concepts, without any contact with the concrete individuality of real phenomena, i.e. to atomization. But this argument does not emphasize that both other types of general concepts do not simply constitute a step forward in the process of abstraction, beyond the concept of part type but always in the same direction, but that they are abstract in a different sense. In the case of a general system of elements into which concrete phenomena are decomposed, the abstraction is on a different level, the elements need not be parts. Furthermore, when given concrete phenomena are seen from a specific observation point, there is a definite limit within which the process of analytic abstraction can be pushed without doing violence to the phenomena. That is, depending on the observation point, our interest will focus on the aspects of a concrete phenomenon that are relevant for a given theoretical system. 363. In the case of motivated human action, the system of interest to our study is the theory of action system. Von Skelting seems to have understood this fact without fully grasping its importance when he says that the limit to the process of generalizing abstraction in the social sciences is established by the postulate of Verstehen. 364. Without the subjective point of view, the theory of action becomes meaningless. The incomprehensible can be analyzed in terms of one or more other category systems, but not this system. Failure to understand this aspect implies a monistic empiricist error, that there is a single system of ultimate elements of concrete reality which could be reached by carrying the abstraction process far enough and which expresses, in some way, its ultimate reality. At this point in Weber's work, reification re-emerges, which he seemed to have eliminated so radically. That he failed to clearly frame the function of a general theoretical system within the framework of methodology undoubtedly indicates an inability to overcome empiricist limitations. But apart from this, analytic abstraction must not be held to be incompatible with the concept of individuality. In fact, the very nature of the reference framework of a theoretical system sets a limit to the possible or licit degree of abstraction, in relation to each given sector of interest. The structure of such systems is closely related to the Wortbeziehung. Action and meaning complexes. Von Skelting, in the last part of his book 365, analyzes another limitation of Weber's methodological interpretation of his own thought which, given its relevance for certain points that will be examined further on, requires a brief comment here. It concerns Verstehen's concept which, von Skelting observes, presented no problems for Weber. It was a fundamental postulate of the social sciences, and there was no need to discuss it. Weber dealt with it almost exclusively in relation to the causal analysis of action. For him it essentially meant the accessibility of the subjective aspect of the action of others, as a real process in time. The purpose of this Verstehen is to discover motivations. Weber attempted, in some places, to make a distinction between two types of Verstehen, the distinction 366 between actual understanding, actuals, and explanatory understanding, motivationsmäßiges Verstehen, is very important. By including the understanding of the meaning of a mathematical proposition, 2x2 equals 4, under the first denomination, he seems to want to refer to a timeless world of meanings, abstracting from concrete motivations. But this criterion of distinction is lost again when Weber includes the understanding of what he is doing in the same category, when, for example, we see a man chopping wood. The latter case certainly implies elements of concrete motivation. It is impossible to interpret the observed movements without reference to an end to which they are connected as means. Analysis of this distinction shows that Weber apparently conceived it as a pragmatic distinction. We understand things as actual to the extent that, in terms of common experience, they are evident simply by being observed. Just as the meaning of the combination 2x2 equals 4 is evident to an individual with a limited knowledge of arithmetic, so it is evident that when we see a man using an object, which we call an axe, in a particular way, we think he is chopping some wood. On the other hand, from these immediate facts it does not emerge either the reason why the proposition 2x2 equals 4 was stated at that time and in that place, whether it was a scholastic proof, if it represented calculations or something else, nor why the man was splitting the wood, whether to exercise or to earn a living. Motivationsmäßiges is the understanding of motivational elements that are not evident in the specific concrete observation, but remain problematic instead. Weber, therefore, failed to make this important distinction. It is the distinction between motivation considered as a real process in time and timeless complexes of meanings, unreal Singebilde. As von Skelting demonstrates, Rickert believed that only the latter could be susceptible to Verstehen. But without reaching this extreme, the distinction is certainly fundamental and von Skelting has the merit of having highlighted it. It can be presented in a form that makes its relationship to the problems of this study more evident. Concrete motivation implies an intrinsic relationship between the significant elements and the others, in the whole of the action. A system of meanings proper to rational action is scientifically valid knowledge, which expresses hypothetical intrinsic relationships at least between ends, means and conditions. In motivation, considered as a real process over time, meanings cannot be separated from intrinsic relationships of this type, or analogous ones. On the other hand, real things, or events capable of observation can be meaningful only as symbols, without their concrete properties being of any importance. In this case Verstehen is necessarily limited to the meanings of the symbols by themselves, without reference to any intrinsic relationship in the real world. These are two extreme cases and naturally, in concrete reality, they merge and fade into each other. But the distinction is analytically important. Meaning complexes are significant for action analysis mainly in two respects. Von Skelting shows that the understanding of these complexes of meanings, apart from motivation, has an important function in Weber's own empirical research for both aspects. We have already drawn attention to the way in which Weber's work demanded the ideal typical formulation of systems of ideas that are relevant to the concrete motivation of action, Calvinist theology, Brahminical philosophy, etc. These are systems of related clauses and must be interpreted as such. Only if they are interpreted in this way is it possible to understand their relationship with concrete motivation, which takes the form of channeling religious interests. Secondly, subtle point, Weber also treated complexes of concrete actions as meaningful systems. That is, concrete acts are not treated as intrinsically meaningful acts in a means-end context, but as symbols of a system of meanings. We do not intend to present examples here, but the relationship with the function attributed to symbolism in Durkheim's work is evident. In the next chapter we will expose some relationships of this type of symbolic expression with a system of structural elements of the action. Here it was only necessary to point out the point of articulation with the general methodological basis of our study. However, we can mention two consequences of the connection between science and action, to whose clarification Weber's methodological work has contributed so much. The first concerns the problem of the relativity of scientific knowledge, with reference to the principle of Wortbesichung. This relativity cannot be taken to the extreme, which would imply the elimination of the formal scheme of logical, objective verification. This is the non-relativistic reference point needed to bring order to the mass of specific relative propositions that constitute concrete scientific knowledge. Now, doesn't the connection of scientific knowledge with rational action imply the existence of a formal scheme of the elements of action which is equally exempt from the relativism of concrete knowledge? This appears to be a legitimate interpretation of the Weber quote at the beginning of this volume. The main formal scheme of the means-end relationship, at least, is inseparable from the concept of action. Relativity can only refer to the specific forms of its application and its value framework etc., not to the formal scheme itself, insofar as one makes use of the conceptual scheme of action. Second, Weber stresses the freedom of science from value judgments, a position that has been strongly criticized. We are in full agreement with Weber. The fundamental logical distinction between value judgments and judgments of fact is fundamental to both science and the theory of action. Without it, science cannot be distinguished from the mere manifestation of feelings, nor can the rationality of the means-end relationship be established. But the analogy between science and action goes even further. Stated schematically, on positivist bases which, as we have demonstrated, eliminate the normative aspect of action, such a distinction is impossible, since all judgments endowed with meaning become scientific. On idealistic grounds the distinction is likewise eliminated, all judgments become value judgments. Of the three systems studied here, only a voluntaristic theory of action can make the distinction meaningful, but also necessary. Like the previous discussion of Weber's theory of capitalism and the sociology of religion, this study of his methodology is certainly not sufficient for the analysis of the multiple problems present in his thought. However, some fundamentally important points for our purposes have emerged. Weber was perhaps the only scholar in Germany who achieved an almost complete overcoming of the idealist empiricism predominant in the social sciences. He succeeded in affirming the logical necessity of general concepts for valid empirical knowledge. In the face of this fundamental result, the failure to give due importance to the function of a generalized system of theory becomes a secondary issue. His critical reaction to idealism finally led Weber in a direction which is of essential importance here, namely towards a voluntaristic theory of action. For the purposes of this chapter, it is truly a fortunate circumstance to be able to refer to the excellent study, already mentioned, by Alexander von Schelting, Max Weber's Wissenschaftslehre, CIT. Critical works of this level are extremely rare in the field covered by our study. The author is largely indebted to von Schelting, to whose works he will strictly refer, especially in the first part of the chapter. Although in general I fully agree with von Schelting on what he expounds in his treatment of him, it seems to me that he overlooks some limitations of Weber's methodological self-interpretation which are fundamental for our purposes. See also our review of von Schelting's work in the American Sociological Review, August 1936. 17 Max Weber 4, Systematic Theory. In the 16th chapter we have shown that Weber's main methodological intention was the affirmation of the need for general theoretical concepts in the socio-historical sciences. But the only general concept that he formulated with methodological precision is the ideal type. This, as we have seen, is a hypothetically concrete type which could serve as a unit of a system of actions or social relations, but, methodologically, it is not explicitly referred to a generalized theoretical system in either of its aspects principles, neither as a structural scheme of systems of action nor as a system of elements. Weber also tried to construct a systematic classification of ideal types 368, starting from a concept of action very similar to the one adopted in this study. To the extent that such types are empirically tested and their classification is logically consistent, it is reasonable to assume that the general framework of concepts underlying the classification is closely related to a generalized theoretical system, even if its methodological status has been explicitly processed. The aim we set ourselves in this chapter is to verify this hypothesis by systematically analyzing the logical framework of Weber's classification, on the basis of the general scheme of the structure of action systems that we have previously developed. The types of social action. Weber's logical starting point is the concept of action. By act, handeln, we must mean a human attitude, whether it is doing or omitting or undergoing, of an external or internal nature, if and as the individual who acts or the individuals who act join a subjective meaning, sin, to it 369. Social action is an action which is related, according to its sense, intended by the agent or agents, to the attitude of other individuals, and oriented in its course on the basis of this 370. Finally, sociology is a science which proposes to understand social action by virtue of an interpretative understanding, Verstehen, and therefore to explain it causally in its course and in its effects 371. These famous and fundamental definitions require a brief comment. It is clear that Weber directly associates the concept of action with an accessible subjective aspect, with the postulate of Verstehen. To the extent that human behavior 372 is not accessible to this understanding through the subjective point of view of the actor, we do not speak of action and we remain outside the Weberian formulation of systematic sociological theory. We do not intend to raise objections or comments to this negative limitation. The second point to note is that Weber is interested in the understandable aspects of behavior, i.e. action, only insofar as this matters for the causal explanation of its development and its effects. The concepts in which Weber is interested are therefore those of an explanatory empirical science and not of a normative discipline. 373. Finally, from the discussion of the previous chapter it is clear that he does not limit understanding, Verstehen, to the rational case. This occupies, as we shall see, a very important part in his scheme, but is only a part of it. The evidence, of understanding, Verstehen, can be, he says 374, either rational or emotional. He sometimes uses the term affectual. For example, we can understand a tantrum, even if for the actor's situation it is completely irrational. Non-subjective processes and objects are not entirely excluded from the consideration of a science of action, but they enter it as occasions, conditions, results, circumstances that favor or hinder human action. 375. It is possible that things, which to a given observer appear to be explicable in subjective terms, turn out to be the product of the laws of non-subjective systems, i.e. the significant aspect may be epiphenomenal. In cases where a subjective explanation, i.e. an adequate motivation, cannot be found, one can resort to regularities which, although having a high probability of being exact, nevertheless remain unintelligible, unverständbar. By reason we mean a connection of meaning, Sinnzusammenhang, which appears to the individual himself who acts or to the observer as a meaningful foundation, Sinnval, of an attitude. 376. A correct causal interpretation of concrete action implies that the external course and the motive are recognized as adhering and, at the same time, intelligible in a way endowed with meaning in their connection. 377. For our purposes, it is not necessary to investigate beyond the methodological foundation of the concept of action in Weber's position, since what we have said above is enough to demonstrate that it is substantially the same concept treated in our study. Weber elaborates a classification of social action and of action in general, which represents the starting point of the systematic differentiation of the types of him. We reproduce this fundamental passage in its entirety below. 378. Like all action, social action too can be determined, 1. In a rational way with respect to the purpose, zweckrational, by expectations of the attitude of objects of the outside world and of other men, using these expectations as conditions or as means for intentional and rationally considered purposes. As a consequence, 2. In a rational way with respect to the value, word rational, from the conscious belief in the unconditional value in itself, ethical, aesthetic, religious, or otherwise interpretable, of a certain behavior as such, regardless of its consequence. 3. Effectively, affectual, from affects and current states of feeling. 4. Traditionally from an acquired habit. Weber enunciates these four concepts as ways in which action can be determined, leaving open the problem of their methodological status. His use of these concepts leads one to believe that they are, by definition, essentially ideal types of concrete action, but at a later stage Weber tends to place them in a different context. This leads to some confusion. The distinction between the first two, as appears from the passage quoted above, certainly seems to refer to types of concrete action. At a superficial consideration it might seem that the terms zweckrationalität, rationality with respect to the goal, refers to the intermediate sector of the intrinsic means-ends chain, in terms of the analysis carried out above, and the term wertrationalität, rationality with respect to value, to the element of ultimate ends. However, this does not correspond to Weber's definition, since each of these describes a complete type of action including both means-end relationships and ultimate ends. Both are ideal types. The meaning attributed to them by Weber appears from the distinction analyzed by von Skelting 379 between the two possible formal types of ethical attitude that Weber defines as Verantwortungsethik and Gesinnungsethik 380. Zweckrationalität is the normative type of action logically implied by the first position, Wertrationalität corresponds to the second. The distinction is essentially the following: the actor recognizes a plurality of legitimate directions for the realization of his values, although perhaps not all are equally important, or it orients all its action towards a given specific value, for example salvation, which is absolute in the sense that all other potential values assume a meaning only as means and conditions, as possible aids or obstacles to the realization of this fundamental value. 381. In the first case there is not only the problem of choosing the means for a particular end, this is common to both, but also of a weighted choice of values, that is, of the ultimate ends, by comparing one with the other and evaluating the possible effects of a certain line of conduct, not only in relation to the realization of the immediate or ultimate particular end of that conduct in a direct chain, but also, directly or indirectly, due to its implications with regard to other values. 382. It therefore follows that in this situation there is an absolute need for objective knowledge, since only on the basis of this can the individual rationally formulate his evaluations. His action must be aimed at achieving harmony, at an optimal combination of realization of values in different fields, according to their relative importance. It goes without saying that Weber certainly did not believe in a pre-established harmony without any conflict between the different possible values. On the contrary, his conception is dramatic, characterized by the existence of profound conflicts between the different possible spheres of value. 383, and with particular insistence on the tragic consequences of indirect and unforeseen effects of the action, Schicksal, die Paradoxie der Folgen. The other position, as we have said, considers the conditions of action only as means and conditions for the attainment of a single absolute value. Naturally the actor must pursue this absolute value with every possible effort, but he does not care about the success, Erfolg, of his action. Whether or not he can succeed has no bearing on whether he should try, for there is no other value capable of competing with this or of compensating for failure. If success is impossible in the objective situation, martyrdom is the only acceptable alternative. On the other hand, he is not interested in the consequences of his action for the realization of other values, for himself or for others, simply because the other values do not count, or if they do they must be considered dangerous competitors with respect to the supreme value. 384. The question of the results of his action is left to God. 385, and the actor is not responsible for it. In the terms used in this study, therefore, the distinction between the two types of rational action rests on that between the two polar types of systems of ultimate ends. There are, of course, innumerable intermediate types between these, particularly forms in which the overriding character of a single value appears somewhat mitigated. Every hierarchy of values implies an element of Gesinnungsethik, while the opposite extreme is, for example, the position taken by Bentham with the famous formula, a pen is as valuable as a poem. Not just every individual, but every value counts as one and only one. As far as the means-ends relationship is concerned, the difference does not lie in its logical character, but in its extension. Some considerations about the relationship of means to ends, which are essential for action of the zweckrational type, become completely irrelevant at the extreme word rational. But nothing, in Weber's formulation of types, conflicts with the schema previously traced of the structural elements of rational action. The Weberian distinction interests our analysis of structure as it is particularly concerned with differences in the types of systems of ultimate ends. It is not a question here of criticizing the Weberian distinction, which is instead very useful, but of highlighting the differences from the scheme adopted in this study. 386. Although he distinguishes two types, Weber's rational action involves positively defined normative elements. It differs from Pareto's logical dating, in that Weber's concepts refer to hypothetically concrete complete types and consequently include the element of ultimate ends, as well as means and ultimate conditions. Weber's action is not limited to the form that the means-ends relationship takes, as in Pareto's concept, in the interpretation proposed by us. Therefore the residual elements of the action must be considered in a different way from the one Pareto would have adopted. However, the matter is further complicated by the fact that Weber positively defines another type of norm in addition to his two rational types, the traditional one. It is necessary to examine this point before starting the discussion of the residual elements. We have already said that the concept of traditionalism plays a very important part in Weber's empirical sociological work. In the passage quoted above he gives a very generic definition: the action is traditionally determined by an acquired habit, durch Gewohnheit. This could also suggest that traditionalism was, for Weber, simply the expression of the psychological mechanism of habit. But, however important habit may be in explaining the mechanisms of a traditional order, this interpretation does not seem acceptable. Firstly, the example used in the last chapter demonstrates that the stability of the tradition does not necessarily refer to the total complex of the action. The term does not indicate automatism, but refers only to some normative aspects, in this case the living level. On the other hand, the adaptation of means to ends is by definition, within these limits, rational. Traditional action is apparently a total type of action, and its traditionalism consists in the stability of some essential elements, their immunity from rational criticism or other forms of criticism. Nowhere else does Weber give a more complete definition of traditional action. He also further specifies the more general concept of traditionalism. In his treatment of the concept of legitimate order 387 he argues that legitimacy can be attributed to a given order by the actors, on the basis of tradition 388. Tradition, therefore, serves as the sanction of what is definitely and explicitly a normative aspect of a social system. There is nothing normative about custom per se, it is a mechanism or concrete pattern of behavior, not a way individuals should behave. Furthermore, in Weber's seminal treatment of types of authority, Typen der Herrschaft 389, one of the three main types of legitimate authority is the traditional one. We can quote the definition in its entirety: authority will be of a traditional character when it rests on the daily belief in the sacredness, Heiligkeit, of traditions that have always been valid, and in the legitimacy of those who are called to assume authority, traditional power, 390. The interesting point, for our purposes, is the use of the term Heiligkeit, which, linked to legitimacy, reintroduces the normative aspect. No custom as such is sacred. This suggests the attitude of moral obligation that has come to be so prominent in Durkheim's thinking. Finally, we can recall that Weber established a close link between traditionalism, symbolism, and ritual, in his treatment of primitive religion 391. From all this it is legitimate to conclude, in the first place, that traditionalism, on a theoretical level, has very little in common with the psychological concept of custom, secondly, which directly concerns the regulatory aspect of the action. This is derived from its close relationship with the elements of legitimacy and sacredness. But it does not seem fruitful to discuss the problem further until these concepts and the closely related one of charisma have been considered. However, it seems evident that traditionalism is not one of the ultimate structural elements of action systems. Rather, it is formulated on a more descriptive level. Furthermore, traditional action is defined as a type, although in this case, even more than in the case of the two rational types, difficulties emerge. In Weber's use of it, the more general concept appears in two main contexts: 1, as the concrete content of norms drawn without rational criticism from the past, tradition, and 2, as a quality or property of some concrete actions or relationships, traditionalism, piecework, or authority. It seems difficult to adequately describe a total concrete system of action by just the term traditional, in the sense that norms are involved, which probably justifies the reference to custom in Weber's definition. Finally, we can add some brief considerations on the category of effective action. The difficulties that arise in considering this definition as an adequate definition of a concrete ideal type seem to be even greater than those presented by the definition of traditional. Weber seems to have in mind instances such as an outburst of anger, irrational when viewed in terms of the plaintiff's interests in his given situation. No doubt cases of this kind actually exist, and it is possible to construct ideal types of specifically irrational action which include them. But these ideal types, to be on the same level as the two rational types, would have to be positively defined. It seems indicative to us that Weber's definition in this case, as for the definition of traditional, is schematic and imprecise, unlike what happens for the two rational types. Furthermore, and more importantly, nowhere in Weber's empirical work is the concept used positively, in a way that compares with the use of the concept of traditionalism. The obvious conclusion seems to be that effective action is to be regarded as a residual category. This is all the more probable as Weber nowhere claims that the classification of the four types of action is not meant to be exhaustive. We seem to be able to describe the process by which he probably arrived at this concept as follows. His starting point, like Pareto's, is the concept of the rationality of action. At the same time, his methodological position led him to formulate the concepts of type. From the two possible types of ethical attitude he arrived at the distinction of the two types of rational action, each of which is considered as a complete type, albeit normatively ideal. The traditional stereotyping of some aspects of action and of certain relationships was essentially an empirical fact that Weber continually encountered in his concrete research. Since it was impossible for him, given his methodological approach, to refer this fact to a generalized system of action, he accepted it as an ultimate fact, further irreducible. Although this was to some extent at odds with his empirical position, he tried to fit it, although without completely succeeding, into a logically symmetrical scheme of types of action. However, some non-rational aspects of the action were left out which, at the same time, were not traditional. As regards the latter, it should be remembered that for Weber not only the rational is understandable 392, emotion, for example, or an outburst of anger, are accessible to an observer. This non-rational, non-traditional residue is formulated as the distinguishing criterion of a fourth type of action. We will not attempt here to further discuss the problem of the elements included in it. However, we observe that, especially since this concept is characterized as residual, it is illegitimate to draw the conclusion that it represents psychological irrationality, in the case of the outburst of anger for example, an expression of an aggressive instinct, just as it was illegitimate the identification of traditionalism with custom. Psychological elements may undoubtedly be present, but they do not exhaust the problem. Above all, it is interesting to observe that the fundamental concept of charisma does not appear in any way in the four types of action. It could be somehow connected with the interpretation of effective action. From the four types of action Weber passes to the concept of social relationship 393. This is defined as a behavior, sich-verhalten, of several individuals mutually established according to its meaning content, and oriented accordingly. The social relation therefore consists exclusively in the possibility of acting socially in a given way, endowed with meaning, whatever the basis on which this possibility rests. It is not necessary here to develop the analysis of this definition, however, let us note some points. It implies another way of considering the same facts present in the scheme of action. It is indeed simply a way of considering some complexes of action. It matters because it represents the unity in terms of which Weber later constructs most of the more complex categories than he does. This naturally implies that one departs from the scheme of action, even though it is present in an indirect way 394. Finally, in Weber's treatment of social relationships, the existence of elements of regularity in the action itself is implied, on the basis of which it is possible to establish a significant probability that types of action will occur such as to constitute a relationship capable of definition. Ways of orienting the action. Among the elements of regularity, those that interest Weber are the elements that can be understood in terms of subjective categories. He further narrows the sector examined, limiting his attention to what he defines as types of proceeding of action. This expression suggests a prevalent interest in the normative aspect of systems of action, an impression which is strengthened by the character of the approach given by Weber to the problems of action. This is certainly true for two of the three categories that Weber proposes. The action, he says, can be oriented in terms of a, use, Brauch, b, situation of interests, Interessenlage, c, legitimate order 395. Interest is the category in which uniformities are understandable in terms of the rational orientation, Zweckrational, of the actors towards similar expectations. The concept of a legitimate order implies the orientation of the action on the basis of the idea, Vorstellung, by the actors, of the existence of such an order as a norm. At this point, some observations on these two categories are appropriate. The stability of the interest-based regularities of action is due to the fact that any actor, who does not take into account the interest of others in his action, thereby provokes their resistance, which becomes an obstacle to the achievement of his own finished 396. Thus the orientation towards a legitimate order does not concern only the extent to which one lives in conformity with its norms, but also includes its avoidance and infringement. The problem is, of course, that the existence of the order has consequences for action and that these consequences can be attributed to understandable reasons. The normative character of these two elements of regularity is therefore clear. As far as the first is concerned, it must be attributed to a norm of rationality in the pursuit of fine data. As far as the other is concerned, it can be attributed to rules involving an element of legitimacy or obligation. The status of the third category, usage, is more uncertain in this respect. Indeed, Weber's formulation, which is very brief, suggests the presence of non-normative elements. He says that use implies uniformity of action if and to the extent that it appears as effective exercise, durch Tatsächlichübung, which suggests that the psychological mechanism of habit is the main point that he had in mind. However, his analysis demonstrates, beyond the possibility of a doubt, that normative elements are also involved. They are so in a form that has not been taken into consideration up to now in this study. We therefore defer explicit examination of this category until after the two categories mentioned above have been covered. The logical status of these three concepts is not entirely clear even in Weber's treatment. Two are qualified, in Weber's definition, by the phrase if and to the extent that. The third is stated in these terms: the action can be oriented on the basis of the representation of the existence of a legitimate order. We can consider them as three ideal types of action. But why should there be a second classification, besides the first, without a word on the relationship between the two or on the reason which determines this necessity? The most plausible interpretation seems to be that Weber was elaborating, as a general framework of his classification of ideal types, an outline of the generalized structure of systems of action. If this interpretation is correct, none of the three concepts should be understood as a description of concrete, even hypothetical, types of action. 397. Use seems to be defined only negatively: it is the way things are done. All Weber says is that there is a distinction between things that are done because they have always been done that way, sit, and those done because it is the newest way to do them, fashion. No means-end relationship seems to be involved in this descriptive characterization. 398. This does not mean that these uniformities cannot be understood as the result of complex motivations. 399. The other two concepts imply specific rules, the efficient adaptation of means to ends, norms of efficiency on the one hand, the norm of legitimacy or moral obligation on the other. There is no reason why these two, as well as usage, cannot be present in the same concrete situation. Indeed, this happens so often that the situation in which one of the three does not appear at all in an action complex must be regarded as an extreme case. To avoid confusion, it is good to bear in mind the distinction 400 between the fact of orientation towards a legitimate order and the reasons for which one acts in relation to it. The two elements of interest and legitimacy are intricately intertwined. The fact that an order appears legitimate to a large part of the members of a community makes it, ipso facto, an element of the Interessenlage of any individual, whether he considers it legitimate or not. Assuming that he does not consider it legitimate, his action, in order to be rational, must equally be oriented on the basis of this ordering. This point has been developed extensively in our discussion of Durkheim. It therefore seems that the best interpretation of these concepts is that they form part of a structural framework of action. The approach given by Weber, however, is a little different from that which emerged in Pareto's analysis, and is rather close to that of Durkheim. The element of legitimacy, which undoubtedly corresponds directly to Durkheim's moral obligation, does not appear in the form of an ultimate end of a particular means-end chain, but as the property of an order, that is, of a system of rules based on to which the particular actions are oriented, but which is found with respect to the elementary act as a condition, rather than as a means or an end. The actor's attitude towards these norms can vary, i.e. they can, on the one hand, be morally neutral conditions on the basis of which he orients his action, as he would with any technical means, or his attitude can be moral, an attitude of acceptance and, consequently, an obligation to comply with them, or a refusal and a corresponding obligation to oppose them. This is essentially Durkheim's position regarding the same phenomena. Following the terminology 401 adopted above, we can define it as the institutional setting, contrasting it with Pareto's setting. Three elements therefore emerge: the element of the order, evidently non-normative and merely factual use, the element of the norm of efficiency, and the element of the norm of legitimacy. A total concrete ordering normally includes all three. 402. Our main task now is to analyze each of these to see whether it is further reducible into elements, and how it relates to the scheme of action structure set forth above. But before carrying on with this analysis, it will be appropriate to make some observations on the development of Weber's thought from this point on. Weber gradually developed a system of ideal types of social relations. 403. Starting with three elementary relationships: struggle, Kampf, community, Vergemeinschaftung, and association, Vergesellschaftung. 404, he constructs them as increasingly complex structures, culminating in concepts such as church and state. It goes without saying that this is not a generalized theory in the sense adopted here, but it is the development of the other possible process of generalizing conceptualization, that of a system of concepts of an ideal type. The unit of this systematization is the social relation. The result is a scheme of objectively possible types of social structure. It is a monumental work, unique in its kind for its vastness and acuteness, a mine to draw on for any type of empirical research. The empirical use made of it by Weber himself helps to highlight the structural differentiation of institutions. While Durkheim only grasped the functional aspect of institutions, their incidence in the determination of individual action, Weber saw their structural aspect in a broad architecture. This is the most remarkable product of the historical relativism of the idealistic tradition. We will discuss some aspects of this system later. It is not necessary to dwell at length on the element that we have defined as the efficiency norm. However, it is worth noting that Weber formulated, albeit in a slightly different form, the same distinctions between the structural elements that emerged in the previous analysis. First, his definition of Interessenlage establishes a direct connection with the Zweckrationalität. This means that action is determined by interest only to the extent that it implies the adaptation of means to certain ends, in accordance with objective criteria. It may be added that this is the case when it is oriented according to the norm of efficiency. It is true that Weber's concept of Zweckrationalität does not abstract from the element of the ultimate goal. But the use of this element in this context does not imply any reference to specific types of systems of ultimate ends, nor to their specific functions. The reference is relative to the character of the means-ends relationship in a given situation, whatever the ultimate ends may be. They are not considered, in this context, as variables. It can therefore be concluded that this structural element differs from the type of Zweckrationalität precisely because it does not take into account the character of ultimate ends, It therefore comes to be equivalent 405 to the intermediate sector of the means-end sequence. But that is not all. Even the internal differentiation of the sector, as outlined above, is found in its essential lines in Weber's work. This is particularly clear in the discussion of the status of the economic element. Action, says Weber, is economically oriented when it is directed, according to its intentional sense, to satisfy a request for certain utility performances, Nutzleistungen, 406. Economic action, Wirtschaften, must be called a peaceful exercise of a power of disposition, Verfügungsgewalt, which is primarily economically oriented 407. The second definition, in particular, corresponds to what has been called a concrete type. But, first, force as a means of economic action remains explicitly excluded, and possibly other forms of coercion as well. Second, the asset acquisition orientation exactly fits the terms of our previous analysis. It is interesting to observe that even more explicitly the specific nature of the ultimate ends related to this orientation towards the acquisition of goods is excluded, since Weber states that it must not be considered limited to consumption needs, which would exclude the pure acquisition. The essential point is that goods are actually wanted and not because that is the case 408. The importance of this distinction for the study of capitalism is obvious. Capitalist acquisitiveness, its specific character of unlimitedness, cannot be explained only on economic grounds. Furthermore, Weber proposes essentially the same distinction between economic and technological elements that has been drawn above 409. He says, not every action that is rational in its means must be defined as rational economic action or as economic action in general. In particular, the term economics must not be used identically to the concept of technique 410. Any use of means consciously oriented on the basis of experience is rational technique. Thus there is a technique for every type of action 411, i.e. it is an element of the action, not a type of action. The economic element intervenes only to the extent that the comparative scarcity of alternative means to a given end becomes important for the choice between them. In any case, it is a consideration to be added to the technological ones and not to replace them. It means that the costs of using a given means for a given end are considered, and this in turn means that the comparative importance of the means for this and for alternative ends is taken into consideration 412. The key economic facts are therefore scarcity, the adaptation of means to alternative ends, and cost. The economic element involves evaluating the relative importance of different uses of a given limited medium, which is not the case for the technological element. At this point we have all the main elements of the distinction. The only consideration to make is that the nature of the distinction, as it relates to structural elements, even if generically indicated, is not fully clarified. This depends, as we noted in the last chapter, on the fact that Weber assumed the concepts of economic theory as models of the general ideal type, which involved all the methodological difficulties inherent in that type of concept. However, if we keep in mind that Weber had approached economics with the anti-theoretical prejudices of the historical school, we must conclude that he achieved a remarkable level of methodological clarity in defining the logical status of economic theory, undoubtedly superior to that of the majority of contemporary economists. In Weber's thought, the relationship between coercive power and the economic factor is a more complex problem than that represented by the technological element. However, there are some indications that can clarify the matter. In the first place, by limiting economic action to peaceful means, Weber explicitly excludes the use of force 413. In his systematic treatment he exposes in different chapters fundamental sociological categories of economic action 414 and types of authority 415. It is therefore interesting to analyze his concept of authority, Herrschaft 416, which he does not assume as an economic category. He defines it as the possibility for specific commands, or for any command, to find obedience on the part of a determined group of men 417. It is a narrower concept than that of power, Macht, which would instead be any possibility of asserting one's will within a social relationship, even in the face of opposition 418. In this broader sense, power is certainly not excluded from the economic element of relationships, but authority is. To the extent that a social relationship involves economic considerations, it is a situation of agreement and not of orders on the one hand and obedience on the other. Of course, agreement in this sense does not exclude inequalities in bargaining power and hence coercion. 419. At the same time, it is possible to enter into a relationship that implies submission to authority with a voluntary agreement. Thus Weber makes it clear that submitting to discipline in the capitalist enterprise is subordination to authority, albeit in a limited sector. The worker must obey orders. 420. But all this does not alter the essential point, namely that authority is a specific form of the exercise of power, involving the possibility of coercion. The conception of the political element is even more limited, as Weber connects it to the authority exercised over a given territory and implying the application or threat of physical constraint in case of need. 421. The distinction between political and economic elements cannot be located, as far as our ends are concerned, so far from the sector of economic interest. If the concept of authority is considered, according to Weber's criterion, extraneous to the sphere of economic power. 422, the resulting situation is the following: if the activities relating to the acquisition and distribution of goods take place in a situation which implies social, the problem arises of determining the power relations of the participants in concrete activities. From the situation in which there is a complete equality of bargaining power, which seems to be the starting point of the classical economists. 423, there is a whole gradation of power relations, implying ever greater possibilities of coercion of one of the parties by the others. Among these power relations we can distinguish two types. On the one hand, the deviations from the economic norm are to be attributed to the use of what can be defined as non-economic means, i.e. force, fraud, and the exercise of authority, in Weber's sense. The result of Weber's formulation, in these terms, would seem to be that the demarcation line should be drawn between economic and non-economic power, considering authority as the mildest of these means. 424. On the other hand, the possibility of inequalities of power still remains, not as a result of situations of higher productivity, but due to the advantages deriving from privileged conditions, for example monopoly etc., or from a greater prudence in the use of economic means, such as establishing voluntary agreements for the exchange of goods and services. 425. It is in relation to this problem that the main differences regarding the function of the element of power emerge in the history of economic thought. At one extreme is the classic position, based on the postulate of the natural identity of interests, a position which totally eliminates the coercive element. At the other extreme is Marxian economic theory, one of many theories that make it its foundation. Weber leans rather towards the latter position. 426. For our purposes, that is, in relation to the distinction of the principal instrumental elements of action, the problem is one of practical expediency rather than of principle. The exclusion of non-economic means from the position of variables in the system of economic theory seems clearly indicated. 427. On the other hand, it is undoubtedly possible to formulate such a system on the basis of the postulate of the natural identity of interests. Whether the elements of economic constraint are to be used to define the same system by widening its limits, or whether they require a distinct systematic formulation, can only be decided in the light of the results of attempts made in one direction or the other. We have no space here for a critical analysis of such attempts. However, it should be emphasized that the usefulness of a simplification that excludes coercion from a system of economic theory should not lead to underestimating the enormous empirical importance of coercion in real economic life. This happened to the majority of liberal economists. 428, but this criticism certainly cannot be leveled at Weber. He had a profound, almost tragic awareness of the importance of coercion in human affairs, and his political works are all pervaded by it. 429. Legitimate order, charisma, and religion. Let us now return to the concept of legitimate order or, in the terms used above, to the norms of legitimacy, in their relation to action. How Weber deals with these problems is of great interest. First of all, he makes two classifications, but the criterion of distinction is not immediately evident. The first concerns the ways in which the legitimacy of a legal system can be guaranteed 430, the second, the reasons why the actors attribute a character of legitimacy to the order 431. The basis of the distinction emerges from the content of the classifications. The guarantee referred to in relation to the first classification can be purely subjective, innerlich, and in this case it is, a. affective, b. word rational, rational with respect to value, c. religious. Or it may be external, that is, it refers, in terms of interest, to certain expectations of external consequences. The terminology may appear questionable, but the essential meaning is clear: it is a classification of the types of motivations, and therefore of forces, on the basis of which to explain adherence to the norms of the legal system. Following the terminology of this study, it is preferable to say that these motivations can be classified as disinterested and interested. In the first case, the order is considered as an expression of values, therefore we conform to it because it is in itself an object of respect, or for the values it expresses 432. In the other, its existence is part of the situation in which one must act, it has the value of morally neutral means and conditions for the actor's ends. Thus a communist who personally does not believe in freedom of speech can invoke this right in court to avoid prison and thus continue to defend his case. Such a right 433 is part of the legitimate order of society, which he uses as a means to his personal ends. Weber highlights that even if a given interest is morally indifferent to the established order, it can nevertheless play a part in maintaining its function. The other classification is placed on a different level, it is that of the reasons for which the character of legitimacy is attributed to the order. The important fact, in negative terms, is that the element of interest disappears altogether. While interest can be a very important reason for conforming to an order, it has nothing to do with attributing to it an order. Legitimacy or illegitimacy. Only disinterested motives have a place here. The subclassification of these differs from the one reported above and is as follows: a. traditional, b. affective, c. word rational, rational with respect to value, and d. considered legitimate for having been positively established, satsang. It is not necessary to ask here why Weber eliminated religious motivations and inserted traditional ones. Regarding the latter, we can only observe that he says, the validity of the ordinances by virtue of the sacred preservation of tradition represents the most universal and original form 434. This connection between traditionalism and sacredness emerges throughout his treatment of traditionalism. It is interesting to observe here a modification of the original meaning of word rational, which corresponds directly to the one previously indicated for the concept of zweckrational. Although the term absolute 435 is used, the important point in the context seems to be not the absoluteness but the ultimateness, in the sense of this study, of value. This is evident because zweckrational is identified with interest in a thing or person only insofar as they can be used as a means or are to be taken into account as intrinsically relevant conditions. Word rational comes to identify with the disinterested attitude of appreciation of a thing for itself or as a direct expression or embodiment of an ultimate value, which consequently cannot be used as a means. In other words, the distinction of zweckrational and word rational, originally a distinction between hypothetically concrete types of rational action, has been transformed into a distinction relating to the structural elements of systems of action. In the context in which it is placed, this is undoubtedly significant. The fourth category, positive institution of norms deemed legal, can be considered from the present point of view a category of derived legitimacy. The conviction of the legitimacy of a norm implies that the instituting agent has the right to institute such norms. According to Weber, there are two subtypes, agreement and imposition, Antreuung. In the first case, the mere fact that people with an interest come to an agreement is not enough. For there to be legitimacy, there must be an assumption of an obligation to implement the terms of the agreement. This implies one or more of the other three elements, above all the word rationalitat, in the new sense. The relationship of these considerations with Durkheim's analysis of contractual relationships is evident. The element of legitimacy in agreements is part of Durkheim's non-contractual element of the contract 436. Thus the purely voluntary agreement represents the extreme case, in which the element of legitimacy is reduced to a minimum. However, this does not imply that it is eliminated. We do not intend to go deeper into the reciprocal relations between tradition, affectivity, and vertrationalitat, in the second sense, which we will refer to from now on. The analysis has already been studied sufficiently to be able to formulate some conclusions. According to Weber, legitimacy is a quality of an order, that is, of a system of rules that regulate behavior, at least in relation to which action can, or must, be oriented. This quality is attributed to the ordering by those who act on the basis of the ordering itself. This implies that a certain type of attitude is assumed towards the norms, which can be defined as an attitude of disinterested acceptance. In other words, for those who consider a given order legitimate, conforming to its laws becomes a matter of moral obligation. Thus Weber arrives at the point Durkheim had reached by interpreting compulsion as a form of moral authority. Weber sets the problem from the same point of view, that of an individual who acts in relation to a system of rules, constituting the conditions of his action. From the work of both Durkheim and Weber the same distinction has emerged between two types of attitudes towards the norms of such an order, interested and disinterested. In both cases, a legitimate system is opposed to a situation in which the uncontrolled play of interests prevails. 437. Both Durkheim and Weber were particularly interested in this last element. This parallelism cannot be fortuitous. 438. But there are other elements in this same direction. The problem arises whether it is not possible to find in Weber an indication of a more general concept of unification, in terms of which the three elements of motivation connected with legitimacy. 439 can be linked together. A principle of this kind is undoubtedly present in the concept of charisma. Weber treats this concept in different contexts. 440, however there is a bond of continuity, constituted precisely by the relationship between the charism and the concept of legitimacy. In interpreting this point we will go beyond mere exposition, but this appears inevitable and in any case positive. We have already mentioned this concept in relation to Weber's religious typology. 441. It has been noted that it is based on the opposition to the routine, Alltag. Charisma is therefore, a quality of things and people, by virtue of which they are distinguished from all that is ordinary, daily, in other words from routine. 442. It is interesting to observe that on several occasions Weber directly contrasted the charisma with the economic element. It is, as such, specifically extraneous to economics. 443, specifisch Wirtschaftsfremd. This characteristic is typical of charismatic people and things. It is therefore not immediately connected to action, it is a quality of concrete things, of people, of acts, etc. However, an indication of its relationship with action is given by the type of attitude that men assume towards things or charismatic people. Weber uses several terms, of which two can be distinguished. Applied to a person, the charismatic quality is exemplary, vorbildlich. 444, it is something to be imitated. At the same time its recognition as an exceptional quality, which confers prestige and authority, is a duty. 445. The charismatic leader never treats those who resist or ignore him, naturally within his powers, except as people who fail in their duties. On the basis of this characterization it seems legitimate to conclude that charisma implies a specific attitude of respect and that this respect is analogous to that based on a recognized duty. It is clearly Durkheim's ritual attitude. Charismatic authority is a phase of moral authority. In other words, charisma is directly related to legitimacy, indeed it is, in Weber's system, the definition of the foundation of legitimacy in general. The main difficulty of the concept arises from the fact that, apparently, he did not initially conceive it in these general terms, i.e. in relation to a scheme of the structure of action. It was conceived in terms of a much more specific theory of social change and was then developed from it. We have already had occasion to follow the most important example given by Weber, the role of the prophet 446. The main context in which it appears refers to a crisis situation of the traditional order. From this derives one of the most important aspects of the concept of charisma, its revolutionary character and its anti-traditionalism 447 and the necessary bond with a specific person, a head. The prophet thus becomes a leader who explicitly and consciously places himself against the traditional order, or against certain aspects of it, and who claims moral authority for his position, whatever the terms in which he expresses it, for example the will divine. It is the duty of men to listen to him, to follow his orders and his example. In this regard it is also important to observe that the prophet considers himself qualitatively different from other men because he is in contact with, or is the instrument of, an authority superior to all established ones, or to any other towards whom obedience may be motivated by consideration of an advantage. If the concept of charism corresponds to this particular context, the essential problem is that of the relationship of the prophetic charism with the legitimacy of the norms that regulate daily life. In this revolutionary sense, Weber argues, charisma is a temporary phenomenon. The prophet's message, in order to be assumed in a stable structure, to become institutionalized, must undergo a radical change. In this process the authority exercised by the prophet by virtue of his personal charisma can develop in two directions, a traditionalized structure or a rationalized structure 448. The crucial point of the concrete development occurs at the moment of the succession of the charismatic leader. There is no need to deal with the various concrete ways in which the problem can, more or less successfully, be solved. We will consider only two main possibilities. In the first case the charismatic faculty is transferred from one concrete person, or group of people, to another, in accordance with some norm. The most common example, although not the only possible one, is the hereditary charisma, herb charisma 449. In this case the element of sacredness, the qualification for certain functions, belongs to a particular individual by virtue of his birth. An act, within a given sphere, assumes legitimacy due to the fact that he performs it. In addition to this, some definition of the norm that expresses the mission of the prophet is needed. In this case, it takes the form of a traditionalized system of norms, a sacred law, having the same quality of sacredness, of charisma, as the person he commands. In this way, what for Weber are the two main characteristics of traditional authority 450 come into being, a traditional body of norms held sacred and unalterable, and, within the scope of the margin of freedom and possibility of interpretation that these allow, a sphere of arbitrary personal authority of the leader, legitimized by his personal charismatic faculty. Through this process, the charisma is transformed from a specifically revolutionary force into a specific sanction of tradition and immobility 451. The alternative is represented by a conception of the charismatic faculty as separable from the concrete individual, that is, it is either 452a, transmissible, or b, acquirable by a person, or, finally, c, not connected to a person but to the holder of an office or an institutional structure, without reference to personal qualities. In the first two cases it is still attributed to particular persons, even if not prophets and their direct descendants. In the third case, however, the charism refers only to the office or to the objective system of norms. It hardly needs to be noted that this is the path that leads to bureaucratic organization, and to legality as a criterion of legitimacy. The essential point is that the search for the foundation of legality always leads back to a charismatic element, whether by apostolic succession, by revealed law, Calvin's Geneva, by divine right, or by general will. It is thus evident that what changes in the passage from revolutionary prophecy to everyday, rational, or traditional authority is not the charismatic faculty in itself, but its concrete forms of expression 453 and its relationships with the elements of the particular concrete situation. All of Weber's treatment of legitimacy 454 leaves no doubt on the fact that there is no legitimate order without a charismatic element. In traditionalism this is always given by the sacred character of tradition 455, which implies something more than the simple fact that things have always been done in a given way and that people consider it good to continue in the same way. There is rather the duty precise to act in the traditional way. Similarly, in a rational bureaucratic structure there must always be a foundation of the legality of the order which is ultimately charismatic. The same is true for pre-prophetic traditionalism 456. Defined in this way, the charism is applicable to a much wider sector than the religious one. But it has been said that the genesis of this concept, in the thought of Weber himself, is probably to be found in the role of the prophet in a more specifically religious sense. What then is his relationship with religion? To answer this question we must refer to the function of charisma in primitive religion. As we have already noted 457, the special position attributed to the charismatic faculty is to be connected to the conception of a world of supernatural entities, in the specific sense of the previous discussion 458. This sense of the supernatural is in fact only the counterpart of the attitude of respect. Parallel to the distinction, which continually recurs in the thought of both Durkheim and Weber, between an attitude of morally neutral utilitarian use and an attitude of moral and ritual respect, there is that between worlds or systems of entities, in this more general sense, one world of the natural and one of the supernatural 459. Weber defined religious action as action in relation to supernatural entities. Thus, in the broadest possible sense, religious ideas could be defined as any conception that men have of these supernatural entities and their relationships with man and nature. The problem of meaning thus arises on the symbolic level. It is not enough to say that things happen, or they happen to men, but they can be interpreted as having a meaning in the sense of symbolizing or expressing the actions, will or other aspects of supernatural entities. Another logical step is needed at this point. Our discussion of Durkheim's analysis of religion has highlighted the fundamental function of individuals' active attitudes toward non-empirical aspects of the universe. This relationship can be further analyzed in terms of Weber's thought. Weber 460's religious interests can be considered as another term to define these active attitudes. The religious elements of the action concern the relationships of men with supernatural entities. Religious interests define the direction of such activities, the ends which men can hope to achieve by means of these acts. In the primitive stage, religious actions remain a series of more or less isolated acts aimed at the pursuit of particular interests. The world of supernatural entities is not integrated into a fully rationalized system 461. These interests are defined and pursued according to the needs of life, as they arise, and with recourse to the supernatural terms provided by traditional culture. Here the problem of the influence of religious ideas 462 becomes complex. It is probably more correct to speak of ideas, interests, value attitudes, and acts as a single whole in which it is very difficult to establish priority relationships. Weber made no significant contribution to solving this problem. On the prophetic level, however, his contribution is quite remarkable 463. He has shown that, once the attempt to rationalize the meaning of the world into a rationally coherent system has begun in a given direction, there is a dialectic inherent in this process of rationalization. It can develop more or less rapidly, in one or more respects it can, in a given development, be brought to more or less radical conclusions or stopped at different stages, but the general scheme is clear. There are a limited number of possibilities, such that one excludes the other. In Durkheim's treatment, religious ideas were defined essentially in a negative way, as ideas about the non-empirical aspects of the world. The contribution of Weber's thought makes it possible to define them in more precise terms. They are ideas about not simply how the world works, but why, in a teleological sense, they concern the meaning of the world. From this point of view, religious ideas are inextricably linked with human interests and vice versa. Weber has shown how the problem of evil, especially of suffering, forms a fundamental starting point for the formulation of the problem of meaning. Conversely, what religious human interests may be is defined by the conception of the meaning of the world. This reciprocal relationship does not constitute a closed circle of a relativistic nature. In general, it is possible to tell what kind of meaning and interest are involved. If a friend is killed in an automobile accident, the how is usually sufficiently clear from a scientific point of view. It is true that our knowledge of the physiology of death is by no means complete, and the friend of the deceased probably has only minimal knowledge. But this is not the problem that concerns him, it is rather the why, in a sense relative to a system of values. The problem is, what reason, or value, does this death have? In this sense, a fact of this kind can appear absurd and meaningless. Meaning, then, is the relevant aspect in a teleological context of values, not in an explanatory scientific context. What matters is the realization of the ultimate values with which we identify. In this regard, we must observe that the religious ideas in which Weber is interested are not exclusively ideas of values or ends of action, they are rather rationalized interpretations of the meaning of the world, including a complete metaphysical system. From these fundamental metaphysical postulates we must therefore derive the meaning that the world can have for man, and from this, again, what its ultimate values can be from a point of view of meaning. Rather, it should be noted that these ideas channel religious interests and consequently define ultimate ends and through these influence action. Their functional role can be considered analogous to that of institutions 464. They do not in themselves constitute ends of action, but rather a framework of ideal conditions within which ends can be pursued. Which concrete ends have meaning depends on what the structure of that framework is. But for it to have an influence on action, some typical human interests are presupposed. The main one, which is relevant in this context, is the interest of men in giving meaning to their lives. Connected to this is the fact that all men respect or consider certain things sacred. There are no significant differences in this fundamental fact, but in the concrete content of the sacred. If we find that the search for a meaning of the world leads to one of the possible metaphysical positions, we must in no way conclude that this means that either the attitude of respect or the human interests related to this theory are metaphysical entities. They are observable empirical facts. Man is an entity which, in relation to his nature and the type of situation in which he is placed, elaborates, as is well known, metaphysical interpretations of the world. But whether he is this kind of entity or is placed in this kind of situation is not a metaphysical problem but a factual one. The position assumed here, treated above all by Durkheim and Weber, must be criticized or defended exclusively on an empirical level. It is now possible to formulate a different interpretation of the concept of charisma. It is the quality that is attributed to men and things by virtue of their relationship with the supernatural, that is, with the non-empirical aspects of reality, to the extent that they give a teleological meaning to the acts of men and to the events of the world. Charisma is not a metaphysical entity, but an empirical observable quality of men and things, in relation to human actions and attitudes. Although his reference goes beyond the religious field in the usual sense, there is a precise religious reference, that is, interests in men's ultimate values are inseparably linked to their conception of the supernatural, in this specific sense. Charisma can serve as the foundation of legitimacy through this religious reference, that is to say, there is an intrinsic link between the things we respect, be they persons or abstractions, and the moral norms that govern our relationships and our actions. This link is connected to the common reference of all these things to the supernatural and our conception of our own ultimate values and interests, in turn linked to this conception of the supernatural. The distinction between legitimacy and charisma can be expressed, in general terms, in the following way. Legitimacy is the more limited concept, as it is a faculty attributed only to the norms of a legal system and not to imaginary people, things, or entities, and its reference concerns the regulation of action, mainly in its intrinsic aspects. Legitimacy is thus the institutional application, or embodiment of the charisma. In concluding, it seems important to us to explicitly point out the correspondence between Durkheim's thought and that of Weber, both in the imposition and in the treatment of this series of problems. Despite the differences between these two scholars, on the one hand Weber's interest in problems of social dynamics and on the other Durkheim's indifference to them, Weber's interest in action and Durkheim's in the knowledge of reality, in the fundamental conceptual scheme they arrive at, their positions are almost identical. This identity refers to at least two fundamental points: the distinction between the moral and non-moral motivations of action, in relation to norms, and the distinction between the character of norms, Weber, legitimacy, Durkheim, moral authority, and the broader element of which they are a manifestation, Weber, charisma, Durkheim, sacredness. The correspondence is all the more remarkable as the two scholars started from opposite positions of thought, Weber from historical idealism and Durkheim from a conscious and radical positivist position. There is no trace of mutual influence, there is no reference in the works of either of them to those of the other. It seems safe to say that this convergence can only be explained as a correct interpretation of the same group of phenomena. Furthermore, the correspondence extends to the sociological theorem, not only to the theorem itself but to the particular way in which it is stated. It will be recalled that Durkheim's position on this matter has been criticized for his alleged inspiration from German social thought 465. We have already noted how improbable a derivation of this kind is. In the present context, however, the important fact is that Weber was in a conscious and explicit polemic against the organicism prevailing in German social theory, which he identified to a large extent with the intuitionist methodology which he himself so radically criticized. In contrast to the realism of this tendency, he became almost a social nominalist. Much of the controversy that developed against him in Germany was based on this element 466. Weber eliminated from his work any non-empirical entity. The only Geist he deals with is an empirically observable complex of attitudes and ideas, which can be directly related to the comprehensible motivation of action. Nonetheless, he took a sociological position. Indeed, one of the fundamental results of his work is the affirmation of the social function of religious ideas and value attitudes, specific expressions or values of the charism, which are common to the members of a vast movement society or of a whole society. Indeed, only to the extent that attitudes derived from the doctrines of karma and transmigration are common to all Hindus is caste legitimized, and only to the extent that the Protestant ethic is common to large numbers of members is there a rationale adequate for the ascetic rational control of daily life. A society can only be subject to a legitimate order and therefore, on a non-biological level, can represent something other than a balance of power, only to the extent that there are common value attitudes in society. This, again, is exactly the point Durkheim came to in his interpretation of the possible meaning of social reality. This is what remains after Weber's critique of the historical organicism of German idealistic thought. Weber's individualistic treatment of the charism, in relation to the role of the prophet, does not affect this fundamental point in any way. It simply serves as a corrective of the main limitation noted in Durkheim's formulation and due to his persistence in sociological positivism, that is, the assertion that the empirical function of the element of value is only to sanction the institutional status quo. Weber, with his theory of the prophecy and of the transformation processes of the charisma into daily practice, shows another aspect of the problem. His position does not conflict with Durkheim's, but it further extends its application, and this above all because of Weber's comparative approach and his interest in the problems of social change. Before concluding on the concept of charisma, we must mention two other points. It has already been noted 467 that Weber did not believe that the fully rationalized systems of ideas, with which his comparative analysis of religion was concerned, were actually present, in the ideal typical form in which he formulates them, in the spirit of the masses which according to his analyses were affected. These rationalizations constitute borderline cases, almost exaggerations, of the tendencies implicit in the attitudes of the masses. This clarifies a general line of interpretation of Weber's conception of the function of ideas and elements of value. It will be recalled that among the criteria for attributing the character of legitimacy to an order 468, Weber distinguished the effective ones and the rational ones with respect to value. The latter can be interpreted as referring to the formulation of the rational type. Given the residual nature of the effective category, it can be assumed that the latter includes elements of value, at least to the extent that these elements escape a total and coherent rational formulation. This conclusion seems to be able to derive from the close relationship between the terms in which affectivity and charisma are characterized. 469, so it is legitimate to say that Weber's affection is in this respect the correspondent of Pareto's feeling and of the ultimate value concept of this study. The distinction between this concept and the Wertrationalität corresponds to the Pareto one between the extreme type of the residue, which is a clearly and unambiguously formulated principle, and a feeling or, according to the terminology used here, an ultimate goal and a value ultimate attitude. This distinction is important because it indicates that according to Weber the function of elements of value is not limited to the exceptional case of a logical, precise formulation of metaphysical ideas and ultimate goals. The non-compliance with rational norms should not be interpreted ipso facto as evidence of the existence of psychological factors. In reality, the concept of charisma is formulated in such a way as to specifically avoid this limitation. Unfortunately, Weber does not present a thorough analysis of the implications of this position. No doubt ideas must be considered, to some extent, manifestations of the same fundamental elements of which attitudes and acts are manifestations. But they are not only a function of feelings. The cognitive element is an indispensable and independent element, however imperfectly rationalized. It is a function of the real and not purely imaginary aspects of reality, but in this case, even less than in that of scientific ideas, it is exclusively this. As Weber demonstrates, in the orientation of interest and in the way of posing the problem of the meaning of the world, a subjective element operates. Its elaboration implies the concept of Wertbeziehung. Indeed, it is the starting point of a Wissenssoziologie of metaphysical and religious ideas, just as the concept of Wertbeziehung is for a Wissenssoziologie of scientific ideas. The more general statement is that non-empirical reality, with particular reference to the teleological problem of meaning, our cognitive concepts about it, non-rationalized value attitudes and the structure of the situations in which we operate and think about, are all elements that are in a relationship of mutual interdependence. But this is more a statement of the problem than a solution. Proposing a solution would be beyond the bounds of this study. It represents one of the fundamental fields for future analytical and empirical studies. 470. Weber's contribution consists in having posed and formulated the elements of the problem in terms that can give valid results. This problem remains the most advanced moment of his thought. 471. The ritual. The one notable exception to the correspondence between Weber and Durkheim's positions regarding the fundamental categories of their sociological treatment of religion relates to ritual. This element, of central importance for Durkheim, has no explicit place in Weber's conceptual system. The thesis of the substantial correspondence between the conceptual schemes of these two scholars would lose its validity if it turned out that Weber completely omitted the empirical facts of the ritual, or that he gave an interpretation fundamentally incompatible with that of Durkheim. But, although they have not been explicitly collected by Weber to form a theory of ritual, all the main elements of a theory are present in his thought, which is very close to that of Durkheim. All these elements have already been examined in the previous pages. Here they will be treated from the point of view of their relevance for this particular aspect. First, returning to the previous discussion of Weber's comparative sociology of religions, it appears that he was not ignorant of the empirical facts of ritual, in particular magic, but dealt with them with interest. One of the two main aspects of rationalization consists precisely in the elimination of the elements of magic. 472. In his analysis of the inability of Chinese and Indian religious ethics to develop a complete rationalization of practical behavior, Weber points out that neither succeeded in making a dent in the great body of folk magic, even if the elite remained foreign. Puritan ethics, on the other hand, were characterized by a profound hostility towards magic in particular, but also towards ritual in general. Attributing a sacred character to the means was idolatry, and magic questioned the finality of the divine order, which was an expression of the will of God. The only rites that remained valid were those directly recognized by revelation, i.e. baptism and communion. 473. Secondly, the inability to eradicate ritual, and in particular magic, is indisputably linked, according to Weber, with the inability to overthrow traditionalism. 474. Indeed, it can be assumed that traditional action is, in Weber's thought, the main category in which ritual is to be identified. There is an indisputable proof of this. In the first place, we have repeatedly observed that Weber often applies the adjective sacred to tradition. 475. Indeed, it is difficult for his work to deal with traditionalism without this reference, since only for this character does it become a form of legitimate ordering. Furthermore, it is only in this respect that it plays an important role in Weber's analytic framework. For Durkheim, ritual practices were practices relating to sacred things. Since the sacredness, or ritual attitude, is an essential characteristic of the ritual itself, the basis of the sacredness of the tradition may well be that at least a part of it is ritual tradition. The analysis can be taken even further. The concept of charisma, which is almost another way to define this sacred character, or its foundation, is directly related to pre-prophetic and post-prophetic traditionalism. The traditionalization of a prophetic doctrine or message is precisely a process of transferring the charismatic faculty from the person of the prophet to traditionalized norms and authority holders. The relationship between charisma and traditionalism is very close. There is no reason why this should not also apply to ritual. However, there is one last link in the chain. After the first stage of incarnation of charisma, that of mana, the problem of meaning and with it of symbolism arises. Things and events that have meaning must therefore be interpreted to this end as symbolic representations of supernatural entities, which are the source of their sacredness. They acquire, by virtue of this fact, a charismatic faculty. Among these things and events, which are significant symbols of supernatural entities, certainly include actions. How, then, does this definition differ from Durkheim's definition of ritual as actions in relation to sacred things? This is precisely Weber's definition of a religious act, except that Weber says supernatural entity instead of sacred thing, i.e. the symbolized thing instead of the symbol. 476. Furthermore, fundamental to Weber's position is the function of the symbolic relationship, which has central importance for Durkheim. One can hardly think of a complete correspondence. Finally, Weber believes that the first and general effect of the appearance of symbolism is the stereotyping of tradition. With this link with traditionalism, the circle is closed. But why this close connection between ritual, symbolism, and traditionalism? Ritual involves both symbolism and sacredness. This last element does not allow an act to be included in common calculations of advantage. By that fact itself, it would cease to be sacred. 477. Consequently, once a practice has proved to be efficient, it immediately becomes stereotyped. Moreover, it is not desirable that the symbolic element, especially insofar as it falls within the means-end relationship, is subjected to rational criticism. Precisely because the relationship is symbolic, it will not, by definition, withstand a critique of this kind. In a context of action, which implies the commitment to achieve ends, the idea that ends themselves have no relevance is deeply repugnant to the actor. 478. In the field of rational techniques, an element of stability is provided by the objective elements of the means-end relationship and by the character of means and ends. At the same time, nothing in principle prevents these techniques from being modified following the increase in knowledge of these intrinsic relationships. When ritual elements intervene, the situation is different. The sacredness or meaning of sacred things is not an intrinsic, empirically observable property of these things, but something superimposed, a symbolic meaning. Similarly, to the extent that the means-ends relationship is symbolic, there is no intrinsic stabilizing element. These symbols are valid only if the convention is accepted, that is, if they are traditionally stereotyped. Traditionalism is the stabilizing element of symbolic relationships. 479. This, and not an incompatibility of a philosophical nature, is in our opinion the real foundation of the conflict between science and religion. The spirit of science is by its nature a spirit of critical skepticism in intrinsic empirical terms, whereas religion cannot do without symbolism. 480. Be that as it may, there is undoubtedly room in Weber's system for an element of the structure of action which involves charisma and which, at the same time, remains extraneous to analysis in terms of means and ends, above all in that it involves of symbolic elements in particular forms. These are the essential features of Durkheim's treatment of ritual, as far as the study of the structure of action is concerned. The correspondence between these terms and the Weberian ones is total. 481. It is also true that Weber did not develop a theory of the function of ritual comparable to that of Durkheim. This, and the fact that this element in his analysis is implicit rather than explicit, must essentially be attributed to the different orientation of Weber's empirical interest. That is, he mainly dealt with the dynamic aspect of religion, expressed in the two aspects of the charisma, in its prophetic expression, and rationalization. In this context, the importance of traditionalism is essentially negative, that is, it is a hindrance to these dynamic forces. Weber was not interested in why, establishing that traditionalism had this effect was enough for his purposes, and therefore he did not deepen the analysis. It is significant that the elements on the basis of which we have developed the previous interpretation are drawn mainly from the part of economics and society concerning the sociology of religion, in which Weber attempted a systematic treatment of religion. Had he delved into these problems on the basis of a generalized system of theory, the concept of ritual would no doubt have emerged explicitly. For the purposes of his empirical research on the relationship between religious ethics and capitalism, however, he did not need them. The results of our analysis confirm his conclusions in that context, and do not change them. It goes without saying that for Weber, as for other authors treated here, the factors that can be formulated in non-subjective terms, heredity and the environment, influence the determination of concrete action. This both as the ultimate means and conditions of action, and as sources of ignorance and error, the non-rational psychological factors which give rise to divergence from the rational norm. Weber never denies the possibility that these elements have an important concrete function. However, his attention is not directed to the analysis of this function, but to that of the other elements that have been discussed. We mention this aspect for the sake of completeness and to respond to the accusation made against Weber, of having denied its importance. He opposed those theories which affirmed an absolute determinism in terms of these factors, but he tended to consider them significant elements of explanations in relation to particular problems. 482. Taste matters. Finally, before concluding this part of the discussion, we want to turn our attention to another problem, which is marginal both for our analysis and for that of all the scholars treated in this study. We will therefore limit ourselves to presenting it, and we will examine it further carefully in the note at the end of this chapter, in relation to Tönnies. It will be recalled that Weber's schema, from which he began this analysis of his systematic theory, contained not only two elements, norms of rational efficiency and norms of legitimacy, but also a third, use, Brauch. Being apparently marginal to Weber, it does not occupy a central place in any of his fundamental concepts or conclusions. Nevertheless, it is worth making some considerations in this regard. It will be remembered that the term was used in reference to uniformities of action, insofar as they could not be regarded as implying either of the two types of norm already mentioned. The probability of uniformity arises in this case simply by virtue of a custom of fact. 483. This, like the definitions of effective and traditional action, is a rather vague formulation. One might think that it mainly concerns the uniformities of automatism, the results of instinct, habit, etc. However, this interpretation seems to be excluded, due to the fact that Weber explicitly limits his conceptual scheme to action insofar as it can be referred to subjectively understandable motivations, i.e. to action in its technical sense. It is a question, he explicitly says, of a uniformity of disposition of social action. 484. He admits that this regularity can almost imperceptibly overlap with those oriented towards a legitimate order, in this case, the convention. 485. However, the problem still remains open. The main example cited by Weber is that of tastes related to the time, ways, and circumstances in which meals are consumed. In Germany he uses the continental breakfast. It is something that everyone does. But nothing prevents you from eating eggs and ham or something else if you wish. There are no sanctions against anyone who does not comply with this custom. 486. It can therefore legitimately be stated that within the limits acceptable to the legitimate order of society and compatible with the need for efficiency, for example, physiologically adequate food at a not excessive cost, there are elements of regularity which can be defined as matters of taste. It should be noted that this element implies a norm orientation. In a society there are not simply de facto regularities in action, as Weber's formulation would seem to imply, but criteria of good taste. The de facto regularities must be considered as deriving from a common, or similar, orientation towards common rules. Careful consideration will show that this element has a very wide application in social life. It refers not only to matters of food, clothing, daily personal habits, etc., but it is a very important element in art, in leisures. Etc. How to interpret all this in terms of our scheme? In the first place, this normative aspect in itself precludes a naturalistic interpretation. There is reason to believe that elements of value are at stake. On the other hand, it is a regulatory aspect of a clearly different nature from those considered so far. The most notable difference consists in the absence of a certain coercive character of the rules, at least in the sense indicated above. Norms of efficiency and legitimacy are norms of action in a specific sense. They indicate criteria, relating to the right relationship between means and ends in a given context or to the right way of doing things with reference to binding values. Even the ritual, in its subjective aspect, must be considered as a means to achieve specific ends. Ritual ceremonies are binding in the sense that they constitute the right way, and the only right way, to achieve the goal. But in almost all concrete acts, whether their main context is predominantly utilitarian or ritualistic, one must look for an element referable to the criteria of taste. To clarify this point we will give two examples. For the ancient Maori of New Zealand 487 birds were one of the main means of sustenance. Their bird traps are known to be decorated with elaborate inlays, bearing no relation to the efficiency of the trap for catching birds. There is a ritual aspect to this, since the inlays have a magical meaning, but, as the following example will demonstrate, the problem does not end here. The Catholic Mass is a characteristic ritual. However, it can be officiated in the most primitive circumstances, with very simple vestments, a wooden altar chest and the crudest pottery, or it may be celebrated with all the pomp and luxury of a great cathedral, lavish vestments, an ornate altar, and gem-set gold chalices. The ritual element is conceived in both cases in exactly the same way. The differences are only matters of taste. The pomp of the cathedral in no way affects the value of the Mass, which is the same in simplicity as a mission chapel or a field altar. Finally, there exists a whole class of concrete acts which are generally considered artistic creations and are objects of appreciation and amusement, in which the taste element becomes predominant. It is true that all these activities involve techniques. Once certain taste norms are established, there are right ways and wrong ways to go about realizing them. These techniques can then be subjected to analysis in terms of means and ends. But the norm of taste is not a binding norm of the same type as the other two classes of norms mentioned above. We have already noted that this normative character implies an element of value. How should we conceive its relationship with the other structural elements of the action? It seems that here the activities and their products are better considered as forms of expression of values. The normative element comes into play in the sense that for these activities and their products to constitute an adequate expression, they must be in some sense in conformity with the character of the values they express. But this conformity does not assume a passive form, as in the case of means or conditions for specific ends, considering the expressive activity as a total complex, in abstraction from the techniques involved, and from the norms that regulate the means-end relationship, or of norms of a legitimate order. Rather, it takes the form of a meaningful correspondence between the value and the concrete forms of the activity and the resulting product. In other words, these elements must be interpreted as all belonging to a connection of meaning, sammanhang, so that on the one hand the concrete activities and their products, works of art, etc., constitute in this sense a coherent gestalt, and on the other hand their motivational interpretation implies the demonstration of their adequacy, as expressions of attitudes. In this sense and only in this sense the style of Gothic architecture can be interpreted as an expression of the medieval Catholic Geist as it is formulated, for example, in the Summa of Thomas Aquinas 489. In principle any attitude can be expressed in terms of taste norms in this sense, and action can be oriented according to the attitude itself. However, it is clear that value attitudes 490 and above all common ultimate values will generally find their expression in this form as well as in the other relations to action that have been indicated above. Reciprocally, it can be noted that each and every concrete action implies an element of this character. It is absolutely not limited to art in the current meaning. This conclusion implies an important methodological remark. At the end of the chap. 16 we cited von Skelting's distinction between the Verstehen of concrete motivational processes, on the one hand, and the atemporal Sinnzusammenhang on the other. Von Skelting demonstrates that Weber's explicit methodological interest was aimed at the former, but that he resorted to the latter in his empirical research. The use of the latter in the elaboration of systems of ideas is of no interest in the present context, but its extension to concrete complexes of action is of interest. Indeed, this can be interpreted precisely as corresponding, on the methodological level, to the empirical function of the norms of taste and of the action complexes oriented according to them 491. It is true that Weber's main interest, both analytical and methodological, is not directed to these phenomena, but to the function of the other two types of norms. However, on the margins of his thought, this point emerges at both levels, due to the logical necessity of interpreting the empirical matter of study. This aspect of systems of action, since it must undoubtedly be defined as such, is, together with the place due to the ultimate common values in the other context, what is true in emanationist and intuitionist social theories. It is no coincidence that these theories have always placed the emphasis on this aspect of social life and have attempted to fit all other aspects into the same scheme. Weber's disinterest can primarily be explained in terms of his polemical stance toward these theories, and his prevailing orientation toward the aspects of action that they grossly misunderstood. The reappearance of this concept in his own work is all the more significant. These notes certainly do not claim to be an exhaustive discussion of the function of the norms of taste, or even less to provide an adequate solution to the interpretation of concrete phenomena such as art, to which the application of these norms is particularly evident. Our aim was to characterize a part of the structure of the action which has a direct bearing on those in which the previous analysis was concerned. And, given the general methodological nature of the study, it was treated precisely in its relationship with the previous categories, hence its residual nature. At this point it does not seem necessary to go further into the analysis. In the note at the end of this chapter, dealing with the concept of Gemeinschaft, we will add something about a class of concrete phenomena in which another element of the same type is involved. What we have said will serve as an introduction to this discussion. The listing of the structural elements of action discernible in the systematic scheme of ideal types, or deducible directly from it, is now complete. It was possible to identify and attribute a clear and defined function, in the general scheme, to each single element of the previous analysis, in particular to those obtained from the study of the work of Pareto and Durkheim. Furthermore, for each of these elements it is possible to give a formulation that corresponds both to the theoretical schemes and to the empirical interpretations of all three scholars and to present the positions which, according to the best interpretation that an accurate analysis could provide, these authors have formulated in their theories 492. The convergence between the three thus appears definitively established, as it was the main task of this study to demonstrate. From Weber's thought yet another structural element emerged, the orientation of the forms of expression according to the norms of taste, which fills a gap that remains instead in the other schemes. We do not propose here to follow the implications of this generalized scheme of the structure of action for the problem of developing systems of general theory. In the next chapter we will make such an attempt. Nor do we propose to further deepen the comparison between the three authors, or to summarize the essential lines of the scheme. We will do it in the first of the two concluding chapters. In closing this discussion of Weber's work, we still want to eliminate any possibility of doubt on an essential point, namely, that all of Weber's position is clearly and fundamentally a voluntaristic theory of action, therefore it is neither a positivistic theory nor an idealistic theory. This judgment was found to be correct in every essential point. First, his analysis of Protestantism and capitalism, and more generally of the social function of religious ideas, can only be understood on this basis. The function of both ideas and the ultimate values associated with them is central to Weber's thinking. So is the fact that these elements are not isolated but correlated in a complex way with other independent factors. Without the independence of heredity and environment, without the mutually complex interrelationships of ultimate values, ideas, attitudes, different norms with each other and with the factors of heredity and environment, life, and concrete social action as we know them empirically, and as Weber treats them, would be neither conceivable nor possible. Secondly, the discussion of Weber's methodology largely confirmed this interpretation of his empirical work. We have noted that his methodological interest is mainly concentrated on those aspects of the logic of science which are significant for the understanding of action, not of nature or of timeless complexes of meanings. 493. Furthermore, Weber demonstrated that the conception of objective scientific knowledge in any sense, and relating to any empirical object, is inextricably linked to the reality of both the normative aspect of action and the obstacles to the realization of norms. Science itself cannot be methodologically grounded without reference to the element of value in the Wertbesichtung report. Without it there can be no selection of relevant data and therefore of objective knowledge distinct from the flow of awareness. The very concept of science implies action. 494. Furthermore, it is this fundamental connection between science and action that justifies the starting point of all this study, the function of the norm of rationality in action, in the sense of a scientifically verifiable intrinsic relationship between means and ends. If there is science, then there must be action. A science of action must necessarily imply the norm of intrinsic rationality in this sense, indeed it must be centered on this. The denial of this fundamental relationship, in any respect, inevitably leads to subjectivism and skepticism, a position negative for both science and responsible action. 495. Another point of Weber's methodology, which has been briefly examined here, pertains directly to the present context, namely, that one of the principal features of the ideal type is its normative character. It is of course not a norm for the observer, but the observer interprets, in part, the action in terms of the norms which he knows are binding on the actor. Weber, for explanatory purposes, mainly uses cases of a rational type and in any case cases of pure types which, by hypothesis, imply a full realization of the norm. It is also worth recalling that in his polemical opposition to intuitionist theories, Weber underlined the unreality of ideal types in this sense. The divergence mentioned above with respect to Weber's formulation of the ideal type does not refer to this normative character, but to the fact that Weber did not distinguish concrete norms, the hypothetically concrete type element, from the normative elements of a generalized theory of action and limited his methodological attention to the first category. However, from this point of view, his insistence on their character of unreality is perfectly valid, and is the surest confirmation of the proposition that he moved in terms of a voluntaristic theory of action. For if the normative elements are indispensable to action, it is equally true and important that they cannot remain isolated, but acquire their meaning only in their relations with the non-normative elements. The reification of these ideal types, that is, the normative elements, ipso facto eliminates the action itself, the theory becomes idealistic. 496. Thirdly, In this chapter we have shown that, at least as far as our analysis goes, a complete description of the structure of action systems can be identified in Weber's conceptual scheme. And this despite the fact that his methodology has not clarified the logical nature of a generalized theoretical system. This total system of structural elements can acquire meaning only in the context of a voluntaristic theory of action. On the other hand, it must also be considered that such an approach inevitably leads to these elements. Finally, we want to consider another important aspect of Weber's theory, which we have previously neglected because it is marginal with respect to its center of interest. However, it assumes a particular significance in this context, and constitutes further proof that Weber's position is proper to a voluntarist theory of action, and that, once a voluntarist theory has been elaborated, certain conclusions are drawn on an empirical level. The previous discussion of the problem of social change followed Weber's thinking by developing the interrelationships between prophecy, rationalization, and traditionalism. However, there is another aspect of social change in his work, a description of a radically different type of process, which can be defined as secularization. The most important point in which it is made is in relation to the concept of adventurer capitalism. The appearance of this phenomenon is due to a process of emancipation from moral control of the liberation of interests and impulses from traditionally or rationally moral normative limits. It makes its appearance with the moderation of ascetic rigor, in the late stages of the development of the Protestant ethic, that is, in a phase of accommodation for both Protestants and Catholics, emerges in a period characterized by the secularizing influence of wealth, on which Weber emphasizes in the Protestant Ethics 497. Finally, it appears in other fields, different from the economic one, for example in the development of erotic pleasure in a refined art 498. This is the centrifugal bombardment of interests and appetites, their tendency to get out of control. It is, essentially, what happens in the process of transition from the domination of the residues of persistence to those of combination, in Pareto's Thought 499, and in the same way in the transition from solidarity or integration to anomie in Durkheim 500. It is a process which appears to be inherent in the voluntaristic conception of action. If it had been absent from Weber's thought, we would have had reason to doubt the accuracy of his analysis. Instead it appears there, even if, as happened for the explicit function of the ritual, is marginal with respect to Weber's prevailing empirical interest. Unlike Pareto, Weber did not set out to build a generalized theoretical system in the social field. We don't even know if he had a precise idea of the possibility and eventual usefulness of doing so. Weber oriented himself towards specific empirical problems and conceived of theory as an aid to empirical research, not to be developed for its own sake, but only as a means of providing useful tools for empirical research. The empirical search for him did not turn to obscure and esoteric problems. He tackled the most important problems that arose in his time, with a breadth of perspective and an interpretative acumen that very few equaled. And it is significant that he came to develop the framework of a generalized theoretical system of action in at least one of its main aspects, albeit without being fully aware of it. The structural scheme of a generalized system of action proposed in his work is the most complete that has come across so far. We have already pointed out that the general theory, if correctly interpreted, is not a sterile dialectical disquisition but is of great importance for the interpretation of empirical problems. Max Weber's study demonstrates, on the other hand, that empirical research, when it has a breadth and richness of approach such as to make it relevant to the major problems of the time, leads to the formulation of a generalized theory, even regardless of an explicit methodological intention of the author. The connection between general theory and empirical knowledge, one of the main theses of this study, could not be demonstrated more convincingly. Note on the concepts of Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft 501. After having established the classification, which was the starting point of the analysis carried out in the last chapter, of the modes of orientation of the action towards the interest, the legitimate order and the custom, Weber articulated another threefold classification relating to the concepts of Kampf, struggle, Vergemeinschaftung, and Vergesellschaftung, which represents the main basis of the subsequent relationship type system. The analysis was not deepened to this point, since it is here that Weber shifts his interest from the direct consideration of action to that of social relations. Furthermore, what is theoretically significant for our purposes also emerges by disregarding the consideration of this part of his work. However, there is a point that deserves to be briefly illustrated, namely that the aspect of social systems that has been defined above as ways of expressing attitudes is not limited to questions of taste, but also extends to the institutional field. To demonstrate this, we will resort to the phenomena designated by the concept of Gemeinschaft, as it has been developed in the German sociological literature. However, it is worth discussing these phenomena in terms of the formulation of Tönnies 502, who introduced the concept, on which Weber modeled his theories. Tönnies used this dichotomy as the basis for a classification of social relations. Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft are sometimes referred to as positive types of social relationship, that is, ways in which individuals are associated. Both, therefore, specifically exclude elements of conflict. As we have noted, Weber made conflict a third fundamental element. But we won't deal with the latter. Gesellschaft, in Tönnies' sense, is the type of social relationship that has been formulated in utilitarian thought. It is significant that among the influences that led to the formulation of his theory, the thought of Hobbes was particularly important for Tönnies. Indeed, Hobbes and Marx can be considered the writers who have most influenced his formulation of the concept of Gesellschaft. To these must be added Sir Henry Maine's concept of contract. The characteristic of Gesellschaft is the rationalistic pursuit of self-interest. The relationship must be considered from the subjective point of view as a means by which the individual achieves her goals. The motivation that induces to enter into this relationship is that, in the particular situation, it represents the most efficient means available to achieve the goal. All of this assumes that the parties entering into a relationship have their own separate systems of goals or values, at least insofar as the relationship is of the Gesellschaft type. Whatever the parties have in common, beyond the specific elements in question directly, it is irrelevant to this conceptual analysis. And a total system of relationships approaches the Gesellschaft type precisely to the extent that, in interpreting it, such common elements can be overlooked. Tönnies distinguishes relationships according to whether they are between equals, genossenschaftlich, or involve authority, herrschaftlich. Of the first class, the typical Gesellschaft relationships are exchange and voluntary association for limited purposes 503. In the case of exchange, the parties act in the relationship of means to mutual ends. A can supply something B wants, and vice versa. In the relationship of association they participate in an immediate common end, but it can be said that they have interests in common only for problems that are directly related to this specific end. Finally, authority on a Gesellschaft basis takes the form of a hierarchical relationship of superiority and subordination within a specific and limited field. Bureaucratic authority in the Weberian sense is a typical example. In each of these cases the specific characteristic of the Gesellschaft is the merging of interests in a positively defined area. In this area this implies a compromise of interests between the parties, but only mitigates their profound strangeness which remains essentially unchanged. Tönnies goes even further, in the footsteps of Hobbes, and claims that a latent conflict remains, which is only temporarily settled through compromise, within this limited and specific area 504. Tönnies' enunciation of the concept of Gesellschaft is not such as to exclude institutional elements. On the contrary, the Marxian influence in his thinking is particularly important in this respect. The compromises of the Gesellschaft are reached within a framework of rules and are not true occasional agreements, in the sense attributed by Spencer to contractual relationships. But institutional norms are external to the relationships in question, and regulate them from the outside. They constitute conditions, on the basis of which men must reach an agreement in order to exchange or associate with a view to a common end, or to submit to the authority. With reference to the function of the institutional element in the Gesellschaft and the function of the Gemeinschaft in general, One must not think that Tanis belongs to the utilitarian school. But, with the qualifications necessary to consider the institutional element, it is in the category of Gesellschaft that the elements of action taken into account by the utilitarian position find their main formulation in its theory 505. Of course, Tanis does not claim that ultimate ends are in fact random, but simply that to the extent that relationships are of the Gesellschaft type, all other ends that individual parties may have, beyond those immediately implicated in the relationships themselves, become irrelevant. In particular, it is irrelevant whether the ultimate value systems of the parts are integrated or not. When a man enters a store in a foreign city to make a purchase, his only relevant relationship with the clerk across the counter concerns the merchandise, the price, etc. All other facts concerning both individuals can be overlooked. It is not at all necessary to know whether the two have any other interest in common beyond immediate negotiation. To this Tanis contrasts the concept of Gemeinschaft. He uses a certain number of terms to characterize him, here it is sufficient to indicate a few. It is essentially a broader relationship of solidarity, in a general, rather indefinite sphere of life and interests. It is a communion of fate, Schicksal. One could say that in this area of the relationship the parties act and are treated as a solidary unit. They share benefits and misfortunes, not necessarily in equal parts, because the relationships of Gemeinschaft admit both functional and hierarchical differentiation, but it is the specific field of application of the communist principle, to each according to his needs, from each according to his abilities. In this regard, Tanis tends to underline the involuntary nature of joining such a relationship, taking for example the relationship between parents and children as a typical case, in contrast to the voluntary entering into a contractual relationship. But this does not seem to be the essential criterion of distinction. On the contrary, it confuses the problem, since both friendship and marriage in our society are, in general, voluntarily contracted, although they are undoubtedly ideal relationships of the Gemeinschaft type. The main criterion must rather be sought on another level, that of the purpose of the parties in entering into a certain relationship. In the case of the Gesellschaft it is a specific and limited purpose, a specific exchange of goods or services, or a specific immediate purpose pursued in common. In the case of Gemeinschaft 506, on the other hand, if it is possible to speak of an end for which a party enters into the relationship, or for which the latter exists, it is of a different character. First, it is of a general nature, comprising a plurality of subsidiary specific ends, many of which still remain absolutely unspecified. If you ask a person, why did he get married? He will find it very difficult to answer in ordinary teleological terms. If, on the other hand, you ask him why he entered this shop, he will answer without hesitation, to buy some cigarettes. But in the case of marriage, he fell in love, perhaps, he wanted a home, children, companionship, the psychic security that comes from all these elements, the satisfaction of receiving advantages and at the same time having responsibilities. To the extent that this relationship is contracted voluntarily, it is an agreement of interests in a certain more or less well-defined sector of life. There are generally some minimum points on which there is tacit agreement. For example, in marriage it is understood that there must be sexual relations and a common hearth. But even these do not define the relationship in the same sense as the specific ends of the parties in the contract. Of course, there is an institutional aspect in relationships of the Gemeinschaft type as well as in Gesellschaft ones. However, there is also a specific and typical difference in at least two important aspects. In the Gesellschaft relationship, the parties are subject to obligations, moral first of all, but if necessary, supported by sanctions. In this case the obligations are typically limited by the terms of the contract, i.e., upon entering into the relationship, one party assumes positively defined specific obligations 507. And, above all, in any new situation that may arise, a new obligation is not admitted unless it can be demonstrated included in the contract or implied in its terms 508. The burden of proof falls on the person who requests the performance of an obligation not explicitly provided for. The obligations of the Gemeinschaft, however, are unspecified and unlimited. In cases where they are specified, they are always in the most general terms. Thus in the marriage oath both parties assume the obligation to love and protect each other in wealth and in poverty, in health and in sickness. It is a blank obligation to help one another in all the circumstances that may arise in common life. The burden of proof falls on the person who wishes to evade an obligation in a circumstance of the type envisaged. For example, in the case of illness, on the basis of a contractual relationship, one generally does not feel obliged to treat an employee, business partner, or customer who falls ill and whose personal resources are not sufficient. If you do it, it is for other reasons, such as friendship and the spirit of charity, in any case not for reasons relating to the business relationship. But for a member of one's family, such care is one of the main obligations, even if the object of it has done nothing to deserve it and is not well liked by family members. While the obligations relating to the Gemeinschaft relationship are unspecified, and in the aforementioned sense are unlimited, they are, in another sense, limited. But we are dealing here with a very different type of limitation from that proper to the Gesellschaft relationship. This limitation is a corollary of the fact that the same person participates in a plurality of relationships of Gemeinschaft and in other relationships involving moral duties. The demands of each relationship, therefore, are limited by the demands of the others. There is a hierarchy of values, and a valid reason for rejecting an obligation demanded by the other party. In a Gemeinschaft relationship it is its incompatibility with a higher obligation. Thus a husband may refuse to comply with his wife's demands regarding control of her time and the attention he gives her because, as a doctor, this would oblige him to neglect the interests of his patients. Here, however, the highest obligations must be explicitly invoked, while in the Gesellschaft report these considerations are irrelevant. If a shopkeeper tries to get more than his due, it doesn't matter that the debtor throws the requested extra money into useless or even harmful things, while the shopkeeper needs it. The important point is that the debtor's refusal to pay more would be supported by the moral sanction of the community, even without investigating whether the shopkeeper could, according to the community's own criteria, use the money better than him. The second important difference in the institutional aspect concerns the point at which the institutional rules apply. In the Gesellschaft relationship, institutional norms constitute a body of contingent rules. If one adheres to a contract, one is obliged to faithfully abide by its terms. You are equally obliged to remain within certain limits in securing the consent of the other party, not to resort to fraud, coercion, etc., even if you have the possibility. All these norms concern the specific means, ends and conditions of actions. The Gemeinschaft ratio is essentially different. Also in this sphere there is a system of institutional control. But this generally does not take the form of norms that directly regulate the specific ends, means, and conditions of action within the relationship. If this occurs, it generally remains marginal. Some elements are considered indispensable for the strength of the relationship. Thus in the case of marriage the wife is condemned for not allowing her husband to have sexual relations with her and the husband for not providing for the maintenance of his wife. In general, however, and we are not dealing with exceptions, the institutional sanction concerns attitudes rather than specific acts. The latter are mainly judged as expressions of attitudes. This is particularly clear when considering gossip as a form of social control in problems of this kind. What we try to control are certain attitudes, such as love, respect, filial piety and the like. The formally prohibited acts are those considered particularly incompatible with the right attitudes, that is, those which prevent the expression of such an attitude. 509. In the Gesellschaft report, on the other hand, the attitudes are irrelevant. We are in the sphere of formal legality. Thus arises what is the central point in the present context. In the case of the Gesellschaft the specific relationships are, within a framework of institutional norms, related to specific acts or complexes of action. In these terms they must be considered as results of the immediate elements of the action. In a sense, as Tanis observed, the relationship is mechanical. The relationship of Gemeinschaft is instead correspondingly specifically organic in that specific acts, to be interpreted and understood, must be seen in the context of a larger total relationship which, by definition, transcends these particular elements. The report, therefore, must not be considered as a result of these immediate elements, but also as implying a broader framework, within which they are placed. The relationship is not determined by these specific elements considered in themselves, but by the relatively stable and ingrained attitudes of which they can be considered an expression. This is why we always inquire into the underlying attitude of an act in the context of a Gemeinschaft report, which we do not do in the other case. In a sense, the category of Gemeinschaft is rigorously formal. It can include a large variety of different contents. For example, even today there is a considerable amount of economic exchange of services within the family, but they cannot be isolated from the general context of relationships and attitudes. This does not mean that the categories of economic analysis are inapplicable to such a situation, only that they cannot be considered on their own. This has been widely recognized by economists. At the same time, whatever the reasons, there are some types of concrete actions, which generally appear in a framework of the Gemeinschaft, which widespread moral sentiments prevent from being radically brought back into the context of the Gesellschaft. This is particularly the case, at least in our society, with sexual relations. The connotations acquired by the term prostitution are indicative in this respect. In its original reference, the word prostitution pertains to sexual intercourse precisely in abstraction from such a broader context of intercourse, such as a specific transaction. It doesn't matter that the parties are good, generous, far from the intention of exploiting each other. The performance can also be disinterested, it is still prostitution. This example raises another problem. In our society, not all extramarital sex is considered prostitution. Those that can be included in the context of friendship are specifically kept apart. However severely they may be condemned on the basis of our mores, they are never treated in the same way as prostitution. This is because friendship is also a type of Gemeinschaft relationship. It follows that, to the extent that an act falls within a system of relationships of the Gemeinschaft type, it constitutes a particular form of expression of more stable and profound attitudes. This therefore means that they take on a symbolic meaning in addition to the intrinsic meaning. There can be no doubt of the enormous importance of this fact in social life. Feelings develop around such acts, they acquire meaning for those who perform them. Without wanting to discuss this issue in depth, we can mention one or two specific examples. First, it seems likely that this explains, at least in part, the relatively easy acceptance of domestic duties. A woman who does housework will find tasks that are intrinsically uninteresting relatively bearable if they are a necessary part of her household's maintenance. The same tasks would probably seem much more humiliating and onerous to her if she had to perform them in someone else's house as a maid. 510. Sexual intercourse brings out a different aspect. Here its symbolic aspect in terms of a larger relationship, in marriage for example, gives it a meaning which is not generally necessary to get people to do it. But this framework serves as a control system for what are, in themselves, impulses that are difficult to control. These impulses are, both in marriage and in friendship, channeled in specific directions which, to the extent that control is effective, prevent their development into dangerous forms of hedonistic satisfaction. 511. The role of symbolism, in this as in other contexts, implies that of traditionalism. Tanis notes the close relationship between Gemeinschaft and traditionalism. From the analysis carried out in the previous chapter, the reasons for this relationship should be evident. There is also a particularly close relationship between Gemeinschaft and religion, above all due to the fact that they share a type of attitude, that is, disinterested dedication, and the preeminent function of symbolism. This is most clearly seen in the relationship between religion and family, an important, though not the only concrete, sector of Gemeinschaft relations. It can be stated 512 as an empirical generalization that religious and family interests can be intimately integrated, or clearly opposed, but they are never mutually indifferent. The most important point is that here, in the phenomena of Gemeinschaft, one can find another case where acts are better understood as modes of expression of attitudes rather than as means to specific ends. 513. Thus the norms of Gemeinschaft are analogous to the norms of taste, treated in relation to the Weberian concept of Brauch. But they are analogous and not identical, since the way in which Weber distinguishes the legitimate order from Brauch brings the moral element decisively into the category of the legitimate order. He also analyzed it, as was obvious, mainly in terms of the institutional aspect of the intrinsic means-end schema. It is clear, however, that the Gemeinschaft involves a moral element, as demonstrated by the nature of the community's attitudes towards, for example, the splitting of a marriage. On the basis of this criterion it assumes an institutional character, but in other respects it is rather close to the norm of taste. The attitudes expressed in the context of the Gemeinschaft reports, while being concrete attitudes, imply an element of value, one of the most important components of which is constituted by the value attitudes common to the members of the same community. Adherence to the rules governing Gemeinschaft relationships is in no case just a matter of taste. The category of forms of expression has therefore been expanded to include, in a different relationship, the same elements that have appeared to be fundamental in the intrinsic and symbolic relationships between means and ends. Methodologically this produces the important consequence, that the action oriented towards the norm of taste, the action in a context of Gemeinschaft must be interpreted as a mosaic. The concrete elements of the motivation must be placed in the wider context of the report, or as a whole, This is the essential reason why the pattern of relationships is important in this context. The statement of facts in terms of this schema immediately and directly places emphasis on the organic aspects of phenomena, which does not occur in the action schema. Thus it provides an important corrective to any flaws in perspective which may arise from an exclusive interest in the pattern of action. But it should again be emphasized that the importance of the relationship scheme is mostly descriptive, not analytical. According to Tönnies, Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft are ideal types of concrete relationships. His scheme is, in this sense, a classification. Its importance here lies in the manner of enunciation and classification of the facts, which is such as to highlight with particular clarity what are points of great interest for our analytical purposes. Above all, it demonstrates the inadequacy of an interpretation of action complexes in terms of the immediate ends and the situation of each particular act considered in itself. For the explanation of the Gemeinschaft concept, however, as for that of Brauch, the generalized theory derived from the development of the action schema is the most important. The concession of modes of expression does not represent a rejection of the schema of the structure of action, but an extension of it to what were residual categories. Above all, what is expressed are the same attitudes that we have encountered before, and ultimate values constitute the component of greatest theoretical interest. The fact that on the methodological level this leads to tools that have been widely used by theories founded on foundations other than that of the voluntaristic theory of action, i.e. idealistic theories, should not surprise, as we have seen, in this, as in other cases, both general positions on which the study has focused, but from which it differs, have left permanently valid precipitates, both empirically and methodologically, which it has been possible to incorporate into another scheme. The fact that this element is used here does not mean that ours is an idealistic or positivistic theory. Weber, it has been noted, used a concept very close to that of Tönnies' Gemeinschaft. He used it mainly descriptively, and its implications relevant for our purposes do not emerge as clearly as in the case of Tönnies. It therefore seemed preferable to refer to Tönnies for this discussion. However, the main conclusions can also be referred to Weber 514 and linked to the previous analysis of his work. However, one must not think that this discussion of the concepts of Gemeinschaft and Gesellschaft means that these concepts are unreservedly acceptable as the basis of a general classification of social relations, or in any case that it is possible to be based on any dichotomy of only two types. The basic types cannot be reduced to the two or even the three used by Weber. Attempting to develop such a classification scheme is obviously beyond the limits of this study. Such an attempt should, however, lead to a critical examination of the schemes of Tönnies, Weber, and others. The aspects of Tönnies' classification on which our analysis has focused involve distinctions of fundamental importance to any such scheme and would, consequently, have to be constructed into a larger scheme, which would probably involve a modification of their form of utterance. For the present purposes, however, i.e. to indicate another application of the concept of mode of expression of attitudes, the formulation in Tönnies' terms is sufficient. Part 4. Conclusion. 18 Empirically verified conclusions. In the first chapter it was said that the study must be considered as an attempt at empirical verification, in a particular case, of a theory of the development process of scientific thought. We can now repeat, our study wanted to be an empirical monograph, it dealt with facts and with the understanding of facts. The propositions that we have formulated are founded on facts, and we have always given in footnotes references relating to the sources of these facts. That the phenomena with which our study has dealt are the theories that certain scholars have elaborated regarding other phenomena, does not change the problem. Whether or not they have supported, in the manner set forth, the theories that have been discussed, is a question of fact like any other, to be verified by the same method, that of observation. The facts in this case refer to the works of these scholars. They belong to a class of facts, linguistic expressions, which have had to be discussed in detail. Observation of this class of phenomena involves interpreting the meaning of the linguistic symbols used in these works. It will be recognized that this is empirical observation, otherwise not only the study but all the scholarly works discussed here, and all others related to the subjective aspect of the action, they would have no scientific value. After the discussion of the previous chapters it is not necessary to insist further on this point. But it cannot be doubted that these phenomena are susceptible of empirical observation, unless one assumes a position of radical behaviorism. It is true that this study was not limited to the analysis of theories as empirical phenomena, it has also elaborated some specific theoretical propositions. But on the basis of the conception of science proposed here, this is not only right and legitimate, in a monograph of an empirical nature, it is absolutely indispensable. Facts by themselves do not tell their story, they must be subjected to thorough scrutiny, they must be analyzed, systematized, compared, and interpreted. As happens in all empirical studies, ours too has developed the implications of certain facts and enunciated some original facts. Observation and theoretical analysis proceeded in close interdependence. Without an interpretive theory, many of the facts concerning the theories of the scholars to which our attention has been directed would not have been important findings and, even if they had been observed, would not have led to any theoretical conclusions. And equally, the theory would have remained sterile if it had not been continually verified by observation. Naturally, in the course of the development of the study, the theory itself has undergone continuous modifications and reformulations. And as usually happens in these studios, only the definitive version was then exhibited. In these terms, therefore, the concluding observations will be divided into two parts. The present chapter will be dedicated to presenting the basis of some conclusions that have already been enunciated on an empirical level, in the previous study. The following chapter, the last one, will concern the development of some methodological implications. As far as it appears to us, they are legitimate implications of the empirical conclusions that have been reached. But it is not claimed that they have been established by empirical verification in the same sense. Consequently, the two sets of conclusions should be kept clearly distinct. Summary diagram of the structure of the action. Before enunciating the first series of conclusions, of which we believe we have given an empirical demonstration, it will be good to outline the development of the analytical argumentation of the whole study. Thus the reader will have all the main points in mind and will therefore be in the best position to judge whether the claims made are adequately verified. Rationality and utilitarianism. Historically and logically, the starting point is the concept of intrinsic rationality of action. This implies the fundamental elements of the ends, means, and conditions of rational action and the model of the intrinsic means-end relationship. One can evaluate the rationality of an action in terms of this relationship, on the basis of the correspondence between the choice of means, within the conditions specific to each situation, and the action that would be foreseen on the basis of a scientific theory 515 applied to the data of the problem and exposed, as Pareto says, in a virtual form. In these terms, the action is rational insofar as there is a scientifically demonstrable probability 516 that the means employed will lead, within the conditions of the actual situation, to the achievement or maintenance of that future state of affairs which the actor sets as his goal. Historically, this concept of the rationality of action, even if not always formulated in a clear and unambiguous way, has had a fundamental importance in what has been called the utilitarian current of the positivist tradition. Despite the differences due to the various hypotheses about the environment in which rational action takes place, this concept has been, in its essential structure, a constant structural element of the systems of thought examined here. However, it appears modified in certain essential aspects in the two extreme positions assumed by positivism. The rationalist position suppresses the distinction between ends, means and conditions of rational action, thus rendering action merely a process of adaptation to given conditions and predictions of their future state. The anti-intellectual position, in its radical form, alters the element of rationality in an even more fundamental way, reaching, in the extreme, its total elimination. However, both of these radical positivist positions give rise to insurmountable problems, both of a methodological and empirical nature. The theory of utilitarian approach focused on the means-end relationship, without in any way taking into consideration the nature of the end. This may be acceptable, but insofar as this theory tended to become a closed system on positivistic grounds, it was forced to postulate that ends are random in relation to the elements of action determined in positivistic terms. On this basis, any attempt to bring order to this random variability led to positions of radical positivistic determinism. Many of these attempts have been examined dealing with hedonism, natural selection, etc., and their consequences have been analyzed. The utilitarian hypothesis of random ends, whether implicit or explicit, is the only possible way of maintaining, on a positivistic basis, the voluntaristic character of action, the independence of ends and the other normative elements of the structure of action, with respect to determinism related to the terms of inheritance and environment. Within the utilitarian tradition and its positions of radical positivism, all the main relationships have appeared between the form of intrinsic rationality and the elements formulated by the radical positivist theories, i.e. heredity and environment 517. These can be seen in two main contexts. Since action is conceived as a process of rational adaptation of means to ends, they appear in the role of ultimate means and conditions of action. The qualification last is made necessary by the fact that what are means and conditions for a given concrete actor can largely be the result of the other mechanisms of the action of other individuals. To avoid moving in a closed circle, it is necessary to think in terms of what are the ultimate analytical conditions of the action in general, abstracting from the concrete conditions of a particular act. Failure to make this distinction can lead to serious confusion. It is good to draw attention to another danger of the same type. The very mechanisms of heredity and of the environment play a certain part in determining the concrete ends of the action. A concrete end of this kind is an anticipated state of affairs, into which hereditary and environmental elements enter. This situation is clearly illustrated by hedonism. Pleasure is plausible as an end of action, because it is expected that the psychological mechanisms, which under certain circumstances produce pleasant sensations, operate in the process tending to the realization of the desired state of affairs. But this has nothing to do with the analytic concept of the end as part of a generalized system. It is a characteristic of the organism that we know from experience operates in a certain way, and which, analytically, belongs to the conditions of action. To speak of ends, as determined by the mechanism of pleasure, is to eliminate ends from the generalized theoretical system. Furthermore, the same mechanisms of heredity and of the environment appear in the case in which the action does not correspond to a rational norm. From an objective point of view, these elements appear mainly as the reasons why an action does not correspond to or deviate from the norm, i.e. the factors that have been given the name of resistant factors and deviant factors. Subjectively, the same factors present themselves as sources of ignorance and error. Error as understood here is not random error, but rather it should be understood that the presence of an error in a particular direction is ipso facto indicative of the presence of a non-rational deviant factor. Above all, in the positivistic scheme, the deviations from the rational norm must be attributable, from a subjective point of view, to ignorance or error, or to both of these causes. Finally, we must not forget that hereditary elements can certainly guide behavior in accordance with the rational norm, but this occurs regardless of the individual's independent participation, which is instead fundamental for the voluntaristic conception of action. If this fact is true, any subjective aspect of the action will, if subjected to analysis, be amenable to the terms of non-subjective systems 518. Verification is obtained when an adequate explanation of the concrete behavior in question is reached without recourse to the elements formulated in concepts having an intrinsic subjective reference. We have therefore seen that both the norm of intrinsic rationality, and its relationships with hereditary and environmental factors, in the three forms outlined above, could be adequately expressed in the general scheme of the positivistic theoretical system, until one reaches the extreme of radical positivism. However, it has been shown that the utilitarian position contains elements of instability, and that, in order to keep it within the positivist ambit, it is necessary to resort to a metaphysical, extra-positivist element, which in the cases analyzed here is identified with the postulate of identity natural of interests. Thus, the more rigorously and systematically the implications of the positivist position were developed, the more precarious became the status of the normative elements of action that could find an adequate formulation within a positivistic scheme. It can certainly be said that the increasingly rigorous systemization of even remote implications of the positivistic approach to the study of human action has played an important part in the development of the current of thought that is the object of this study. Of particular interest here is the increasingly precise presentation of the utilitarian dilemma, either a radical positivist position, or a rigorous utilitarianism. The first possibility implies the abandonment of the means-end scheme, the second a greater dependence on extra-scientific metaphysical hypotheses. In the prevailing positivist climate it seemed that the weight of scientific prestige coincided with the position of radical positivism. But on the other hand, utilitarian principles rested on a correct empirical intuition that could not easily be undermined. Therefore everything was ripe for a theoretical reconstruction that would overcome this dilemma. The purpose of the second part of our work was to analyze three different thought systems that attempted this reconstruction. It may be worth briefly reviewing them. Marshall 519 only made an important contribution, albeit without being fully aware of it. He inherited the conceptual scheme of the utilitarian tradition, and the same elements to which the main interest of this study is directed had a central importance for the further development of his theory of utility. The concepts of utility, marginal utility, and the principle of substitution are all connected to the means-end scheme, to the assumption of the rationality of choices and to the independence of ends on the analytical level. This is enough to explain why Marshall did not share the orientation towards positions of radical positivism prevalent in his day. On the other hand, Marshall clearly recognized the inadequacy of a rigidly utilitarian position to explain certain facts of economic life, and in particular those relating to free enterprise. The line of thought that he followed reflected his intuition of empirical reality on the one hand and his ethical principles on the other. He opposed a rigidly utilitarian theory of economic life mainly on 2 points. First, he rejected the hypothesis of the independence of needs even for the heuristic purposes of economic theory. He believed that this hypothesis could only be applied to a category of needs which he called, in an explicitly negative sense, artificial needs. However, it was not valid for that category of needs on which his interest mainly focused, that is, that of needs adapted to activities. Second, Marshall rejected the view that the concrete actions of economic life should be regarded only as means to the satisfaction of needs, even for the sole purposes of economic theory. They are at the same time a field for the exercise of faculty and the development of character. These two elements of differentiation with respect to the utilitarian scheme appear together in the concept of activity. This concept was not clearly defined by Marshall. Indeed, in relation to his conceptual scheme, it is mainly a residual category. However, some observations can be made about it. It is first of all clear that it is not a new formulation of the elements of heredity and the environment. The explicit distinction between needs adapted to activities and needs of a biological nature excludes such an interpretation in one sense, and in another sense, it is also excluded by the manifest impossibility of considering Marshall a hedonist. Finally, it should be noted that Marshall failed in any way to question the rationality of action in the name of an anti-rationalistic psychology. There can be no doubt that assets constitute a residual category in the field of values. Both the needs adapted to the activities and the forms of the activity themselves must be seen primarily as manifestations of a single, relatively well-integrated value system. The analogy between these attitudes and those present in the spirit of Weber's capitalism, particularly in its ascetic aspect, has already been pointed out. In this sense, activities become an important element of the economic order. With the increase of rationality and the accumulation of empirical knowledge, the development of this system of values becomes for Marshall the main force of social evolution. Marshall, however, does not go beyond this point. Consideration of integrated value systems distinct from random ends is limited to this system alone. He does not develop the logically possible hypothesis that others exist in other societies. Likewise, he too does not elaborate on the theoretical implications of the relationship of this system with concrete action except for 2 points in which the problem concerns his theory of utility. Thus the theoretical importance of his opposition to traditional thinking, and the empirical consequences of further development in this direction were not clear to him or to his disciples. Despite these limitations, however, Marshall took the most important step, introducing the concept of an integrated value system, common to a large number of individuals, a concept that had no place in utilitarian or radical positivistic thought. Pareto. The same problems have been examined, albeit from a different point of view, in the analysis of Pareto's thought. Pareto's general methodological position paved the way for the explicit development of a voluntaristic theory of action. His skepticism helped to free scientific methodology from the conception that a theory, to be valid on a methodological level, had to be positivistic. Of the 4 authors considered here, Pareto is the one who comes closest to a formulation that can be considered acceptable from the point of view of the study in exposing the methodological requirements of a scientific theory. 520. Above all, Pareto completely cleared the field of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, which was persistent in positivistic social theory. Pareto was also an eminent economist, and in this area he developed essentially the same kind of utility theory as Marshall. He shared with Marshall the belief that this theory was inadequate to provide a scientific explanation of human actions also in the economic field, but his approach to this problem differs from Marshall's. Strictly limiting economic theory to the element of utility, he framed it within a larger synthetic sociological theory. In his conceptual scheme, Pareto made a double use of the residual categories. The starting point is the concept of logical action, defined in positive terms. An action is logical insofar as it consists of logically connected and end-oriented operations, both from the point of view of the actor and from that of an outside observer. The non-logical action is a residual category. It is the action which, for whatever reason, does not satisfy the criterion of logic. The concept of logical action is clearly more extensive than that of economic action, even if Pareto does not carry out a systematic treatment of the non-economic logical elements, they are only indicated, not defined. The main task of a further analysis of Pareto's work is the study of both these residual categories in a structural context. We first summarize Pareto's analysis of non-logical action 521. It proceeds inductively, on the basis of an initial distinction between two classes of concrete data, manifest acts and linguistic expressions. Pareto is directly interested only in this last category. Through an analysis of non-scientific theories he formulates the categories of residue and derivation, which respectively constitute the constant and variable elements of these theories. Therefore the residue is a proposition. Pareto developed the concepts of residues and derivations as variable elements in a theoretical system, without any explicit reference to the problem of structure. Having thus defined the concepts, he proceeded to classify their values, without attempting, at least until a much later stage, to consider concrete systems of action. The aim of our analysis was instead to elaborate the implications of his treatment for the structure of those systems to which the analysis of the elements made by Pareto can be applied. First, the way he defined the concepts has been shown to be relevant to the main dichotomy that emerged in the present study, the distinction between normative and conditional aspects of systems of action. In particular, it must be assumed that the residues express not only one but both of these categories of elements. The result, according to the words used by Pareto himself, would be to introduce into his classification of residues another criterion which interferes with those he used. Many of Pareto's interpreters have thought that his feelings are essentially the impulses or instincts of anti-rationalist psychology. But examining the way in which he conducted his analysis, we have found that this interpretation finds no justification in the logic of his position and is furthermore incompatible with certain important aspects of his thought, particularly with his treatment of social Darwinism and the correspondence problem between facts and residues 522. This dichotomy of structural elements forms the basis of further analysis 523. The concept of action was the starting point for the study of the general problem: what are the implications for the structure of the total system of action in which it is situated? In the first place, an element to consider in the residues is that of the ultimate ends of the action in the intrinsic means-end chain, which, in a position of radical rationalism, is a clearly formulated and unambiguous guiding principle for action 524. The fact that ultimate ends fall into the non-logical category makes it possible to interpret logical action as the intermediate sector of the means-end relationship. It was possible to verify this interpretation of an element of the residuals on the basis of the role that Pareto assigns to faith in the residuals of the persistence of the aggregates. In our opinion, it is not possible to interpret this aspect of his cyclical theory according to any other hypothesis. Second, it is clear that the element of value is exhausted by this particular kind of residue, but that this is an extreme case of radical rationalism. There is also a more generic, less definite element of value identifiable in feelings, which is manifested in other residues, derivations, and various forms of conduct. To indicate this element and distinguish it from the others present in Pareto's feelings, we have introduced the expression ultimate value attitudes. Similarly, to distinguish the residues that constitute the guiding principles of rational action from the others, they have been indicated as ultimate ends. Thus a distinction emerged between two elements within the larger category of values, which was not contained in Marshall's conception of activities. Thirdly, it turned out that logical action, or the intermediate sector means ends, is not, in systems of action, structurally homogeneous, but must in turn be subdivided. Through an analysis of the implications of Pareto's conception of logical action referable to such systems, three elements of the intermediate sector have been distinguished. By introducing, at later stages, more general relationships of a single act with the other aspects of a system of action, the technological, economic and political subsectors have been identified. It was also possible to verify the criteria adopted in this procedure in the light of Pareto's theory of social utility. The hierarchical series of different levels at which he believes the utility problem can be considered expresses the same distinctions in different forms. It is significant that these distinctions emerge in the synthetic part of Pareto's work, where he examines systems of action considered globally, while such distinctions are not found in his analytic scheme, in which only isolated elementary acts are considered. Instead of a pure enumeration of the possible contents of the logical action, therefore, a scheme of systematically correlated structural elements has been introduced. Finally, in connection with the theory of social utility itself, a version of the sociological theorem has emerged, in terms of radical rationalism, in which Pareto was interested. It is formulated as an end that a society should pursue on the basis of logical reasoning experimental. Or, in other words, it can be said that the actions of the members of a society are significantly oriented according to a single integrated system of ultimate goals common to all members. More generally, the element of value, in the form of both ultimate ends and value attitudes, is, to a significant extent, common to all members of society. This fact is one of the essential conditions for the equilibrium of social systems. As a result of Pareto's non-positivist methodology and the greater historical relativism of his empirical conceptions, we therefore find implicit in his thinking a differentiation between the structural elements of systems of action, developed far beyond Marshall's point. The latter had not adequately distinguished on the analytical level, not even between the norm of intrinsic rationality and the element of value. These aspects are treated together in his conception of the free enterprise system. In Pareto this distinction is explicit: one is logical, the other non-logical. To this must be added the differentiation between the element of the ultimate ends and the intermediate means ends sector, which in turn includes three subsectors, whose criteria of distinction had not been satisfactorily indicated by Marshall. He tended to merge them all, together with the activities, into his economic category, and thus to suppress altogether the element of coercive power. Furthermore, the element of ultimate value itself differs in three respects: ultimate ends, value attitudes, and both of these, insofar as they are common to all members of a community. Finally, a phenomenon emerges, not yet explicitly analyzed but of great empirical importance for Pareto, which later became analytically fundamental for Durkheim, namely the phenomenon of ritual. Therefore, although Pareto's starting point was not substantially different from Marshall's, the stage he reached allows us to make, from the point of view of our study, a very considerable progress compared to Marshall's position. Durkheim. Analyzing Durkheim's thought in relation to Pareto's position, we note an undoubted convergence. It is true, in a sense, that both were concerned from the outset with a series of closely related problems, but the ways in which they approached these problems are so radically different that this convergence was never revealed. Durkheim did not deal with economics, understood in a technical sense, but we have shown that in his early empirical works he had a strong interest in the problems of economic individualism. Furthermore, the terms in which Durkheim analyzed these problems are very close to those of the utilitarian position, but these are the only directly comparable elements. In a certain sense we can say that Durkheim approached the problem according to the scheme of action, but using it in a very particular way. His empirical critique of utilitarian theories, both in the division of social labor and in suicide, results in the assertion that such theories are based on incorrect teleology. From the point of view of this study, this essentially means that Durkheim moves in terms of the utilitarian dilemma and that, having rejected the utilitarian solution, he is faced with the alternative of radical positivism. From the subjective point of view, the decisive factors must appear to the actor as facts of the external world, that is, as conditions of his action. This is the genesis of the criteria of exteriority and constriction as distinctive of social facts. But with the extension, in the suicide, of the empirical critique from the utilitarian position alone to the whole group of theories involving the factors of heredity and the environment, a number of problems arise. In fact, the criteria of exteriority and constraint evidently include these elements as facts for the actor. Social facts become a residual category that can be reached by elimination. It includes the non-utilitarian aspects of the action, that is, facts which for the actor are not connected with heredity or the non-human environment. They therefore constitute another type of environmental factor, the social milieu. The formulas to which Durkheim's name is still linked, that society is a sui generis reality, that it is a psychic entity and that it is made up of collective representations must refer, as we have seen, to the attempt to define this residual category. Each of these attempts, but particularly the synthetic argument, represent indirect approaches to the problem rather than developments derived from the action scheme, which was Durkheim's starting point 525. From this point of view he remained at an impasse. Later, in the process of developing his thinking, he managed to get out of it. The decisive step was the distinction between social constraint and naturalistic causality. The social milieu constitutes a series of conditions that escape the control of a given concrete individual, but not the control of the actors taken as a whole. From this point of view, the most remarkable aspect is a system of normative rules supported by sanctions. Up to this point, having rejected utilitarian teleology, Durkheim still conceives the actor passively, like a scientist who studies the conditions of his situation. The voluntaristic aspect of action and the role of ends completely escape him. But the next step totally modifies the situation, with the recognition that the fear of sanctions is only the secondary reason for adherence to institutional norms, while the main reason is the sense of moral duty. At this point the main meaning of constraint coincides with moral obligation and thus a clear separation is drawn between social constraint and constraint exercised by natural facts. Social reality is no longer a residual category. But this brings Durkheim closer to the voluntaristic aspect of the action scheme, from which he had to some extent departed when he rejected the utilitarian position. It is the moment of synthesis, which transcends both thesis and antithesis. In fact, the sense of moral obligation towards a norm is clearly an attitude of value in the sense assumed here. Furthermore, since the social milieu for Durkheim implies an integrated system of norms of this kind, this position also implies the existence of a common system of ultimate values. The individualism of the utilitarian position has been overcome, but after making this step, it is possible to reintroduce the element of value. Having enunciated the sociological theorem from the beginning, Durkheim arrived, through a process of successive reinterpretations, essentially at the same position as Pareto. The social element implies the existence of a system of common values 526. There is however an important difference. Pareto, who had approached the problem by developing the means-end schema and generalizing it in terms of the radical rationalist position, formulated the social element as the end which a society should pursue. Durkheim's point of view is different. Instead of generalizing the means-end scheme for systems of action, he concentrated on the individual agent in a social environment and developed the analysis of the elements of this environment, finding that one of the main aspects is a common system of norms. Later he formulated the concept of moral duty, first as a motivation of individual obedience to a given norm, finally establishing that the maintenance of a common system of norms is based on a set of common values. Thus Durkheim clarified the institutional aspect of systems of action, which had remained latent in Pareto's analytic thought, although there are precise indications in this sense in his empirical work. But Durkheim places this in clear relief as a distinct element of the structure of action systems studied in terms of the intrinsic means-end schema. Action in the means-end chain has at least a double normative orientation, as for Weber, towards norms of efficiency and towards norms of legitimacy. This position has the further effect of bringing utilitarian elements back into the scheme, in the form of interests, which tend to escape regulatory control by centrifugal force. The most important formulation of this conception in the work of Durkheim analyzed up to now is the concept of anomie 527. This concept has a close analogy with Pareto's concept of interests in relation to the residuals of combinations. However, it must be said that Durkheim paid little attention to the intrinsic means-end scheme, and above all to its intermediate sector. Thus the distinction between the elements of the latter, implicit in Pareto's work, remained latent in that of Durkheim. His contribution to the further development of the action schema had a fundamental importance, but in another direction, concerning certain aspects that Pareto had not made explicit. This important new development emerged in Durkheim's study of religion 528. Considering the terms in which Durkheim had treated the subjective point of view in his previous work, it seems natural that he began by posing the problem of which reality, i.e. the empirical foundation of a class of facts for the actor, underlies the ideas religious. Though the problem was formulated in traditional terms, his solution was revolutionary in scope. In the problem of institutions he moved from the conception of the social milieu as a set of natural facts, to thinking of it as a set of moral norms. But such norms are still empirical facts, the importance of which lies in their intrinsic relationship to action as agents of control. Durkheim came to conclude that the specific object of religious ideas are entities having a common property, that of being sacred. Religious theories had mainly been concerned with imaginary entities, gods, spirits, etc. Durkheim showed that this property was common to a large group of concrete objects and actions and, in certain circumstances, also to people, etc. He therefore asks himself the question, what is the element common to all sacred things, such that it explains this characteristic of theirs? An attempt had previously been made to find an intrinsic basis for this property. Durkheim took a different direction. The only property common to all sacred things is precisely being sacred, and this is not due to their intrinsic properties, but derives only from the particular attitude that men have towards them, the attitude of veneration. If this is true, men venerate sacred things not for their own sake, but because of their relationship to something else which they respect. What, then, is the character of this relationship? It cannot be derived from the intrinsic properties of sacred things, but it is symbolic. Sacred things are such because they are symbols, having a common symbolic reference to a sacred entity. This symbolic relationship is something completely new in the framework of action theory considered up to this point 529. The question now arises, what is this common reference? For Durkheim, it must be something that we can respect in this specific sense, and in this sense we only respect moral authority. Therefore the foundation of the sacredness of sacred things is the same operating in the obligation to observe certain moral rules, society. This synthesis between what had hitherto been considered as different aspects of human life constitutes an ingenious solution, of fundamental importance. However, this position must be further analyzed to resolve the difficulties still present in Durkheim, and deriving from his positivism. Society in this context is not a concrete entity, and it is not, above all, the concrete totality of human beings in relation to one another. It is a moral reality. The analysis has shown that religious ideas concern the cognitive relationships of men with certain non-empirical aspects of the world, with what in a particular sense has been defined, in a study by Weber, the supernatural. Associated with these ideas are certain active attitudes, as they are called by Locke, which are partly determined by these ideas, but partly, in turn, determining. These active attitudes turn out to be the ultimate value attitudes of the previous discussion, and as they constitute society in Durkheim's sense, they are common value attitudes. The source of sacredness is the supernatural, the symbolic representations that we give of them are sacred things, the attitude of veneration towards them is, similarly to the respect for moral obligations, a manifestation of our ultimate values which are social insofar as they are common. But that is not all. The active attitudes associated with religious ideas are manifested not only in ideas but in certain actions or behaviors, and these actions equally have the property of being sacred and involve relationships with sacred entities. Durkheim gives the name of ritual to this whole class of actions in relation to sacred things. They are actions in the strict sense, ways for the actor to achieve specific ends. In Durkheim's words, they are part of the Viserias 530. However, they differ from the actions we dealt with in the previous analysis in two main respects: they are sacred and therefore are performed only under special conditions, completely detached from utilitarian calculations of advantage, that is, they are performed with a ritual attitude. Furthermore, they involve the use of sacred symbols, what has been called the symbolic means-end relationship. From both these points of view, judged by the criterion of the intrinsic norm of rationality, they are not irrational but rather non-rational, or in other words, such a criterion cannot be applied. Finally, the ritual aspect for Durkheim is not only a manifestation of attitudes of value, but has a notable functional importance in relation to social solidarity. This is a way of reviving and reinforcing the element of common values, which, in greater or lesser extent, are latent in profane activities. In this sense, the centrifugal tendency of interests is again taken into consideration by Durkheim. Ritual is one of the fundamental defense mechanisms of society against the tendency towards anomie. Thus it appears that Durkheim's thinking on society followed a process of constant development. From a concrete reality we arrive at a complex of elements of action existing only in the mind of individuals. From a category of facts of nature, understood as conditions of human action, we arrive at a system of common values implying a non-empirical reference. This last trend of development finds its realization in its sociological epistemology. At this point there was the definitive break with the methodology of positivism, even if new problems emerged on the other hand. This tendency assumes a clearly idealistic orientation in Durkheim's thought and, in its final phase, appears to be in contrast with the voluntaristic theory of action. In terms of the latter theory, the element of truth that this position represents is found in a more acceptable form in Weber's concept of Wertbesichung, in the sense of introducing an element of relativity into knowledge and at the same time providing a starting point for the analysis of social factors in their development. It must be emphasized that, due to the approach adopted here, no point of Pareto's thought appears incompatible with Durkheim's position and vice versa. The differences between the two are complementary, as they relate to the different points in which they differentiated the elements of the structure of the action. Pareto highlighted 531, which Durkheim did not do, the internal distinctions of the intrinsic intermediary sector and the ultimate value element insofar as this is not integrated into a common system. For his part, Durkheim clearly highlighted the role of the institutional element in relation to the intrinsic means-end relationship and elaborated a further differentiation of the structure and forms of manifestation of the system of ultimate values, which for Pareto had remained a residue. This in particular in the concepts of the sacred, the role of symbolism and their relationship with the ritual action and its function. The non-empirical reference to ultimate values is implicit in the concept of the sacred and therefore the relationship of value attitudes with ideas is much more evident in Durkheim than in Pareto. Furthermore, the symbolic relationship, which is essential for the representation of the supernatural, provides, together with the concept of the sacred, the essential analytical key for understanding a whole class of actions, the ritual, which are important for Pareto from an empirical point of view but which for his systematic theory remain residues. These concepts of Durkheim must be considered as a further specification of the content of Pareto's categories of non-logical action and feeling. That the conceptual elements identified in the course of the analysis of the work of Pareto and Durkheim actually belong to the same theoretical system, and that the thought of the two converges in the same direction, results definitively from the demonstration that it was possible to give, that all of these elements are found in Weber's work. This is true even though Weber's work was conducted independently of that of the other two scholars and his methodological position was such as to minimize the role of a generalized theoretical system. It is above all remarkable that a German historical economist arrived at a conception of the role of the economic element almost identical to that of the neoclassical Pareto and that Weber, an idealist, at least by training, arrived at a perfect correspondence of the complex system of structural categories referring to religious ideas, institutions, ritual, and attitudes of value, with a thinker of a clearly positivistic approach, such as Durkheim. It is legitimate to state that on these fundamental points convergence is not only suggested or appears probable, but has been demonstrated by us as a factual reality. the discussion on this point can only have foundation if it is demonstrated that the work of these three scholars it has been misinterpreted here, and this, moreover, is a factual problem. Weber. We believe that Weber's work is sufficiently present to the reader, and we will therefore limit ourselves to a brief summary. On the empirical level, the main criticism of him was directed against the historical materialism of Marx, which, as has been shown, essentially constitutes, from the analytical point of view, a version of the utilitarian position, framed in a historical context. To this position Weber contrasted a theory of the role of value elements in the form of a combination of religious interests, i.e. value attitudes, in their relation to a system of metaphysical ideas. This position is situated in the context of a voluntaristic theory of action, not of an idealistic emanationism. For Weber, the elements of value exert their influence in complex processes of interaction with the other elements of a system of action, and not simply by becoming real. All this was elaborated in great detail in his empirical studies on the relationship between religious ethics and economic life 532. Parallel to his rejection of a conception of the social influence of religious ideas as a process of emanation is his polemic against methodological positions of idealistic derivation 533. Their common feature was the denial of the possibility or validity of general concepts in the field of human action. Weber claimed the indispensability of general theoretical concepts for the demonstration of any objective proposition in any field. By attacking this view on the logic of social science, he also saved from criticism certain elements of fundamental importance to his substantive position. The idealistic theories of intuition were acceptable as they suggested the subjective reference of the theory of action and the indispensability of the subjective point of view. The argument on the problem of freedom allowed the norm of intrinsic rationality to stand as fundamental to action. The organic aspect of intuitionism allowed the concept of an element of value to survive in its dual relationship, in the Wertbeziehung, as methodologically indispensable to the theory and fundamental to the action itself. Above all, the methodological vindication of general concepts is essential for the concept of action, as science and the rationality of action are inextricably linked with each other. At the same time, due to the circumstances that have been examined, there are two serious limitations in Weber's methodological position in relation to our context. First, in advocating a line of distinction between the logical character of the natural and social sciences, which we have here judged unacceptable, Weber was led to a fictitious conception of the nature of general concepts in these disciplines, which prevented one from clearly seeing the role of essentially non-fictitious generalized theoretical systems. This fact and the circumstance that general concepts were for him a residual category prevent us from formulating what for our study is the fundamental distinction between concepts of hypothetically concrete types and their empirical generalization on the one hand, and the categories of a system generalized theorist on the other. Only the former are fictitious in the field of social phenomena, a fact connected to the important degree of organicity of the subject matter. Therefore, Weber's systematic theorizing tended to follow a different direction from the one that mainly interests us here, that is, to systematically classify structural ideal types of social relations 534. Despite these methodological deficiencies, however, it has been possible to identify a scheme of the structure of a generalized system of action emerging from the essential points of Weber's work, a scheme which, although not clearly recognized by him in its logical nature, appears absolutely essential for the specific results of both theoretical and empirical character of Weberian analysis itself. The problems concerning the category of general concepts, indicated in the course of the previous analysis, have been verified by the demonstration that in reality Weber's systematic theory implies the different types which can be foreseen if our analysis is correct. It is not necessary to recapitulate the structural scheme of this generalized system, and the way in which Weber came to identify its elements, as completely as has been done for Marshall and for Pareto. The logical starting point is also here the criterion of intrinsic rationality, expressed in the norm of efficiency. This implies essentially the same relations with heredity and the environment as indicated in the other cases. The intermediate sector of the intrinsic means-ends chain is differentiated essentially in the same way as emerged in Pareto's work 535. The dividing line between technological and economic elements corresponds to the one indicated above, and is perfectly explicit. The distinction between economic and political elements involves more complex problems, but the fact that Weber made use of the concept of authority in drawing it constitutes an acknowledgement both of the importance of coercive power that can be exercised by a variety of means, and of the existence of limits beyond which these elements cannot be included in the ordinary categories of economic analysis. The element of ultimate value made its first appearance in Weber's work with the systems of value attitudes associated with religious ideas. The role played by this element as the ultimate end of the intrinsic means-end chain emerges, theoretically, in relation to the types of rational action, zweckrational and word-rational. Its institutional relationship to the intrinsic means-ends chain is expressed in the concept of the legitimate order, the equivalent of Durkheim's norms endowed with moral authority. The non-empirical religious reference is expressed in the concept of charisma, corresponding to Durkheim's category of the sacred. The analysis of this point made it possible to clarify the reciprocal relationship between value attitudes, generally called by Weber, in this context, religious interests and religious ideas. The consideration of the problem of meaning, in reference to these ideas and to the things and events of the world, leads to clarifying the fundamental function of symbolism. For Weber, one cannot doubt the existence of a class of actions involving to a large extent both charisma and symbolism, i.e. ritual. This stock class has not been explicitly analyzed, as Durkheim had, but all the elements of Durkheim's analysis are present. In all these respects, there appears to be a remarkable punctual correspondence between Weber and Durkheim 536. There are three main differences, not due to substantial differences but simply to differences of emphasis. The categories relating to ritual, which were explicit and fundamental for Durkheim, were largely implicit for Weber. On the other hand, the reciprocal relations between value attitudes and ideas of the supernatural, which we had to work out by inference from Durkheim's position, are completely explicit in Weber, so that we have an immediate verification of the deductions made from Durkheim's position. Thirdly, the role of elements of value in the dynamic processes of transformation of the status quo, which was almost entirely latent in Durkheim, assumes a central position in Weber's theory of prophecy, thus making it possible to overcome the one-sidedness of Durkheim's thought, at the where he left his work. Finally, we find in Weber an aspect of action systems, what we have called the modes of expression of value attitudes, which does not appear elsewhere. This aspect is emerging both at the methodological and at the theoretical level. In the examination of Weber's thought it was analyzed in the context of the orientation of action according to norms of taste, but in the discussion of Tönnies it was found that the same type of analysis can be applied to institutional phenomena in the case of the Gemeinschaft, where the rules in question contain a moral element and are not simply a matter of taste. The elements of the structure of a generalized system of action, thus outlined, fall into three relatively well-defined groups. The first is that of heredity and the environment, seen subjectively as the ultimate means and conditions of action and as a source of ignorance and willed errors. These are the elements whose scientific understanding is possible in terms of categories that do not imply a subjective reference 537. For the science of action they constitute data 538. Knowledge of their nature and behavior is the permanently valid precipitate for the theory of human action left over from the social theories of radical positivism. The second group is the one included in the intermediate sector of the intrinsic means-end relationship. This group represents the valid precipitate of utilitarian categories. The atomistic character of utilitarian thought prevented the internal differentiation of this sector from clearly emerging, even if some indications in this sense can be glimpsed. The general concept of the rationality of the action, common to all, allows us to formulate the technological element. Utilitarian theories applied to the social field formulated the economic element on the basis of the postulate of the natural identity of interests. With progressive conceptual refinement, this process culminated in the marginal utility analysis of modern economic theory initiated by Jevons and Marshall. Ultimately, the element of coercive power got its classical formulation on utilitarian grounds by Hobbes, and has since reappeared in various forms whenever the postulate of the natural identity of interests was denied. The third is constituted by the set of elements that accompany the system of ultimate values as integrated and not reducible to the casual ends of utilitarianism. As we have seen, it emerges from the positivist tradition, and the process of its derivation is that of the crisis of the positivist tradition in the transition towards a voluntaristic theory of action. In a sense, this element has always been present in the idealistic tradition, and can be considered the permanently valid idealistic precipitate for the development of the theory of action. But the idealism-positivism dualism that prevailed until recently in modern social thought gave rise, at both a methodological and theoretical level, to a divergence that prevented its integration with the other elements in the description of a single general system of action. Only the corresponding crisis of idealistic methodology, which appeared in the examination of Weber's thought, made it possible to overcome this divergence and merge the two developments. Finally, there is an element that does not fall into any of these three structural groups, but rather serves to link them to each other. This element, which appeared in several points of our work, was indicated with the term commitment. This is the name given to the linking factor between the normative and conditional elements of the action. It is necessary due to the fact that norms are not realized automatically, but only through action. It is an element whose analytic status in the theory of action is probably analogous to that of energy in the physical sciences. Conclusions subject to verification. We believe we can conclude that the propositions contained in the scheme outlined above and the considerations made in the course of this study constitute, with only one limitation, an adequate verification of the 5 theses which will be presented shortly. The limitation to which we refer concerns the fact that it was impossible to understand in the field of this study all the empirical material on which the theories under discussion are based. In the scheme presented above, then, it was not possible to understand any element of this material, of which, however, in the course of this study we have tried to present a considerable part. The reader can directly refer to the works of the scholars we have examined. The 5 theses are: 1. From the work of the 4 thinkers mainly discussed here emerged the outline of a generalized social theory itself, the structural aspect of what has been called the voluntaristic theory of action. The differences between these authors, relevant from a theoretical point of view, can be reduced to 3 types. A. Terminological differences, different names to indicate the same thing. For example, Pareto calls logical what for Weber is rational. B. Differences in the level at which the structural analysis has been conducted to arrive at the explicit distinction of all the main elements. In this respect, Marshall represents just the beginning of an overcoming of the utilitarian position. It is, however, a beginning made at such a crucial point as to assume great importance here. C. Differences in formulation, due to differences in empirical orientation and theoretical approach in the individual authors. Thus the moral element was interpreted by Pareto, like ultimate ends, an element of residues, by Durkheim as an institutional norm. To this generalized system of theoretical categories common to the thinkers studied here is, considered as a total system, a new development of theory and does not automatically derive from the cultural tradition to which they belonged. Of course, it is not a creation ex nihilo, but it has been achieved through a gradual process of critical re-examination of certain aspects and certain elements of pre-existing systems, a process very similar to observation and empirical verification. Indeed, given the diversity of the starting points, the very fact that it is essentially the same system rules out the possibility that it was simply taken over from the pre-existing systems. Above all, it does not only contain elements common to all previous traditions. Although each of the major groups of elements has a place in at least one of the other traditions as more than a mere residual category, this is not the case for the system as a whole considered as a total specific structure of conceptual elements. The completed structure is, in some fundamental respects, incompatible with any of the previous systems. 3. The development of this theoretical system was operated in close relationship with the main empirical generalizations formulated by each author. For example, and in a negative sense, Marshall's empirical conceptions appear so close to those dominant in the utilitarian tradition only because his divergence from the theoretical system of this tradition was relatively moderate. If from his insight into the role of a common value system Marshall had come to conceive of the possibilities of different value systems, he could not have argued for linear evolutionism. In the case of Pareto and Durkheim instead, their divergence from all the most important positivist theories of an empirical nature, such as that of linear evolution, laissez-faire, social Darwinism, religion and magic, conceived as prescience, is more intimately linked to the voluntaristic theory of action. In part, the development of this theory is due to the critique of positivist theories that followed their new discoveries and empirical insights. In part their new theoretical ideas led them to new factual insights. The same goes for Weber, with the clarification that he fought on two fronts, on the one hand against idealistic and emanationist theses, and the empirical theories associated with them, on the other hand against the positivist tendencies of Marxian historical materialism. The so relevant empirical interpretations of these three thinkers could not be adequately developed and expounded within a positivistic or idealistic conceptual scheme. It must be remembered that their theories in this sense are not generic statements, such as social change follows for certain expect a cyclical pattern, social factors operate in suicide, or the Protestant ethic has had an important effect on the development of the Western economy. These propositions could be part of other schemes. The empirical interpretations referred to here are rather specific versions of the forms, processes, and relationships of the elements of the phenomena studied, which underlie these more general propositions. The more deeply one goes into the detail of the explanations provided by the authors themselves, the more important the categories of the voluntaristic theory of action become. For one of the fundamental factors for the emergence of the voluntaristic theory of action is represented by the correct observation of the empirical facts of social life, in particular corrections and additions to the observations made by the supporters of the theories, against which these thinkers were in polemic. Naturally it was impossible, within the limits of this study, to present all the empirical material that each author expounded or that is in any case available. For this reason, all the possibilities of empirical verification of this proposition have not been exhausted. The material that has been reported here is however to be considered adequate. In the first place, we have considered a non-negligible part of it and have drawn an adequate verification from it. Secondly, the various criticisms leveled against these empirical positions were examined, and it was seen that these criticisms were not conclusive. Finally, the truly significant fact of convergence remains, namely the observation that the thought of these scholars, starting from clearly different positions, converges in a single theory. Naturally, it can be said that convergence does not exist at all, and that the considerations made in this regard are nothing more than the result of a series of interpretation errors. It can also be thought, although this is very unlikely, that we are dealing with a series of random errors on the part of the different theorists. If one or the other of these possibilities is to be considered, it may be interesting to calculate the probability that a fact of this kind occurs, based on the number of different elements and their combinations which should be taken into account. That this is due to purely personal factors also seems very unlikely, given the great diversity between the four scholars, which we have highlighted since the first chapter. For example, the anti-clerical and radical humanitarianism which was at the basis of Durkheim's personal values was the main target of Pareto's biting irony. Finally, the differences between individualistic positivism, sociological positivism, and idealistic social theories, as conceptual schemes, are such as to exclude an imminent development from pre-existing theoretical systems, regardless of references to facts. Each of these systems could have developed in any different direction. There can be no question of a preferential orientation towards a voluntaristic theory of action. Furthermore, the utilitarian position could have developed, and indeed did, into a radical positivism, and this is especially true of the theory of natural selection and of psychological anti-intellectualism. Similarly, a critique of Marxian historical materialism with an accentuation of the role of ideas could have developed into a radically idealistic emanationist theory, as indeed happened in the case of Sombart. To justify this convergence, therefore, only two explanations remain. One is that it is due to the adequacy of theories to facts. The other is that it is due to certain characteristics of all European thought, independent of the facts observed by individual scholars, but common to all the intellectual traditions considered here, from which the voluntaristic theory of action later emerged. We do not want to argue here that this last element is not present, but it, by itself, cannot constitute the only explanation or in any case an adequate explanation. 539. The following points may still be noted. To neglect the observation of facts as an important element in the development of the theory of action is in reality to eliminate the action itself, unless one admits a purely fortuitous harmony between the theoretical scheme and the facts to which it refers. Indeed, the action itself is not conceivable without a certain degree of exactness in the observation of the facts. This would place the question of the nature of science, let alone of this particular body of scientific ideas, on such a radically different basis from the position assumed here that our whole study would fail. 540. This is therefore the fundamental thesis of this study. Either the whole structure rests on it, or any foundation is lost. There is no possible explanation of this convergence in a single theoretical system without the assumption that the correct observation and interpretation of the facts constitute an element of primary importance. This conclusion is particularly important for the following reasons. If what has been said is valid, and we think we have proved it, then the concepts of the voluntaristic theory of action must be adequate theoretical concepts. Naturally, we do not want to say that they are, in the current formulation, definitive, and are not susceptible to further development. However, they have been subjected to numerous tests and it has been established that they constitute a conceptual framework that can be used in empirical research. Therefore they represent a good starting point for further theoretical work, since science always develops on the basis of a given starting point. Wishing for the adoption of this scheme, therefore, does not mean formulating a utopian program of what the social sciences should do, but have never been able to do. On the contrary, it means to say that everything that has been useful in the past and has contributed to the achievement of important empirical results will probably continue in this function in its future development. 5. The four conclusions reported above together constitute the empirical verification, for this particular case, of the doctrine of the development of scientific theory set out in the first chapter. On any other basis it would be impossible to understand the processes of scientific progress which have been exposed. In particular, it has been shown that these processes cannot be adequately understood, a. as resulting from a process of accumulation of new knowledge of empirical facts, which can be reached independently of the statement of the problems and of the direction of the interest inherent in the structure of the initial theoretical systems, b. as resulting from purely immanent development processes of the initial theoretical systems, without any reference to the facts, c. as the result of only elements external to science, such as the personal feelings of the authors, their social position 541, their nationality 542 etc. This places the interdependence of the structure of theoretical systems with observation and factual verification in a position of fundamental, even if not exclusive, importance 543. If the last conclusion is accepted, especially if combined with the other four, this study can claim not only to have contributed to the understanding of some social theories and their development processes, but to be a direct contribution to social dynamics. In fact, given its close relationship with rational action, which has been the main theme of this study, the development of empirical knowledge must be considered a factor of considerable importance in social change. The error of the rationalistic positivists is only that of assigning it exclusive importance. This is as true for understanding human action as it is for understanding nature. Therefore, understanding the kind of processes through which this knowledge develops, particularly in the form of science, is indispensable for understanding its social function. Of course, these problems have not been solved in this study, but we believe we have made a contribution to their solution. It is presumably the common foundation of the similarity of the Wordbeziehung which is essential for this correspondence of a theoretical order. The thesis according to which there is a convergence among the theorists examined in this study on the problem of the structure of the generalized system of social action itself is so fundamental that at the risk of boring the reader with the repetition, we here again indicate the points in which are the most important phases of its proof. First, the distinction of the two main elements of Marshall's work, utility theory and activities, as truly independent rather than bound together in the development of free enterprise, as Marshall himself treated them, has been verified directly by the results of structural analysis applied to the Pareto system, in Chap. U. At the Chap. 9 it is shown that the analysis of action from the subjective point of view, in terms of the methodological framework of science, is applicable to both Durkheim and Pareto. The main strand of the analysis of Durkheim's theoretical development is indeed formulated in these terms. On this basis, it has been demonstrated, Chapter X, that the independence of the elements of value from those of the intermediate sector of the intrinsic means-ends chain is a necessary basis for interpreting the positions subsequently assumed by Durkheim. The analysis of the internal differentiation of the means-ends chain, developed independently by the study of these authors, finds verification in its correspondence with the Pareto analysis of social utility, Chapter 6. Durkheim's treatment of religious ideas and ritual and the version of the sociological theorem he arrived at correspond to the same elements considered in relation to Pareto. As far as the first aspect is concerned, however, Pareto did not explicitly develop the main distinctions. Compare Chapter 6 and Chapter 11. See also Chapter X. Finally, it has been possible to demonstrate in detail, Chapter 17, that Weber's analysis of the intrinsic means-end system corresponds directly to that developed and verified in relation to Pareto, Chapter 6, while the general categories dealing with religion correspond point by point to those we find in Durkheim, Chapter 11. Although some of the structural elements important to this study are explicit in some, and others in other authors, it can be said that, with the exception of Marshall, who just marked the beginning of the transition from the utilitarian position, no element of a scholar's scheme was identified and found verifiable, that it could not be inserted into that of others. To the extent that the interpretation of all three appears acceptable, it follows that, in the aspects important to this study, they all use the same generalized scheme. However, it was necessary to overlook some aspects of their work in order to draw this conclusion in a correct way. Clear. To avoid any misunderstanding, we want to add one more word about the possible meaning of the term demonstration. In the strictest sense, a conclusion can be said to be proved 1, when all the statements of fact on which it logically depends can be checked by a completely determined and unambiguous operation, 2, when every logical step can be rigorously derived mathematical. We do not claim to have demonstrated the convergence of the positions that interest us in such a rigorous sense. It can be verified by a perfectly defined operation that these authors actually wrote what we claim they wrote by reading their works. But the overall number of relevant factual statements is very large, and unfortunately it is not possible to apply mathematical methods to logical inferences drawn from these facts. The problem is to fit them into a general scheme with meaning. In the absence of a mathematical proof, we have no means of convincing a critic who refuses to see the facts in relation to the general scheme presented here and asserts that this is a misinterpretation. But we assert that no other interpretation worthy of serious consideration of these facts, taken as a whole, has ever been put forward, though some of them can no doubt be fitted into other schemes. In terms of the scheme set forth here, the facts fit into a coherent pattern, such that evidence of their convergence seems to us adequate. No one who considers all the facts together in relation to the scheme can reject this conclusion. A Marxist might say that since no scholars of working class background have been included, this element has not been eliminated. We admit it, but this could in no way change the general conclusion. The importance of other elements than the class position appears to be absolutely decisive. We recall that the four scholars were of different nationalities. It can be explicitly observed that this conclusion is more than the thesis that the scheme is empirically valid. We claim to have demonstrated that the fact of its empirical validity is an important factor in explaining why the scheme itself developed. Of course, there are many other factors, but we believe that if scholars had not carefully analyzed and consistently reflected on their observations, the theory as presented here would not have developed. Only for this aspect can our study represent a contribution to social dynamics. 19. First, methodological implications. We are certainly not able to maintain that the scheme of the structure of action set out in the previous chapter is complete, not even for the mere enumeration of the main elements, let alone the types of relationship existing between these elements. This point can only be reached after continuous verification of the theory, through its scientific application in the long term. This theory is still too late in its development for a definitive formulation to be given here. It is not our aim to investigate these problems further, the narrower task that we set ourselves has already been accomplished. Moreover, we have proceeded far enough in the elaboration of the system to be able to definitively establish its identity as a system and keep it distinct from other systems of contemporary social thought, in particular from those which, through a process of modification, gave rise to its development. Only after a vast work of critical analysis will it be possible to establish whether, in its current state, the system is logically closed. 544. Here we were mainly concerned with defining the structural elements, and this naturally required a continuous reference to their reciprocal relationships. But here we did not want to study this problem systematically, not even to draw a clarifying contribution from the thought of the authors considered, and this would undoubtedly be necessary to solve the problem of the logical completeness of the system, albeit at a structural level. This work has been neglected for now. It is beyond the scope of this investigation. However, before putting the word to an end, we still set ourselves two tasks. First, we want to underline how certain problems have been present throughout the course of the study. The reader will have a clearer idea of this if these problems are grouped together in a more systematic way than has been done in the course of the work, since the discussion of each of these points was in turn limited to the aspects pertinent to the immediate problems of interpretation under consideration. Secondly, in the first chapters of this book, the conceptual framework of one of the major social sciences, economic theory, has been discussed, and the question of its status has been seen to be of vital methodological importance. On other occasions we have mentioned other problems connected with the status of other social sciences. Given that all the available material has been exposed, it seems useful at this point to verify whether there is a basis from which to start for a further systematic clarification of these problems. Empiricism and analytic theory. Although it has been explicitly stated that this is a scientific and not a philosophical study, it has not been possible to avoid considering some philosophical problems. One group of these, which has been mentioned on various occasions, constitutes an aspect of the epistemological problem, that of the status of scientific concepts in relation to reality. In particular, we have criticized, for their unfortunate empirical implications, some conceptions that have been grouped under the term of empiricism. The reader will recall that three different positions have been included in this denomination. The first, consisting in the reification of general theoretical systems, which can be exemplified, on a logical level, by classical mechanics, has been given the name of positivistic empiricism. This means either that the concrete phenomena, to which the theory can be applied, are considered to be comprehensible exclusively in terms of the categories of the system, or, according to the less radical version, that all the modifications which occur in these phenomena must be predictable on the basis knowledge of the values of the system variables. This last position takes into account certain constants, i.e. hypotheses necessary for the concrete application of the theory. But to the extent that the empiricist position is adopted, these elements are taken to be constant not only for immediate scientific purposes, but due to the nature of the phenomena in question. In other words, The theory only applies when experimental conditions are given in which predictions based on its laws are applicable with a high degree of certainty. The law of falling bodies is applicable only in a vacuum. The most conspicuous example of this reification in the social field is the interpretation of classical economics as a theory applicable only in a regime of perfect competition. In this case, the heuristic hypotheses necessary for the doctrine of maximum satisfaction become the constants, which are exposed, in the extreme case, as necessary truths about concrete reality. The other two empiricist schemes imply the denial of the validity of general theoretical concepts, understood in this sense, with respect to any end connected to the concrete phenomena in question. One form of this empiricism is what has been called particularist empiricism, the doctrine according to which the only possible objective knowledge is that of the details of concrete things and events. According to this doctrine, it is impossible to establish relations of a causal nature between these facts, susceptible of analysis in the light of general concepts. These facts can simply be observed, described, and placed in their temporal succession. It is evident that this position corresponds, on a methodological level, to Hume's epistemological skepticism, and it is clear that such a point of view is unacceptable here, as it would nullify the very aim of this study, whose objective is precisely that of elaborating a system of general theoretical categories, having demonstrable empirical validity. The third form of empiricism is what has been called, following von Skelting, intuitionistic empiricism. It admits the existence of a conceptual element in the social sciences, affirming however that it must have an individualistic character, that is, it must formulate the unique individuality of a concrete phenomenon, such as a person or a cultural complex. Any attempt to divide this phenomenon into elements, which can be classified within categories of any kind, destroys this individuality and leads not to knowledge but to a caricature of reality. It is clear that this point of view is also unacceptable to us, as it denies the scientific legitimacy of the task we have set ourselves. The first form, reification, is unacceptable for a different reason. It appears valid when it insists on the scientific legitimacy of general theoretical concepts, but erroneous in the way of interpreting their status in relation to concrete reality. This study has amply demonstrated that understanding human actions requires a plurality of theoretical systems. There can be no doubt about the applicability of physical science systems to human action, but attempts to exhaust their explanation in terms of such schemes have failed. More precisely, it has been shown conclusively that the assumptions necessary for a laissez-faire theory cannot be assumed, for the general purposes of the social sciences, to be constant characteristics of all social systems, but that such systems vary in terms that can be analyzed in the light of other elements, of a non-economic nature, of the theory of action. In this sense, economic theory alone proves inadequate for the general theoretical task of interpreting human action. A fourth definition of scientific concepts and their relationship with reality, which was encountered in the course of this study, is that which considers them not as a reflection of reality, but as useful fictions. The prime example is Weber's formulation of the status of ideal types, a formulation he arrived at as a reaction to the three forms of empiricism indicated above. This conception, applied to certain types of concepts, contains an element of validity, but when one wants to apply it, as Weber himself argued, to all the general concepts of social science or any other science, it too is untenable. In contrast to these points of view, all four of which are unacceptable, the epistemological position implicit in this whole study can be presented, namely analytic realism. In contrast to the definition of useful fictions, it is argued that at least some of the general concepts of science are not fictions, but adequately capture aspects of the external objective world. This applies to the concepts that we have here called analytical elements. Therefore the position taken here is, in an epistemological sense, realistic. At the same time it avoids the questionable implications of empiricist realism. These concepts correspond not to concrete phenomena, but to elements of such phenomena which can be analytically separated from other elements. It is not stated that the value of any of these elements, or even of all those included in a coherent logical system, fully describes any fact or event, hence the need to qualify the term realism with the adjective analytic. It is precisely the possibility of such a qualification that makes recourse to the theory of useful fictions superfluous. However, it is not enough to state this general position, which seems to be implicit in the results of our study, and to indicate its relationship with the other alternatives which we have rejected here. It is necessary to examine in depth what analytical realism means when the term refers to a detailed examination of the conceptual structure of the theoretical system elaborated here, the voluntaristic theory of action, and to analyze the different types of concepts, between which it is necessary to distinguish in order to understand how it should be applied to empirical research problems. This requires that we resume the discussion of types of concepts that was initiated in the first chapter. The framework of the action. In the course of this study it has been seen that it is necessary to distinguish the two different levels at which the action scheme, with all its main aspects, can be used. They have been defined respectively descriptive level and analytical level. Any concrete phenomenon to which the theory is applied can be described as a system of action. Such a system can always be split into parts or subsystems. If this process of decomposition or analysis is carried forward, it will be possible to arrive at what has been called the elementary act. This is the smallest unit of a system of action, which still has meaning as part of a concrete system of action. Although this elementary act is the ultimate unit conceivable as a subsystem of action, it is not yet, from the point of view of the theory of action, an unanalyzable entity, but it is complex. This elementary act must be imagined as constituted by the concrete elements of the action. A certain number of concrete elements are needed to constitute a complete elementary act: a concrete end, concrete conditions, means, and one or more norms which regulate the choice of means in relation to the end. These concepts have already been discussed and there is no need to go back to them. We note only that, while each of these concepts is in some sense a concrete entity, none is relevant to the theory of action, unless it is part of an elementary act or a system thereof. For example, a chair is, in the physical sense, a complex system of molecules and atoms. In a context of action, it is a means, something one can sit on. It is essential to distinguish between the concrete use of action theory in this sense, and the analytic one. An end, in this latter sense, is not the concretely foreseeable future state of affairs, but only the difference with respect to what would occur if the actor did not act. Ultimate conditions are not all those concrete elements of a given actor's situation which remain beyond his control, but are those abstract elements of the situation which cannot be referred to the action in general. The means are not the concrete tools or implements, but the aspects or properties of things that the actors, knowing and controlling them, are able to modify according to their will. The fundamental distinction between these two different applications of the theory of action raises the problem of their reciprocal relationships. In general terms, it can be said that they have a common frame of reference. This frame of reference essentially consists of the irreducible network of relationships between these elements and is implicit in the conception of the elements themselves, which is common to both levels, and without which there would be no sense in speaking of action. It seems appropriate to briefly describe the main characteristics of this reference scheme. First of all, the minimum differentiation of structural elements, ends, means, conditions and norms. It is impossible to give a meaningful description of an act without specifying all four of these elements, in just the same sense that there are certain properties of a particle such that the omission of any of them would leave the description indeterminate. Secondly, in the relationships of these elements there is an implicit resistance of a normative orientation of the action, a teleological character. Action must be thought of as involving a state of tension between two different orders of elements, the normative and the conditional. As a process, in fact, the action is the modification of the conditional elements, in the sense of a greater conformity to the norms. The elimination of the normative aspect annuls the very concept of action and leads to the position of radical positivism. The elimination of the conditions, of the tension on that side, similarly nullifies the action, and leads to idealistic emanationism. Thus, conditions must be conceived as one extreme, ends and norms as the opposite extreme, while means and effort are found understood as the connecting links between these two poles. Thirdly, there is a time reference. Action is a process that takes place over time. The equivalent of the teleological character is the temporal coordinate in the relationship between normative and non-normative elements. The concept of end always implies a reference to the future, to a predictable state of affairs, which however will not necessarily occur without the actor's intervention. The end must exist in the mind of the actor simultaneously with the situation, and precede the use of the means. And the latter must, in turn, precede the result. Only in terms of time can relationships be established between these elements. Finally, the schema is by its nature subjective, in the sense assumed in the previous discussion. This appears clearly from the fact that normative elements can be conceived as existing only in the mind of the actor. They can only become accessible to an observer through their realizations, which prevents any analysis of their causal relationship with action. From an objective point of view, all action is, it will be recalled, logical. These characteristics, which underlie the action scheme and constitute its reference scheme, do not represent the data of an empirical problem, they are not the components of any concrete system of action. In this respect they are analogous to the space-time scheme of physics. Every physical phenomenon includes processes that take place over time and concern particles, which must be localized in space. It is impossible to speak of physical processes in other terms, at least as long as the schemes of classical physics are used. Similarly, it is impossible to speak of action abstracting from the means-end relationship, with all the implications we have discussed. This is the common conceptual scheme in which the modifications and processes that occur in the field of action are to be framed. One can therefore say, with others, that the status of the frame of reference of action is, in Husserl's terms 545, phenomenological. It is not a phenomenon in the empirical sense, it is the indispensable logical scheme within which we think and describe the phenomena of action 546. This is not true of the components of concrete systems of action or of the values of analytic elements, the specific content of ends, etc., which belong to an empirical order of existence and are subject to analysis in terms of causality and empirical processes. Concrete. The distinction between the frame of reference of the action and the concrete data is of fundamental importance. The fact that whenever the general scheme of action is used, phenomena are described in terms of this common frame of reference, means that, whatever the level of analysis, there is a structure common to all systems of action. The analysis of this common structure was the main task of our study. The ultimate unit is always the elementary act, with the fundamental structure of the elements that constitute it. Furthermore, a certain number of elementary relationships between the various elementary acts of a system are inherent in the reference scheme. These derive mainly from the fact that the existence of other units in the same system is necessarily a feature of the situation, in terms of which each individual unit must be analyzed. Finally, there are the emerging relationships between the units of the various systems. These are not logically inherent in the concept of system, but their existence can be demonstrated empirically in systems exceeding a certain degree of complexity. It is indeed mainly the recognition of the empirical importance of these aspects that characterizes the voluntaristic theory of action, in contrast to the utilitarian system. Our analysis is mainly interested in these aspects. This clarification, relating to the status of the reference scheme of the action in its relations with the structure of the systems, makes it possible to specify the term concrete, in the sense in which it is applicable to such systems and their components. Thus we come to consider certain questions concerning the nature of scientific data and their relationship with a theoretical system. The descriptions, even of the concrete components of the systems of action, of the elementary acts, of their parts and aggregates, do not exhaust all the knowable facts on the phenomenon considered, but only those relevant in the reference scheme of the action. Even these facts, the data of the theory of action, fall in turn into two classes, we can better clarify the distinction and the relationships between these classes by making use of an example, which highlights the reciprocal interrelationships of two alternative frames of reference, adopted for the exposition of the facts concerning the same phenomenon, that of space-time and that of action. Analyzing the case of a suicide who jumps off a bridge, the social scientist will describe it as an act, the physical as an event. For the former, this act has a concrete end, death by drowning. The actor projects himself dead in the water into the future. The means is the jump. The conditions include the height of the bridge above the river level, the depth of the water, the distance from the shore of the point where the body falls into the water, the physiological effect of the blow, that due to the progressive filling of lung water, etc. The actor orients himself towards phenomena that are comprehensible in terms of the spatial physical scheme. He knows that if he jumps, he will fall, and that if he doesn't swim, he will drown. When the facts are exposed according to the scheme of action, these physical elements are taken as data. But once these data have been provided, the problem for the social student lies in the ifs of the previous sentence. He is not interested in explaining why the man falls, if he jumps off the bridge. He is only interested in that the man will fall, that the would-be suicide knows it and also knows the probable consequences that will ensue for him. 547. As for the physicist who studies this particular phenomenon, his interest is focused on the event constituted by the fall. He will apply to such an event the laws of falling bodies, etc. The fact that the man jumped over the shoulder of the bridge is a fact for him, the reasons for which he does not investigate. Or, if he does, in dealing with the motives he no longer speaks in terms of a physical frame of reference, that is, he no longer describes his data in terms relevant to a particular theoretical system, that of physics. Thus, in the description of the concrete action, facts relevant to theoretical systems other than that of the action are included. And this is necessarily the case, if the action's reference scheme is to serve as a descriptive scheme. But these facts are presented in a different way from that which would be adopted in another scheme, for other theoretical ends. We can state this difference as follows: the scientific function of a descriptive frame of reference is to make it possible to describe phenomena in such a way as to distinguish the facts about those phenomena, which are relevant to an explanation and capable of explanation in terms of a given theoretical system, from those that are of no importance to that end. The latter are included in the description as a class of data. For the social student it is relevant, but not problematic, that if the suicide jumps off the bridge he will fall. The problem instead concerns why the suicide is induced to jump. For the physicist, on the other hand, the fact that the suicide actually jumps from the bridge is relevant, but it doesn't pose any problems. For him, the problem consists in the fact that, having jumped from the bridge, the suicide falls with a certain acceleration, in a certain way, acquires a certain speed and amount of kinetic energy at the moment of contact with the water. For the presentation of data in this sense, the only problem is that they are adequate to the context. Both the social scientist and the suicide must have sufficient knowledge of physical appearance to be able to predict that the jump will likely result in death. Otherwise the term suicide applied to the act would be meaningless. This can be called the motivationally relevant adequacy of physical data. Similarly, the physicist must have sufficient knowledge about jumping to know that the suicide actually detaches from the bridge and falls. This would constitute the physically relevant adequacy of knowledge of the action data related to the physical problem. To give rise to empirically valid conclusions, any theoretical system must be able to describe these data as fact, adequately, in this sense. But, having established this adequacy, it should not investigate why the data are what they are. 548. However, this does not exhaust the category of data of a science, if by this we mean, as in general, all the observable facts relating to a concrete phenomenon, susceptible of description on the basis of a reference scheme. Only those which are referred to in the physical sciences as the constants of the problem are included here. But beyond these are the values of the variables. In the case of suicide, the relevant values from a physical point of view are the distance from the point where the jump is made from the surface of the water, etc. The relevant values from the point of view of the social sciences are certain characteristic aspects of the actor's situation, his goals, and the like. 549. These data, like the constants, are always given in any particular concrete situation. They can never be deduced from theoretical concepts, but must be determined by observation. All that a theoretical deduction can do is to help us test different sets of data and draw the respective consequences. And if, for example, in a given case we have the values of 3 out of 4 variables existing in the system, we can, on the basis of the logical or mathematical technique proper to the particular case, deduce the value of the 4th variable. So the data of any concrete problem falls into 2 classes, constant data and variable values. One of the most important functions of the reference scheme is to make such a distinction possible. 550. The constants can only be described in terms of the frame of reference, only their further analysis requires a different set of terms. The description of the values of the variables, on the other hand, constitutes the starting point of the analysis. 551. With this we come to the next point. Action systems and their units. This point relates, on the one hand, to the construction within the frame of reference of concrete historical individualities and to their different ways of subdivision into parts or units, and on the other hand to the different, objectively possible combinations of these units in structures increasingly complex. In this regard, very complex methodological problems arise, of which it is impossible here even to begin the discussion. We can only mention a few essential points for the immediate context. Firstly, assuming that the point of view referred to above regarding the fundamental role of the reference schema is correct, it follows that the criterion of relevance for the schema establishes a limit to a useful subdivision of the phenomenon into units or parts. Remember that a unit of this type must be a part of the phenomenon, in the sense that it must be able to be thought of as existing in a concrete way, isolated from the other parts. It is not a methodologically important problem whether or not it is practically possible to implement this separation concretely, in an experimental way. In classical physics, at least, it is possible to say that a unit of matter must be conceived as constituting a physical body in its own right, a particle. All physical bodies must be thought of as consisting of such particles, and all physical processes must be thought of as changes occurring in these units or combinations thereof. 552. In the case of phenomena capable of being described in terms of the action scheme, the smallest unit, which can be thought of as concretely existing by itself, is the elementary act. This involves the minimum of concrete elements that we have spoken about, a concrete end, concrete means, concrete conditions, including institutional norms, and a concrete norm that regulates the means-end relationship. These are, in a sense, concrete units, but they cannot be thought to be relevant to the scheme of action except as elements or parts of an act. 553, which also requires an actor, i.e. a personality, whose identity transcends each of its principal acts. The description of the same phenomena in terms such that these elements, or the parts into which they are further subdivided, are isolated from their relationship to an act understood in this sense, nullifies their relevance to the scheme of action, so that, if the facts are relevant to a scientific theory, it must be a theoretical system other than the scheme of action. In the example of suicide, the bridge, which in many respects constitutes a condition of the act, can, from a physical point of view, be completely broken down into parts, from the anchor towers, the suspension cables, etc. up to the molecules and atoms of the chemical substances, which make up steel and reinforced concrete. Such units are relevant to the action scheme only in the particular concrete combination which we call the bridge. Indeed, the word bridge derives, in everyday language, its main meaning precisely from its relation to the pattern of action. It is a structure placed on a watercourse or other, on which vehicles and pedestrians can pass. That is, it finds its functional definition in its relationship with action, and not physically as an aggregate or a specific structure of atoms. In this way limits are placed on the abstraction process in one direction, as mentioned above 554. A limit to the scientifically useful subdivision of concrete phenomena into units or parts is established by their relevance to the frame of reference. In the theory of action, this limitation consists in the possibility of considering such units as acts and concrete elements of acts. One of the main criteria that can be adopted to judge this possibility is the subjective point of view. Precisely because he did not understand it, Weber was unable to overcome his distrust of abstraction, and this prevented him from attempting the development of a generalized theoretical system. One may wonder whether breaking down concrete phenomena into parts or unities in this sense is a completely abstract process. It is, insofar as the system in question is organic. This is especially true of action systems as they have been studied in this book. It is true that in the final analysis all systems thus constituted are composed of elementary acts. However, a certain caution must be used in interpreting the meaning of this statement, which must not be understood in the sense that the relationship existing between the elementary act and the system as a whole is analogous to that of the grain of sand with respect to the heap of which it's part. It has been demonstrated that action systems possess properties that emerge only at a certain level of complexity in the relationships of each elementary act with each of the others. These properties cannot be identified in the elementary act, disregarding the consideration of its relationships with the other elementary acts of the same system. They cannot be derived by means of a process of direct generalization of the properties of the elementary act 555. If this is true, conceptually isolating elementary acts, or other constituent parts of their combination, is a process of abstraction. This is the kind of concept that is really and necessarily fictitious in Weber's sense of ideal types. Problems concerning the organism of systems of action, the place of the emergent properties of such systems, which is a corollary of them, and the sense in which elementary or partial concepts which fail to take these properties into consideration are to be considered abstract, require further clarification. It will be best to begin with the simplest example of an emergent property, already encountered in the course of these discussions. It is impossible, starting from the data describing a single rational act, having a single and well-defined immediate end, and from a given situation having certain conditions and means, to say whether and to what extent this act is economically rational. The problem is posed in absurd terms, because the economic category requires, by definition, a relationship between limited means and a plurality of different ends. Economic rationality is therefore an emergent property of action, which can be observed only when a plurality of elementary acts are treated together, as constituting an integrated system of action. Pushing the analysis to the point of conceptually isolating the elementary act means breaking down the system and destroying this emergent property. As long as the analysis is limited to the elementary act, speaking of the rationality of the action, it is not possible to mean anything other than the technological aspect of the property of rationality. Therefore, on the one hand, the analysis of the units is limited by the relevance of the unit formulated in relation to the adopted frame of reference. On the other hand, as long as this type of analysis is used, it, when applied to the study of organic phenomena, is not limited in the same sense, but must be used with caution, because it involves a certain kind of abstraction. This abstraction consists in the progressive elimination, as one proceeds in the decomposition into individual parts, of the emerging properties of the complex system. The fact of limiting the observation of the concrete phenomenon to the properties present in the elementary act or in other subsystems leads to a certain indeterminacy in the theory, when this way of proceeding is applied to complex systems. This indeterminacy, which is a form of empirical inadequacy, constitutes the fundamental difficulty of atomistic theories applied to organic phenomena. They cannot take into account properties such as economic rationality, which are not properties of the libation as such, i.e. of isolated elementary acts or atomistic systems, but only of organic systems of action beyond a certain degree of complexity. The problem, on a methodological level, is therefore that of the relationship between the concept of unit or part and the analysis of systems. The abstract nature of the concept consists in the impossibility of taking into account certain characteristics of systems and the concrete effects of variation in them, in terms of such units and the simple relationships unduly assumed between them. We can further clarify the problem, using an exemplification already used in this study. It will be recalled that, when the concept of an integrated system of rational action was outlined, the image of a network of intertwined threads was used. In this way one can visualize what is meant by the organic character of a system of action. Thinking of such a system as made up of elementary acts in an atomistic sense would imply the possibility of disentangling the fabric into concretely separable threads. Leaving aside the metaphor, the relationships between ends and means would be identifiable only as links between a certain concrete act and an ultimate end, through a single succession of acts leading to this end. In reality, however, the same concrete and immediate goal can be conceived as a means to a variety of ultimate ends, so that, from this point on, the threads branch off in different directions. 556. A given elementary act must therefore be understood as a node in which a large number of these threads converge at a given moment, to then separate again, each one heading towards other nodes in which it will meet only with some of the threads with which it was previously combined. 557. Even here, however, the metaphor can lead to erroneous positions. A concrete web can be unraveled and the individual threads untangled from each other. In our case, and according to Jennings also in genetics, such a thing cannot be attempted, not even conceptually. We must think of the network as composed of units that can be distinguished only in an analytical sense and not in a concrete sense. The process, consisting in untangling these threads, is a process of analytical distinctions and of research of the values of the elements which are reached in a series of concrete cases. But if values can be attributed to some of these elements only through the description of emergent properties of organic systems, on what empirical basis is it possible to include them in a scientific theory? Isn't it true that only units really exist? The answer is connected with resistance of independent variations. The basis for distinguishing the economic from the technological elements of rationality lies in the fact that these elements, in their value, vary independently of each other. Maximizing the values of one does not imply a corresponding maximization of the values of the other. But the existence of this independent variation can only be demonstrated by comparing different concrete cases, while the description of a unit can be accomplished independently of this comparison. The function of this comparison can be better clarified with a specific example. Given comparable conditions, which are technologically relevant, there is no substantial difference in the technological performance of the electric power generation of a water plant on the Colorado River, Boulder Dam, and, for example, on Ohio near Pittsburgh. But the fact that Boulder Dam is located a great distance from the mining regions, while Pittsburgh is at the center of an extensive coal field, is reflected in the fact that it costs less to produce electricity by means of a thermal plant near Pittsburgh. Many more qualifiers would have to be introduced to make a comparison between the two possible, but the principle is clear. In each of these cases, two valid technological methods are available to reach a given end, the production of electricity with a water system or with a thermal one. In any case, the choice could be made in a different way, based on non-technological but economic criteria. The immediate economically relevant fact is the different cost of coal in the two localities. By spending a smaller amount of money at Boulder Dam on electricity produced with a water plant than with a thermal plant, the satisfaction of other needs involves a smaller sacrifice than what would be necessary if the same amount of energy were produced and distributed in the same area, with a thermal plant. This comparison demonstrates the independent variation of the technological and economic aspects of the rationality of action. On this basis is founded not only the validity but the indispensability of the comparative method in all analytical sciences. In fact, the experiment is nothing more than the comparative method in a situation in which the cases that have to be compared are created voluntarily and under controlled conditions. The importance attributed by Weber to the comparative method, in contrast for example with Sombert's genetic method, is therefore profoundly symptomatic, Without this method it is not possible to demonstrate empirically the independent variation of the values of the analytical elements. Before leaving the problem of the status of the descriptive unit or concept of typical part in the sciences of action, we can mention some concepts that sociologists may encounter, and the relationships existing between them. Two observations must be made. Firstly, causal explanation, as it has been seen with regard to Weber, always requires the decomposition of a historical individuality into its structural parts or units, and perhaps also into the values of the analytic elements. Precisely if a phenomenon is indivisible, in one or both of these ways, it must be considered inaccessible to science. Secondly, it has been shown that systems in the social field are organic to a high degree, and therefore some of their properties can be identified only when one finds oneself in the presence of sufficiently complex combinations of the elementary units. The possible descriptive patterns of human society can be distinguished as different ways of looking at these relatively complex combinations. It has been said that the smallest unit of human action still relevant to the scheme of action is that which has been given the name of elementary act. These elementary acts can be combined to form increasingly complex systems of action. Such systems are organic in the sense that they possess emergent properties, both structurally and analytically important, which disappear when the decomposition of the system into units or parts is sufficiently advanced. Neither economic rationality nor the integration of values are properties of the elementary act, apart from the organic relations in which it finds itself with other acts of the same system of action. But considering this organic character, the scheme of action can be developed, on a descriptive level, up to the highest degree of complexity of concrete systems of action. However, to describe the system completely, in terms of the scheme of action, if it presents a certain degree of complexity, a laborious elaboration of the details would be necessary, and this also in the case in which the description is limited to the typical elementary acts and neglect the complex variations of concrete acts. Moreover, at a certain degree of complexity, ways of describing facts emerge, the use of which constitutes a suitable shorthand that can be considered adequate for a considerable number of scientific purposes. In other words, it is a question of limiting attention to what can be defined as the descriptive aspects of the system of concrete action. It can be assumed that these are functionally dependent on the concrete system so that substituting them for the corresponding concrete cases does not constitute, at least within certain limits, an error. The descriptive aspects can be isolated through two processes, which, in this particular case 558, can be indicated respectively as relational and aggregational. They are complementary and not exclusive from each other. The first has already been discussed in the course of the analysis of Weber's thought. We have seen that the acts and systems of action of different individuals, as mutually oriented towards each other, constitute social relations. To the extent that the interaction of individual systems of action is continuous and regular, these relationships acquire certain identifiable and relatively constant properties and descriptive aspects. One is the structural property 559, another is implicit in the relative priority of the Gemeinschaft and the Gesellschaft. We shall not attempt here to define the latter especially as a property 560. The important thing is that, as the pattern of relationships is used for observation and description of the facts of human life in society, it establishes a criterion by which to define more suitable observations. It is not necessary to observe all the acts of the parties entering into a relationship, or all their attitudes, etc., but only what is necessary to establish what is the character of the relations relevant to the proposed purposes. To facilitate observation, for each descriptive aspect there should be a typology elaborated according to appropriate criteria, so that the observer can order his observations within a conceptual scheme. The more such observations are accepted and verified, the more it is possible to limit the observation to a small number of essential facts. Furthermore, it is not possible to say a priori which measure of observation is necessary, depending on particular facts and on the state of knowledge in the specific sector. But scientific progress tends to gradually reduce observation, which occurs through a twofold process. First, certain facts can be dismissed as irrelevant. For example, for the theory of gravitation, the density of bodies is irrelevant and therefore does not need to be measured. Secondly, it is possible to establish links between the various facts observed, so that when some of them have been observed, the resistance of others can be deduced without having to carry out a direct observation. So to identify an object as, in a biological sense, a man, it is not necessary to open its skull to see if it actually has a human brain. Similarly, the main function of a secondary descriptive scheme such as that of social relations is a function of scientific economy, of reducing the amount of observation and verification work necessary for the formulation of an adequate judgment. A second function has already been noted, i.e. the exposition of the facts in such a way that the analysis of the unit does not cancel out the emergent properties. That the schema of the relationship is secondary to that of the action is demonstrated by the following consideration. It is perfectly possible conceptually to isolate elementary acts from a social relationship, while it is completely impossible to isolate, even on a conceptual level, a social relationship from actions of the parties. It is a descriptive aspect of action systems, which implies a plurality of individuals and their acts. Attention has already been drawn to the fact that the scheme of action requires the presence of an actor. This hypothesis, for the concept of action, is just as fundamental as, for the concept of knowledge, the assumption of a subject capable of knowing. It is impossible to conceive of a knowledge except as something known by a subject. Similarly, an action is a series of acts by one or more actors. For our purposes, it is not necessary to go into the complex philosophical problems relating to the concept of the ego. It will suffice to make a few brief considerations on the subject. First, it can be observed that the concept of action leads once again to the organic property of systems of action. From our point of view, the presupposition of an actor represents a kind of reciprocal relationship between different elementary acts. The knowledge of the intrinsic properties of a conceptually isolated elementary act is not sufficient for the understanding of the act itself. It is also necessary to know who performs the act, and in what relationship the latter is found with the other acts of the same actor. Therefore, a possible principle of descriptive organization of the units, to be adopted for the description of a concrete system of action, is to group them according to the actor who performs the acts themselves. Thus arises the concept of individual or personality. From a logical point of view, the situation here is essentially the same as in the case discussed above. For our purposes, the concept of personality must be considered as a frame of reference for the exposition of facts relating to human action. In this sense, a personality is nothing more than the totality of observable elementary acts, described in their context of relationship to a single actor. But, to a greater or lesser degree, this is an organic system of action and, as such, possesses in its totality emergent properties, which are not deducible from those of elementary acts considered atomistically. If this is true, it is possible to use a kind of descriptive shorthand similar to that adopted for the report outline. It is not necessary to observe all the elementary acts that refer to the person in question, but only those sufficient to identify him as a given type of person, relevant from a theoretical point of view. These identifying properties can be referred to objectively as character traits, subjectively as attitudes. They can be identified on the basis of a classification, as in the report scheme. Thus, for our purposes 561, the personality schema is another action schema, descriptive and secondary. It is an organized system of elementary acts, gathered together for the common reference to the same actor. You can push this aggregation process one step further. When we are in the presence of systems of action which include a plurality of actors, these systems can be described as groups, that is, an aggregate of larger dimensions can be conceived as made up of people who represent its unitary elements. In this context, the person becomes a member of the group. There is no reason to doubt that groups, understood in this sense, also have emergent properties, which cannot be derived from those of persons considered outside the group. In any case, however, the properties of the group can be described without specifying the characteristic traits and attitudes of its members, a way of achieving a further descriptive economy. It is true that the individual person constitutes the unit of the group structure, but a person generally belongs to many groups at the same time. His complete personality does not end in just one of these groups. Of course, there are limits to the compatibility of belonging to different groups. You cannot be a member of the Catholic and Baptist churches at the same time. This is a problem relating to concrete groups or types of groups and the relationships between their characteristics. Moreover, the scheme of the group must be considered, in the context in question, secondary to the scheme of the action. There are no properties of the group that are not reducible to properties of systems of action, and there is no analytic theory of groups that is not translatable in terms of the theory of action. The case of Durkheim is indicative. His analysis of the nature of social groups led him to the schema of action and the generalized theory of action. After what has been said, it is not necessary to insist on the affirmation that the process of generalization of these elementary concepts or concepts of parts 562, at all these levels, allows, for limited purposes and with adequate expedients, experimental generalizations valid for the interpretation of various phenomena. But we must be careful on 2 points. These concepts are valid only within a range of variation of circumstances such as to permit the hypothesis that, for practical purposes, the particular constant ratios between the values of the analytic elements, represented in concrete cases by these concepts of type, will not be so unreal as to exceed an acceptable margin of error. Secondly, we have repeatedly stated that, since the system is organic as a whole, its parts and units are not real entities but abstractions. Therefore the use of these concepts requires great caution, to avoid the process of reification, which occurs when such units are treated as real and constant parts through complex processes of modifications. In this way the organic complex would be reduced to a mosaic of units. The close relationship of complexity that exists between the concept of unity at all these different levels and the frame of reference for action has been amply illustrated. Such concepts have no meaning for the theory of action if they are not capable of description in terms of the latter, as concrete elements of the action, as elementary acts in some possible combination. This is true even if the facts are not stated directly in terms of the action schema, but in terms of the relationship, personality, or group schemas. All three of these schemas are secondary in character to the action schema. Action, understood in the sense described above. The frame of reference establishes precise limits to the possibility of subdividing specific historical phenomena into parts, as these are not significant for the theory of action, if they appear irrelevant to the frame of reference of the latter. In this sense, this scheme establishes limits to the process of abstraction. The role of analytical elements. At various points in the previous discussion we had the opportunity to deal with the role of analytical elements. We will limit ourselves to adding a few words. In the first place, it is necessary to underline that the analysis of elements and units are not different stages of the process of scientific abstraction, but two different types of abstraction carried out on two different levels. To use Simmel's words, they draw lines through facts not in the sense that the first is the line segment furthest from the concrete and the second the closest, nor to mean that the lines are parallel, but to mean that they intersect. To use another figure, the units of analysis serve to untangle the warp of empirical reality. The analytical elements do the same for the plot. From the point of view of the analysis of the elements, each unit or part, isolated conceptually or concretely, constitutes a specific combination of the particular values of one or more analytical elements. Each type is a constant set of ratios of these values. On the other hand, the element can be the universal, 1, of which the particular unit conceived globally is a particular, 2, of which one or more facts describing it are a particular, 3, which corresponds to one or more emergent properties of combinations of such units. Any atomistic system that considers only the properties identifiable in the elementary act in other units does not allow for an adequate treatment and remains indeterminate when applied to complex systems. It will also be appropriate to clarify the sense in which the term emergent is used. It has a strictly empirical meaning, indicating the general properties of complex systems of phenomena, which are, in their particular values, identifiable at an empirical level and which, as can be demonstrated through comparative analysis, vary in these values independently of the others. So far, they are in no way different from all other general properties. What distinguishes emergent properties from elementary ones is only the fact that by developing the unitary analysis of the system beyond a certain point, they disappear and are no longer susceptible to observation. This has been amply illustrated in dealing with economic rationality. The existence and empirical importance of emergent properties, understood in this sense, constitute a measure of the organic nature of the system. They are fundamental to action systems. Above all, it would be wrong to think that only the last relevant unit, in the present case the elementary act with its elementary properties, is real and that the emergent properties are in a certain sense derivative or fictitious. This would indeed mean denying the empirical foundation of Science 563. In distinguishing the analytical elements, the facts must be taken as they arise. The criterion to be adopted is always the independent, empirically verifiable variation of the values. Where this can be indicated, there is a real element, whether elemental or emergent. In the scientific field there is no other criterion of reality. Like the Aristotelian concept of hand, the elementary act is a real part of a system of action only in an equivocal sense. This concept of emergence is simply a designation of certain characteristics of observable facts. At this point we can understand how the analytic elements are linked to the other two types of conceptualization that we have discussed. Every entity that is actually or hypothetically concrete, described in terms of a frame of reference, must have properties. This is one of the fundamental characteristics of thinking about empirical reality, a phenomenological fact. Within a given frame of reference there is a limited number of these properties which, considered as a whole, are adequate 564 for the description of the phenomenon in question. The number of properties necessary for an adequate description can, in the case of organic phenomena, increase with the complexity of the phenomenon. The element of order of concrete phenomena, considered from the analytical point of view, consists in the fact that although these are, in their particular values, variable properties, their values stand in constant relations with respect to each other. The order consists in these forms of relationship and in the constant definition of the elements of the theoretical scheme within their field of variability. Now the values of the analytical elements are concrete data, observation facts, or combinations of facts. The processes of their variation are processes of concrete change over time. Therefore the scheme of the action, in its form of scheme of analytical elements, takes on a different meaning from the one it has as a descriptive scheme. Its elements have a causal meaning in the sense that the change in the value of any one of these elements has consequences for the values of the others. Above all, the means-end schema becomes the fundamental schema for the causal interpretation of action. Furthermore, it is a specific peculiarity of this scheme to have a subjective reference. It implies a real process in the mind of the actor, as well as outside it. At this level, therefore, the scheme of action becomes more than phenomenological, it takes on a meaning that is not only descriptive but also causal, and therefore implies a reference to the real subjective processes of motivation. It becomes, in Husserl's sense, psychological 565. But its phenomenological aspect, as a frame of reference, does not disappear, it remains implicit in any use of the action schema. In truth, it is precisely this that connects the descriptive scheme of action to the analytical one. For explanatory purposes the analytic theory of action is applicable only to systems such that the facts relating to them can be stated in terms of the descriptive scheme of the action or one of its secondary derivative schemes, and thus to divisible phenomena, by analysis of unity, in elementary acts or their systems. Therefore the three types of conceptualization are closely linked to each other. It has been repeatedly asserted that this study did not propose a systematic treatment of what, in the sense assumed here, is the analytic aspect of the theory of action. We have limited ourselves here to elaborating a structural scheme of generalized systems of action, to which an analytic theory of this kind would be applicable. However, the two forms of conceptualization often overlap, so that we had to deal at length with variables and analytical elements, but no attempt has been made to establish a system of variables. However, the work carried out here provides some preliminary elements which are indispensable for the systematic treatment of this task. Among other things, demonstrating that the conception of a generalized system is useful in its structural aspect, it has been proved that the task of constructing a corresponding system of elements and their relationships is not logically impossible. 566. In order not to leave the reader with the impression that the formulation of analytical laws on the basis of the system elaborated here is impossible in the structural context, it may be useful to indicate that the basis already exists for the formulation of such a law of this type, a law of considerable scope and significance. It can be formulated as follows: in every concrete system of action a process of change, insofar as it is explicable in terms of those elements of action which are expressed in the means-end relationship, can proceed only in the sense of approximating the realization of rational norms conceived as binding for the actors of the system. That is, more briefly, such a process of action can only proceed in the direction of increasing the value of rationality. Exposed in this way, this law appears directly comparable to the second law of thermodynamics, which is also the affirmation of a directionality in the changes that occur in a system. In this case a physical system, any change must take place in the direction of an increase in entropy. Potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy, into action in the physical sense. Rationality occupies a logical position in systems of action, analogous to that of entropy in physical systems, at least in classical physics. The energy of effort in the processes of action is converted into the realization of goals, or conformity to norms. Rationality constitutes, at least, one of the properties in terms of which the extent of this change must be measured, for any given system at any point in the process. This idea of a law of increasing rationality as a fundamental generalization in relation to systems of action is, of course, not original. It is the most important generalization to be drawn from Weber's work, his conception of the rationalization process. As far as this fundamental character is concerned, systems of action, according to Weber, do not differ. The main differences are two: the concrete content of the goals and norms towards the realization of which the action is rationalized, and the seriousness of the obstacles that hinder the development of the process. However, it can be noted that the latter, formulated by Weber essentially in relation to the concept of traditionalism, are differences that concern only the speed of the rationalization process, not its direction. 567. There is a further parallel between Weber's rationalization process and the second law of thermodynamics. In the scheme of classical physics, this law gave rise to fatalistic conclusions about the degradation of the physical universe. Weber's rationalization process was conceived by himself as well as by his interpreters, as destined to lead to similar fatalistic conclusions, and he gives a parallel formulation. According to Weber, there is a certain reserve of charismatic energy which is consumed in the course of the rationalization process, and ultimately leaves a dead mechanism behind. It can be suggested, quite tentatively, that the conclusions in both cases go back to the same order of causes, the reification of theoretical systems. Whitehead has shown the consequences for classical physics. We have seen above how Weber had a similar tendency to reify his concepts of the ideal type. There seems to be no doubt about the relationship between this tendency and the fatalistic interpretation given to the rationalization process. However, we cannot develop this interesting parallel further here. The general status of the theory of action. Having indicated the general epistemological position implicit in the results of this study, defined as analytic realism, and having discussed its application to the various forms of theoretical conceptualization, we can conclude this methodological part by mentioning the more general philosophical character, generally defined as ontological, of the type of scientific theory examined here. The position, in an epistemological sense, is realistic. The philosophical implication of the position taken here is that there is an external world of empirical reality, which is not the creation of the individual human mind and is not reducible, in a philosophical sense, to an ideal order. The systems of scientific theory examined are obviously not this external reality, nor do they constitute a literal and direct representation of it, in the sense that one and only one representation is valid. These systems are rather in a functional relationship with external reality, in the sense that for certain scientific purposes they constitute adequate representations of it. It is possible to indicate certain aspects of this relationship. First, the applicability of a scientific theory to empirical reality implies that the latter is a de facto order. Furthermore, its order must possess a character in some sense congruent with the order of human logic. In this empirical reality, events cannot occur by chance, in a sense that constitutes the negation of the logical order. In fact, a characteristic element of every scientific theory is the logic of the relationships between its propositions. But, secondly, scientific theory itself does not constitute an empirical entity, it is an ideal representation of empirical phenomena or aspects of such phenomena, and is therefore subject to the limitations inherent in this fact. It is not justified to assume that reality is exhausted in its correspondence with the kind of ideal systems accessible to the human mind in its scientific capacity, such as what we call logic. The same type of argument applies to the limits inherent in the observation mechanisms available to man. Interpreting the term in a fairly broad sense, it is legitimate to state that the elements of fact can find a place in science only insofar as there is a humanly possible operation by which they can be determined. The limitations to which human observation is subject may be merely fortuitous in relation to the totality of external reality. For these two reasons it can be said that humanly possible knowledge does not coincide with that possible to a mind free from these human limits. But at the same time the possibility of verifying that a scientific theory is valid, demonstrates, albeit limitedly, that the propositions of human science are not entirely arbitrary, but are adequately relevant in relation to certain significant aspects of reality. There is and there must be, as a limiting concept, a humanly possible totality of scientific knowledge, which is not that of external reality itself but is adequate to a significant part of it. As science progresses, knowledge asymptotically approaches this limit. But in addition to the limits set by the deficiencies of human nature, with respect to absolute realism, there are others which cause knowledge, in every age and in every sector, to be inferior to the totality of humanly possible knowledge. It can be said that these limitations are of a double order, those inherent in the nature of the cognitive aspect of the human mind and those relating to the fact that this cognitive aspect is never completely isolated from the other aspects. Man is never exclusively Homo sapiens. In relation to the first order of problems, the concrete entities with which the scientist is dealing are never fully concrete, even in the humanly possible sense, but are what Weber called historical individualities. That is, they are constructed entities, the construction being determined by the structure of the reference scheme adopted. Thus the realism of the description of concrete entities must be modified to take account of this element of descriptive selection. Secondly, to the extent that the description in this sense applies not to a concrete system taken as a whole, but to its parts or units isolated from their context, a further element of abstraction is introduced depending on the extent to which the system is organic and has emergent properties. There is no a priori reason to limit the number of emergent properties that are relevant as such systems become more complex. Finally, the abstraction inherent in the concept of analytical element must be considered. The empirical reference of a concept of this type is not necessarily a concrete phenomenon, not even in the relative sense previously adopted, but it can be an aspect of it. The particulars corresponding to the general concept may constitute only a small fraction of the many acceptable facts about the phenomenon in question. Thus a given system of generalized theory must be interpreted in the light of this threefold abstraction from the totality of humanly possible knowledge. It is capable of providing an explanation of only a fraction of the relevant facts within a given frame of reference. The others, the values of the constants, are open to interpretation in terms of other analytical systems. It is evident, however, that the important facts in terms of a given frame of reference are not all those knowable on the concrete phenomenon. Only after it has been adequately described in terms of all known frames of reference, and after all data have been included within conceptual categories of some system, and after all the different ways of analyzing the phenomenon are finally been systematically referred to one another, it can be said to have explained the phenomenon in question as completely as possible, on the basis of the state of scientific knowledge of the time. But these various levels of abstraction do not imply an unreal, fictitious character. This is proved by the fact that the results of the analysis carried out at different levels, in terms of various frames of reference, etc., can be integrated into a coherent body of knowledge, which as a whole presents the characters of realism which have been indicated. To the extent that this occurs, the various parts of this body of knowledge are mutually corroborating and contribute to proving the validity of each of the individual propositions. In the course of this study, the demonstration was provided that although scientific knowledge is an independent variable in human action, it is interdependent with respect to other variables. These have already been taken into account as they determine the human limits of the ability to know reality. But other limitations exist, of which the most significant are, perhaps, those that refer to the orientation and limits placed on scientific interest by the existence of value systems. Given that the horizon of empirical interest has been limited, in historical reality, by these factors, it can be stated that not all the possibilities of access to empirical phenomena open to the human mind have been attempted. But as one approaches the possible variation of human values, the field of science is enlarged. It has been pointed out that, so that this relativistic element of science does not lead to positions of skepticism, it is necessary to postulate that the possible points of view are limited in number. As value-related experience accumulates, the totality of knowledge approaches the asymptote. The particular ontological status of action theory must be considered as a particular application of these general considerations. In the first place, the frame of reference of the action is undoubtedly one of those schemes on the basis of which certain facts relating to human action can be described, for certain scientific purposes, in an adequate manner. It is not the only scheme of its kind, but the critical results of our study show that, for certain purposes, which cannot fail to be considered legitimate from a scientific point of view, it is much more adequate than any other that could be assumed as an alternative, for example the spatio-temporal scheme of the natural sciences, and the idealistic scheme. Within this frame of reference it has been possible to systematically elaborate points of articulation with both of these other frames, by examining the status of the constant data of action problems. Furthermore, it has been shown that within the field of what, from the point of view of the action system, are to be considered variables, there are numerous subgroups which constitute relatively independent subsystems. It cannot be argued that, in the formulation reached in this study, such a system is complete, or that with the further development of the social sciences it cannot be superseded by a system that differs from it as radically as it differs from the systems from which it took its origin. But its empirical utility, as it has been illustrated in the course of our study, is such that we believe we can affirm that if and when this system is overcome, it will have left a substantial precipitate of knowledge, such that, through appropriate new formulations, may be incorporated into the larger future system. In this sense alone it is claimed that the system offers us a valid knowledge of empirical reality. The classification of action sciences. The general position concerning the relationship between theoretical concepts and concrete phenomena, which is implicit in the results of this study, has been given the name of analytical realism. It contrasts with the empiricist reification of theoretical systems, as the latter implied that only one system of analytic categories could be applied for the understanding of any single concrete class of phenomena. In contrast to this view, it is argued here that adequate understanding of many concrete phenomena may require the use of analytic categories derived from multiple systems, in some cases from several systems. We have also examined the particular case of a theoretical system, in reference to which the problem of reification in this sense has been discussed at length in the scientific field, that is, orthodox economic theory. The conclusion we have reached, already indicated by Pareto, is that this theory must be interpreted as the formulation of the relationships of a limited group of analytic elements in the broader concrete system of action. Concrete phenomena, even those capable of being described in terms of supply and demand, involve other variables that are not included in the system of economic theory. But we have gone beyond the mere affirmation of the abstract character of this group of elements and the indication that it is one of many identifiable in concrete social phenomena. In Pareto terms, and also present in a part of Marshall's theory, it has been placed in a systematic and logical relationship with the other elements of the more general system, to which the name of action system has been given. It was later found that this larger system, the voluntaristic theory of action, itself implies an abstraction of this kind. In particular, it has been verified that its concrete application involves constant data, susceptible to description but not to analytical explanation in terms of the reference scheme of the action. A series of these data is part of another frame of reference elaborated by contemporary science, the one defined, in the broadest sense, as physical science, which describes phenomena as events or things of a spatio-temporal nature. One of the extreme positions in which this analysis is concerned is that in which the action scheme loses its explanatory relevance and becomes purely descriptive. At this point all the data are reduced to constants in the sense specified above. At one extreme, that of radical positivism, the analytical treatment of these data requires the physical reference scheme, whose positive criterion is that of spatiality, and negative the irrelevance analysis of subjective categories. Complementary to this tendency of the theory of action to approach positions of radical positivism in certain circumstances is the tendency towards a shift towards the opposite extreme, that of idealism. It can be said that for the theory of action ideas represent constant data, in the same sense in which physical data are, in themselves, ideas are to be considered variables of the system of action. Finally, in the course of the discussion on Weber's methodology, it has come to indicate two lines of orientation of scientific interest, one tending to the understanding of concrete individual phenomena, the other, to the construction of theoretical systems of general validity. It was necessary to consider all these problems for the elaboration of the conceptual structure of this study, because each of them becomes important in turn. The question has also been raised of the status, in relation to the general scheme, of more limited conceptual schemes, which are referred to as constituting the theoretical aspect of specific sciences. Thus economic theory represents the theoretical problem of economic science understood as a unified discipline. The problem of the physical data of systems of action also involves, in one sense or another, the question of the relationship between the social sciences and the natural sciences. Much of the confusion we have encountered on these problems can be attributed to the failure of the various scholars to discriminate between these different conceptual schemes and to the inadequacy of the analysis of their reciprocal logical relationships. Whenever more than one of these schemes is present in dealing with an empirical problem, it is essential that the student of the problem know when to use one and when to use another, and what is involved in passing from one to the other. If we accept a fundamental theorem of our study, namely that most of the empirical problems in the field of action must be explained on the basis of several theoretical systems, it follows that we cannot neglect the analysis of the relationships existing between them, or relevant problems from a rigorously scientific point of view. The study of these relationships represents an attempt to develop a systematic classification of the empirical sciences. We now have the task of outlining this classification in brief. In many quarters there is opposition to attempts to draw boundaries between the various sciences, to divide them into separate compartments. We are told that knowledge constitutes a single whole, that the path of progress is that of breaking down divisions and not of creating new ones. This position must undoubtedly be taken into serious consideration. It is clear that, for the purposes of an empirical research concrete, it is impossible to accept any radical distinction between the various fields. The scholar will follow his problems wherever they may lead him and will not let signs indicating boundary lines stop him. Our study, demonstrating the need to resort to different conceptual schemes to untangle the complexity of the same empirical sector, provides justification for the desirability of such a scientific wanderlust. But at the same time, the extreme attitude of those who refuse even the discussion of the problem of the systematic relationships between theoretical systems, connected to the classification of sciences, becomes a way of evading theoretical problems, the consequences of which, as has been repeatedly demonstrated, they are scientifically always negative. It is useful to travel to many countries, but the traveler who refuses to take note of the characteristics and customs of the countries he visits may run into difficulties. More than one traveler has lost his life for ignoring such things. So such an attempt is not pedantry, it is based on the general scientific precept which says, it is good practice to know what you are doing. Here it finds a further justification in the fact that these problems have been mentioned in a fragmentary way in various points of this study, underlining their importance. Their systematic treatment will provide the opportunity to outline, with greater clarity than hitherto, the conceptual structure that emerged from this study, and will also provide the possibility of framing the results in a more precise perspective than that achieved in the summary of the previous chapter. All the distinctions we will use have already been encountered, it is only necessary to clarify how they relate to the present context. The first distinction that must be brought to mind is that between historical sciences and analytical sciences. The objective of the sciences of the first group is to arrive at an understanding, as complete as possible, of a class of concrete historical individualities or of one of them. This distinction holds regardless of whether the historical phenomenon in question is a natural object or event, a human individual, an act or system of acts, a system of social relations or a type of social group. In each case the explanation will require, implicitly if not explicitly 569, that reference be made to the theoretical categories of one or more analytic sciences. Which ones and how many depend on the particular scientific objective proposed, and on the aspects of the phenomenon whose modifications are to be explained. It may happen that only one system is adequate, but this adequacy cannot be affirmed a priori. On the other hand, it may be that for a complete explanation it is necessary to resort to all the categories of all the analytical sciences. The analytical sciences instead aim at developing logically coherent systems of general analytic theory. The reference unit of these sciences is not a particular historical individual nor a class of phenomena, but a closed system of theory, where such a closed system exists, which cannot be translated into terms of another system, it is possible to speak of a science independent. The role of the reference schema poses a problem, its use requires an implicit or explicit distinction between two classes of data, those that are problematic and those that are not with respect to the corresponding analytical system, i.e. respectively the values of the variables and those of the constants. On this basis it will therefore be better to distinguish between a relatively and a completely historical discipline. That is, to give an example, works of historiography are largely written in terms of the pattern of action and related propositions. For example, the data of the geographical environment are considered unproblematic data, they are kept in mind and their implications for the particular historical phenomenon being studied are elaborated. This is a relatively historical way of proceeding, which would become completely so if the historian tried to explain the modifications occurring in these data in terms of geology, climatology, etc., and similarly the data relating to heredity and race, for example, in the light of the principle of natural selection. Most disciplines are, in this sense, to be considered relatively rather than completely historical. Thus, generally, historiography confines its problems to those data that are relevant to the pattern of action, meteorology to those relevant to the physical and chemical pattern. If, for example, a meteorologist observes that the smoke produced in a city or in its vicinity substantially modifies its climate, he assumes the production of smoke as a fact, without going into its sociological or economic explanation. He simply elaborates on the consequences for meteorology. The concepts of unity or part can hardly by themselves form the basis of independent sciences. In their explanatory, descriptive, and non-analytic use, they belong to the historical sciences. A further study of them, on the other hand, leads to the analytical sciences. They form the main conceptual link between the two groups. It is not difficult to see that an empiricist methodology favors, 1. The classification of sciences on a historical basis, according to the classes of concrete systems with which each of them deals, 2. The limitation of the development of the theory to the concept of typical part and its empirical generalization. Any attempt to develop an empirically based analytical theory leads to the reification of the theoretical system, where, as in physics, the main concrete phenomena studied have a scientific interest for men almost exclusively in the aspects relevant to the theory itself, for example the stars. The consequences may not become serious until an advanced stage of analysis, where, as in the field of human behavior, almost every concrete historical phenomenon represents the meeting ground for the application of different systems of this kind, the consequences appear serious from the outset. The fate of the orthodox theory of economics confronted with institutional critique is a case in point. On an empiricist basis. On an analytical basis, it is possible to see how a division emerges from this study into three major classes of theoretical systems, which can be defined as the systems of action, nature, and culture. 570. It should further be noted that the distinction refers to theoretical systems and not to classes of concrete historical individualities. Only the first two constitute systems of empirical scientific theories in the usual sense of this word, the third occupies a particular position. This must be attributed to the fact that an empirical science deals with processes over time. The problematic data of theories of both natural systems and those of action concern processes of this type, while this is not the case for cultural systems. The dividing line that can be drawn between the first two is that natural systems imply, in the frame of reference, time in relation to space, systems of action in relation to the means-end scheme. Physical time is a form of relationship of events in space, action time is a form of relationship between means and ends, and the other elements of action. Every known empirical scientific theory implies one or the other of these two fundamental frames of reference, namely the physical spatio-temporal scheme or that of action means ends. The action is non-spatial. 571, but temporal. Cultural systems are distinguished from others in that they are both non-spatial and non-temporal. They consist, as Whitehead says, of eternal objects in the strict sense, of objects, that is, not of infinite duration, but such that the category of time cannot be applied to them. They do not involve processes. Concrete spatial objects and temporal events may have a cultural aspect in this sense, but insofar as they are physically comprehensible, they can only be so as symbols. As objects they exist only in the mind of individuals. 572. Not themselves, but only their symbolic manifestations can be grasped through external observation. However, it cannot be denied that cultural systems are recognized as science, if by this we mean a body of objectively verifiable propositions. Since if one admits, and one cannot fail to admit, that the meanings of symbols are susceptible of observation, it is also necessary to admit that there exists a verifiable knowledge of eternal objects. But this cannot take the form of a causal understanding of events. In addition to the possibility of grasping the immediate meaning of a particular isolated symbol, one can only understand the possibility of grasping the interrelationships of eternal objects in significant systems. Many types of systems are present in our experience, but an analysis or classification of them cannot be attempted here. However, the reader may be reminded that the systems of scientific theory in which the study has been concerned find their place among such systems. They are neither physical objects nor events. There are also other types of cultural systems, such as systems of ideas, art forms and many others. The relationships between cultural systems and action are very complex. Here we will limit ourselves to stating that they can, on the one hand, be considered as products of action processes, on the other as conditioning elements of further action, as for example in the case of scientific ideas. The sciences of action cannot fail to be interested in them, just as they cannot neglect the physical facts. but the logical relationship is essentially the same. They constitute non-problematic data, the knowledge of which is essential for the solution of concrete problems. 573. In both cases there is an exception. While these three types of systems can be sharply distinguished from each other, all three are parts of a coherent whole of objective knowledge. Hence the deduction that there are important interrelationships between them. It hardly needs to be observed that a large number of physical objects can in part be considered as products of systems of action. 574, that is, action transforms the physical world, as well as being conditioned by it. Similarly, cultural systems are partly 575 products of action, and at the same time they condition it. Both of these cases would naturally give rise to disciplines placed on the border between two sectors. On the border between action and culture there already exists a developed and accepted discipline, generally known as wissen's sociology. It studies cultural systems as products of action, the influence of elements of action on these systems and their concrete development process. Leaving aside the cultural sciences. 576, the analytical sciences can be divided into the two great groups of the natural sciences and the action sciences. The latter are characterized, in a negative sense, by the irrelevance of the spatial reference scheme, and positively by the means-end scheme and by the indispensability of the subjective aspect, and therefore by the method of Verstehen. 577, which is instead irrelevant for the natural sciences. Each of these groups represents, in some sense, one great system in that they have a common frame of reference, and there is, in all likelihood, a definite systematic relationship between all the relevant analytical and structural elements within this frame of reference. But within each of these groups well-defined subsystems have developed, endowed with a certain degree of independence from each other. We can say with sufficient certainty what is the principle of division between the sciences of action. As far as the natural science group is concerned, such a statement can be made much less definitively. The fundamental principle is that, as the complexity of concrete systems increases, new emergent properties subsequently appear, which give rise to new theoretical problems not relevant for the most elementary systems. We shall not attempt here to enter into the study of this problem as far as the natural sciences are concerned, except to note that a doctrine of emergence, in some respects similar, is accepted by most biologists. According to this doctrine, what is characteristic of the biological theory is the problem of the properties of organisms that cannot be found in the physico-chemical elements or parts that constitute them. And undoubtedly the distinction between the physico-chemical group and the biological group constitutes the clearest line that can be drawn in the field of the natural sciences. But in the action science group it is possible to be much more specific. We have seen that certain fundamental characteristics must be recognized in the elementary unitary act. The first emergent property that arises with increasing complexity of action systems, in one direction, is that of economic rationality. Now the entire methodological discussion of this study was based on the hypothesis that the ramifications of this element, in its various relationships with the concrete facts of the action, gave rise to an integrated theoretical system, that of economic theory. If an emergent element of this kind can be considered the basis of a coherent theoretical system, there seems to be no reason why other elements, assuming they exist, cannot be so as well. In fact, if the analysis is not carried forward, the results of the discussion concerning the status of economic theory appear anomalous. This results from the position reached by Pareto on this problem. He recognizes that what he called pure economics must be regarded as an abstract theoretical system. His status is precisely that which has here been attributed to an analytic system. But for Pareto this theory remains the only positively defined analytic science that is applicable to action. The only other social science he mentions is sociology, which, although he did not define it rigorously, seems to include two aspects. One is an analytical aspect, the analysis of the non-logical elements of the action; the other, a synthetic aspect, is the overall interpretation of the concrete action in general, including the economic element. It is clear that for Pareto sociology must be considered, in the analytical sense, a residual science, as it is interested in a residual category of elements of action 578. On such a basis, sociology would have no hope of becoming a closed system in the sense in which, for example, mechanics has long been closed. It therefore seems legitimate to conclude that either the direction followed by Pareto in defining the status of economic theory was wrong, and that a radically different basis must be found, or that it is necessary to proceed beyond his position, which implies a single science of action. Positively defined, to the construction of a coherent system of the analytic sciences of action. Since the economic element that emerged from Pareto's discussion finds its place in the more general scheme of the elements of the action developed here, we can think that the latter represents a valid basis for a more comprehensive classification scheme. The principle adopted is therefore that of classifying the analytical sciences according to the element or group of structural elements of a generalized system of action which constitutes the center of attention for the science in question. It must be remembered that this structural analysis may or may not coincide with the most convenient choice of analytical elements or variables. Thus, in the case of economics, the relevant subsystem of action theory will have to include all the variables that are most significant in accounting for changes in actions, attributable to the fact that these systems have a high degree of economic rationality. One of these may be the valid knowledge of their situation possessed by the actors. But since the same systems are rational from other points of view than the economic one, that is from the technological point of view and from the political point of view, the same variable will probably have to be included in other subsystems. Although analytic systems are distinct from one another, it does not follow that in the choice of particular variables they are mutually exclusive. On the contrary, it is almost certain that there will be overlaps. Each group of variables can constitute an analytical system, which should be treated as a unit in relation to the empirical problems. Since the main structural features of the differentiation of action systems with which the study has been concerned form some of the most conspicuous features of the concrete phenomena of action, it is probable, from a general point of view, that the variables, which are connected more strictly in one or the other way indicated above, present a set of mutual interrelations so close that for many purposes it is advisable to treat them as a system. This assumption of a general nature is strengthened by the fact that the best articulated analytical system of the field of action, that of economic theory, corresponds to one of these main distinguishable structural aspects of systems of action. The economic concept is only meaningful in the context of systems of action, but it can be applied to the system of action of a particular individual, the economy of Robinson Crusoe 579. The next step towards an ever greater complexity of action systems occurs with the inclusion of a plurality of individuals within the system. This fact has two consequences. On the one hand, it introduces the possibility of a coercive power in the relationships of individuals acting within the system. This is a property that escapes the economic concept. An individual system of action may possess not only an economic rationality, but also a coercive rationality. But this coercive rationality has a peculiar characteristic. It cannot be a property of the total system 580 comprising a plurality of individuals, it can only apply to certain individuals or groups within a system, in relation to others. Coercion is an exercise of power over others. At the same time, this possibility of coercion introduces a new set of problems, the problems of social order, set forth in classical form by Hobbes as a result of his analysis of the consequences of an unrestricted struggle for power. In order for a stable system of action to exist, made up of a plurality of individuals, there must be a normative regulation of the aspects of power in the relationships between the individuals of the system. In this sense, there must be a distributive order. This dual aspect of social systems of action, the problem of power relations and order, insofar as it can be conceived as a solution to the struggle for power, gives rise to another group of emergent properties of systems of action, which can be given the name of elements of political action. The place of sociology. Thirdly, we have seen that the solution of the problem of power, as of numerous other problematic aspects of systems of social action, implies a common reference to the fact of the integration of individuals, on the basis of a common system of values, which manifests itself in the legitimacy of institutional norms, in the ultimate common ends of action, in ritual and various other forms of expression. All these phenomena can be referred to a single emergent property of systems of social action, which can be given the name of integration of common values. This is a sharply delineated emergent property, distinguishable from both economic and political. If we call this property sociological, then sociology can be defined as the science which sets out to develop a systems analytic theory of social action, on the assumption that these systems can be understood in terms of the integration of common values. 581. It is therefore possible to distinguish three well-defined emergent levels on the basis of the emergent properties of social systems, in addition to those attributable to the elementary act. Each level is characterized by a set of emergent properties which, on the one hand, disappear when the system is decomposed, by means of unitary analysis, below a given level of complexity, and on the other hand they can no longer be conceived as existing separately, when the construction of the system is taken beyond a given degree of complexity. Thus the three analytic social sciences of organized systems of action, economics, politics 582 and sociology, can be distinguished with reference to their respective relationships to these three emergent properties of such systems. The elementary act remains. In themselves, its fundamental properties are not the subject of an independent analytical science. Rather, they constitute the methodological basis common to all action sciences, since it is precisely these fundamental elementary properties of the act in their mutual interrelations, which constitute the common frame of reference of all action sciences. It is not possible to say that the elementary act defines an independent science of action, just as it is not possible to say that there is an independent natural science of space and time. On the other hand, there are 2 points in which the systematic theorizing about action is not exhausted by the three systematic sciences indicated above. First, nothing has been said about the problems arising from the need for elements and processes of action to be referred to an actor. This is another organic aspect of action systems, which is not included in the three groups of emergent properties considered so far. This fact has already been mentioned in relation to the aggregative organization of action systems, involving the concept of personality. The concrete personality is partly open to interpretation in terms of the analytical systems of these three social sciences. This aspect can be called the social component of personality. However, the application of this social analysis will leave an unexplained residue, in terms of the pattern of action. Insofar as this residue can be abstracted from the specific content of the ends and concrete norms of elementary acts, which are referable to the environment, it will be found that it is possible to attribute it to heredity. Thus certain emergent properties of systems of action are understandable, at least in part, with reference to the hereditary basis of personality. An important place must be reserved for a systematic analytical science relating to these properties. In terms of the general scheme adopted here, psychology cannot be defined otherwise, as an analytical science, not a historical one. 583. It would therefore be the analytical science interested in the properties of the systems of action that can be derived from their reference to the hereditary basis of the personality. In this way psychology appears, without the possibility of ambiguity, a science of action and, despite the common reference to heredity, it is possible to indicate a precise line of demarcation between psychology and biology. 584. Its categories refer to properties of action systems, with special reference to the personality subschema. Hence they are spatial nodi, they are modes of functioning of the organism understood as a single whole. But they abstract from social relations, and therefore from the properties of systems of action that emerge only at the social level. Secondly, the general properties of the elementary act, abstracting from economic, political, and sociological considerations, can be studied with special reference to the concrete content of the immediate ends, of the norms of knowledge. Since the general properties of the elementary act do not form the basis of an independent analytic science, but rather, the common basis of all sciences of action, the setting of this study leads not so much to a discipline but to a plurality of disciplines, according to the different classes of concrete ends 585. It can be said that these disciplines constitute the technologies. They are very important in a concrete sense, but make a relatively minor contribution to the systematic analytic theory of action. Common to all these 5 disciplines is the fundamental pattern of action, both descriptively and analytically. The relevant facts can all be translated into terms of the scheme of action, but from a general point of view, it is better to operate on the basis of more specialized sub-schemes. In economics, the pattern of supply and demand is of primary importance. In politics, the pattern of social relations in the particular form of power relations, and secondly the pattern of the group 586. In sociology, the schemes of relationships and of the group are particularly suitable. In psychology, the personality schema is evidently the fundamental one 587. Finally, note that technologies can only operate in terms of the elementary means-ends scheme. History can be considered essentially as the general historical science of human action 588. As has already been noted, it tends to be rather a relatively than a completely historical discipline. In addition to its subdivisions according to periods and concrete social units, peoples, nations, etc., it also tends to be subdivided into the study of concrete facts particularly relevant to one or other of the analytic sciences of action. Thus there is economic history, political history, social, or perhaps sociological, history, biography, and histories of various technologies. The history of religions should be understood, for obvious reasons, in the sociological group. The main criterion of distinction between these various branches of history would be the consideration of the facts in terms of one or other of the descriptive subschemes of action. Thus, a biography is a history of the personality. Note that history is treated here only insofar as it is given empirical scientific status, in other words, only insofar as it attempts to arrive at empirically verifiable judgments on facts or causal relationships. Any other aspect of concrete historical works, such as works of art for example, is beyond the scope of this discussion. If, for greater clarity, it is essential that the logical distinctions between the various analytic sciences of action are maintained, it is however no less true and important that, since they all constitute partial systems belonging to the same general system of theory, their interrelationships are very close and the study cannot neglect them 589. Above all, it does not seem possible to conduct a high-level study activity in any of these sectors without having adequate knowledge of the others. This is especially true at the highest levels of emergencies. A sociologist can no longer carry out satisfactory work, both empirical and theoretical, without knowledge of psychology, economics, and politics, just as a biologist cannot without knowledge of physics and chemistry. The reasons are essentially the same. The mechanisms of the processes in which the sociologist is interested always appear to contain, at these lower levels, elements of fundamental importance. This has escaped partly due to the influence of the empiricist methodological position and partly due to the elementary level on which the analytic thought of the sciences of action has developed. Common sense often leads to better results than bad theoretical analysis 590. It will be noted that the place given to sociology in this classification makes it a special analytical science, on the same level as economic theory. This way of proceeding is in contrast with the prevailing methodological tradition in this sector, which has been the encyclopedic one. Weber, in defining sociology as the science of social action, would make it a relatively historical science, or a synthetic analytic science of action, including economics and politics. Our position has been developed out of Pareto's conception of economic theory as a special analytical science. Once this is accepted, it is inconceivable to limit oneself to speaking of only one such science in the field of action. And this above all given that other structural elements of action have been defined which fall within the same more general system of which the economy is a part and are found, from a methodological point of view, in the same logical condition of emergent properties as systems of action. It therefore seems logical that analysis should go so far as to delineate a complete system of the special analytic sciences of action. The only alternative would be to return to the empiricist basis of classification, which, after the results of the previous analysis, is inconceivable. What we have tried to do is not entirely without precedent. Simul 591's attempt represents, perhaps, the first serious attempt to establish sociology as a special science in this sense. His formulation is unacceptable, for reasons which cannot be discussed here, but it is based on a correct intuition, and our position can be considered as a presentation of the valid elements contained in it. The main difficulty of Simul's position is constituted by his conception of the other social sciences, which prevented him from relating sociology to the other analytical social sciences, on the same methodological level. For him, sociology was the only abstract analytical science of the social sector 592. It should also be considered that the tendencies implicit in Durkheim's thought, if his knowledge of action had continued to orient itself in the voluntaristic direction, would have led him to a similar result. In a still relatively initial phase of his thought, his conception of society as a sui generis reality could no longer be considered as referable to a concrete entity, but to an element or a group of abstract elements of concrete reality. His conception of society also has elements in common with our concept of emergency. Finally, the specific content of this concept in Durkheim's thought allows it to be identified with the emergent property of the integration of common values. The point of view proposed here logically derives from having framed the substantial results of Durkheim's thought in a systematic scheme of the structure of Action 593. It is clear that the formulation of this point of view had to wait for a relatively advanced development of the theory generalized by action. This conception of sociology certainly could not have developed on a positivist basis. In the extreme positivist position, all empirical sciences become natural sciences in the sense defined above. Apart from this, on utilitarian grounds systems of action could only be considered at levels where the property of integrating common values was not yet emerging or, in concrete application, was present at best as a residual category, in the form of implicit hypotheses such as that of the natural identity of interests. Only a synthetic science, beyond psychology, economic theory, and a political theory of the type developed by Hobbes, could fit into such a position. 594. On an idealistic basis, on the other hand, the facts about the integration of values were clearly intuited, but there was a tendency to assimilate them to the cultural systems mentioned above, thus arriving at some kind of emanationist theory, and Freyer, in the book referred to, analyzed this trend with great acuity. As long as social thought remained divided between the positivistic and the idealistic systems, there was no place for an analytical theory of sociology in the sense we have indicated. The current possibility of an elaboration in this sense is perhaps the most indicative symptom of the great change that it took place in social thought following the process of convergence between the different positions discussed here. It seems appropriate to add that in recent times a sense of pessimism has spread among social scientists, particularly sociologists. They say that there are as many systems of sociological theory as there are sociologists, that there is no common basis and that everything is arbitrary and subjective. In our opinion, this has two equally dangerous consequences. On the one hand, it reinforces the opinion according to which the only valid work in the social field is the detailed study of the facts, without recourse to theory, while on the other hand, among those who reject this attitude, a dangerous irrationalism is spreading which leads them to doubt the validity of any scientific criterion. We are told that sociology is an art, that what is valid in it must be measured according to intuitive criteria, that it is not subject to the canons of logic and empirical verification. We hope this study will help combat both of these trends, for two reasons. Firstly, it has been demonstrated that, at least as regards the sector examined here, the differences are not as great as it might appear at first glance. There is a substantial common theoretical basis that emerges if the analysis is pushed far enough, and we put forward the hypothesis that elements of agreement will be found that are all the more substantial the more eminent are the thinkers whose work is examined. The four scholars analyzed here could be mentioned as representing contrasting positions, and instead, on the basis of the material presented here, this judgment appears superficial and incorrect. The agreement between these positions is at a much more important level than the differences which are also found. The work of these scholars is not made up of a disorganized mass of arbitrary subjective judgments, it is part of a broader current of scientific thought, of a much wider movement than the specific works of the few scholars considered here. Secondly, if one accepts, even if only in its applications to this particular case, the interpretation of the laws of scientific development that we have formulated here, another conclusion follows. What has been traced here is not only a movement of thought of great importance, it is scientific progress itself. One of its main aspects is a more exact and clearer understanding of a vast field of facts of human action. All the theoretical work analyzed here is oriented towards this end and draws its justification from it. This task could not have been accomplished without the support of a systematic theory, which forms the basis and subject of this study. It is therefore not possible to adhere to the pessimistic judgment widespread among social scientists, particularly among sociologists. If we turn our attention not to the average results, but to the best ones, we can see that considerable progress has been made both empirically and theoretically in the short span of a generation. There are solid theoretical foundations on which to build. If it were possible to expose the system as a system of simultaneous equations, the answer to this question would be easy. But although one can give a satisfactory definition of the variables, the attempt to formulate a sufficient number of proven ways of relating between these variables to provide such a test is quite different. Our study was limited to certain preliminary aspects, without any attempt to arrive at a similar statement.